Right, we've got a quorum. I'm going to open the meeting. I want to acknowledge the start of Matariki and hope you all get time to recognise it this weekend. A big welcome to Jazz Singh, who will stand up now and let you know he's been appointed as my new Chief of Staff. Stories in the building, but up several stories in wages. Jazz joined me in getting a win for the Blues on Saturday. On them, bad luck, Councillor Baker, who is slowly getting over the Chiefs. By about 10 minutes into the game, actually, I think. Our usual housekeeping, please be present in the meeting. On silent. Keep questions to questions, not speeches. Let's get on with it. We've got a very full agenda today. Line, councillors.
Yes, we have Councillor Filipina, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Foley online today.
Okay, and some of them are yet to arrive, but we've got enough. Okay, there are no apologies received, and so I won't bother voting on that. There's no declarations and minutes for confirmation. Anyone proposed to move and second those? Thank you, Councillor Dalton, and thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson. All those in favour, please say aye. No. Okay, carried. Thank you. Public input. We have received three. We have deferred Ms. Gail Baldock to the next month, who was going to talk about the closure of Smith & Co. Obviously didn't buy enough clothes there, unlike my wife who did. We have two items of public input today. Firstly, Lisa Prager will talk to us about infrastructure trends, and Julia Schiller from the Aotea COVID Action Group will talk about the World Choir Games. Lisa, you have come to the front and you will have 5 minutes to elucidate us on infrastructure market size and share analysis, trends and forecasts.
Yeah, that's a big one.
I've no idea what that means, but I'm waiting to hear.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's quite a journey for anyone to get to this position to speak in front of you. But I would remind you that Penny Bright and I fought long and hard for the right for every member of the public to simply request to speak in front of you. The reason being is that you are at the top of the pyramid. You are the ones who make the decisions, and you are the ones who need to hear the truth more than anyone else. Local boards are all very well, but they really dilute the truth. They often pursue their own biased and agendas and do not reflect what our general communities feel. They try, but not necessarily does it work. In my concerns to understand why our city is in such a mess, why our streets are so congested, and why our shops and local villages have been completely decimated, I went on a hunt, on a research journey, which took me to Mordor Intelligence. Mordor, that strange, terrible, destructive place in Lord of the Rings. And it wasn't lost on me that that's what this international information network company was providing online. I suggest you go there, mordorintelligence.com, because there is a field day of information about infrastructure in Auckland. And I'd like to quote from one line I took from the many thousands of words, and this is what they said. Auckland is witnessing lucrative growth in infrastructure projects and creating huge opportunities for private capital, consultants and developers. Well, I read that and went, oh my God. For every little small business in every little village that you people have control over via Auckland Transport, you have managed to single-handedly destroy the livelihoods of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Do you people ever get out and walk the streets? What do you think Queen Street looks like? It looks like a decimated, drunk and disorderly, shabby old town. Now, I know you're promising a great, bright future, but the truth is, it's too late. You have followed the master plan. You have instigated the idea of if we congest the streets, thank you, Stephen Town, CEO of Auckland Council, if you congest the streets, that will reduce people's use of their private cars. And here's the kicker. In Mordor Intelligence, they announce that the actual plan of the council and the government is to kill 50% of private car use. I kid you not. The intention, isn't that right, Mr. Hill? 50% of private vehicles are to be ended. Well, when you think about that, you realise there's only one thing that can be done. You narrow the streets to a single lane, you congest every single arterial route, you wipe out every little local village, and you leave it to Westfield to build a monolith at the top of Newmarket. I mean, Desley, you must be pulling your hair out at what is happening in your entire area. All of you must look. I know Mount Albert certainly got a great makeover. Has it actually assisted local business, the people who pay their rates? You know, Desley said to me, "Gee, Lisa, you're looking tired." I don't look tired. I look sad and angry and despondent. I embody what people who come to me in my local neighbourhood, who can't reach out to you, who don't know how to find the local board, who doesn't understand how this crazy, complicated twist and system works, and they go, "I'm 40% down." They've taken away the parking at Westmere Shopping Centre. They've made Meola a joke. What used to actually feed out through Point Chev, well, forget Point Chev, because that's destroyed. And are you people going to compensate all of the retailers along Point Chev who will never come back? Will you? Will you? No, because you didn't do it with the CRL, and you didn't do it when West Lynn was turned to dust, and you've managed to destroy Harvest Health Foods, the cornerstone of our little neighbourhood, a place that people came to. And how did you do it? You allowed Pippa Coombe and the local board to take out 11 car parks. That's all it took. And I see today you want to offer free parking to anyone who wants to go to Smith & Co and buy a few things before they have a fire sale. Well, let me be clear here. The onus and responsibility and shame is upon your heads. And if you think Aucklanders are going to sleepwalk into another election and tick your box because of the great things you did for them, forget it. Forget it. Now, they might just put another bunch of loonies in, but it doesn't matter. The truth is, you could stop this. You could stop it. Mr. Mayor, you could simply go over to Mr. Kimpton, no matter what his legal team says, no matter what your legal team says, and just say stop. Because by God, the last street standing is Garnet Road, Surrey Crescent and Old Mill Road, and they're coming from either end like a war machine. Well, I can tell you what, there is a war on. You guys are driving it, and you also have the power to stop it. And I don't care what your dreams and your philosophies are, but it's not working. Look out of your window, go to your local dairy, start talking to the people on the street, and you'll find they're not only doing it hard, man, they're about to pack up, leave, and all you're going to do is get another wave to come in. And I'll tell you what, the developers will buy up Queen Street like that. Why? Because it's imploded. And the owners actually can't afford to pay the mortgage or the rent or the ground fees without tenants, and there are no tenants, and there won't be any.
On behalf of people of Dunedin.
Thank you.
Thank you for that passionate speech. You're probably quite right in some ways. I was having breakfast in Ponsonby this morning, and I was lucky enough to be the last person to get the scrambled eggs before the power went off. And 6 people then said, why did I turn the power off? Well, I have such incredible powers, but I failed to turn it back on just in time. Nevertheless, we'll take that as passionate speech and think about it. Thank you very much, Ms. Prager. And we now look forward to welcoming Ms. Julia Schiller to the platform.
Good on ya.
Thanks, Lisa. The chair of the Manarewa Local Board, who I hope will be a councillor soon, is currently under attack on social media because he has the audacity to go to Mahia Road in my ward and knock on doors in Mahia Road to determine if those residents in Mahia Road want that road to be reallocated with concrete blocks for a cycleway. And he's under pressure because of that. And my question to you, noting the feedback that he is getting there, is Matt right to be cautious in responding to those residents' concerns and going back to Auckland Transport to try and negotiate a compromise, regardless of what people might say on social media, to represent what he is hearing from his residents, his constituents in Mahia Road? Your thoughts?
Yes. So it's very interesting you bring that up because social media is a critical battleground, as we all know. But here's the thing. The cycle lobby, Bike Auckland, Greater Auckland, which I know is funded in part by Auckland Transport and assisted and encouraged, are very organised, very articulate and very intent on destroying anyone who so much as puts their head above the parapet. I know this because I've experienced it a number of times, basically boycotts, basically cycle cots. And the truth is, luckily I own my own building and nobody can tell me what to do. But everyone else who isn't in that privileged position has to live in fear. Fear of being cancelled, fear of the bike lobby attacking them, fear of their business being affected, fear of their career. And my advice to him is to stand up to the truth. And the truth is, you don't have to look very far in Auckland to see the negative effects that a cycleway has had. Now, let's be clear here. I have a bike. I love my bike. I don't need expensive cycleways. I don't even need a piece of paint on a main arterial route because I don't want to get lung cancer from sucking in such intensive emissions. But there is an international global movement using the lovely, naive bike green lobby to force their agenda, and their agenda is to make the mole. And you make the money by doing things that aren't hard, like putting blocks in and putting hit sticks up and putting stupid little speed bumps. The hard thing is to fix the sewer. And the hard thing has always been to control the emissions going everywhere. So I say to your friend and associate, be strong, be honest, stand up. Because in the end, all of these guys are going to be wiped aside. And everyone will turn around and laugh and go, oh, well, that was a ruse, wasn't it? And I point to Mordor Intelligence. Read them. They're not there for me. They're not there for you. They're for the big boys. And how you make big money is doing big projects that are cheap, that you can make a huge profit. Because do you know the cost of a metre of roading? The only person in this room who knows is Wayne. Because it's an ethereal number. It's affected by all sorts of crazy things. So having come from the film industry, I say, look, people, stop sucking on the Kool-Aid, stop watching the movie your officers are spilling at you, shut your ears and eyes to the ideas that the bike lobby and the Greens, and by the way, I'm a greenie, but I'm never going to be sucked into that kind of bullshit, which simply opens the door to big business, because I don't want them in my world.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Lisa. I was a bit like the Mayor this morning. I had a phone call this morning from a 76-year-old lady who came into town and she said, I'm talking to you because I've been bounced around from pillar to post for council and transport, etc., etc. I want to talk to somebody about my experience I just had in Central City. So I'm mentioning this because the reach goes further than beyond just here. So people from Rodney are travelling in here. In her words, she felt extremely unsafe. She was disappointed in the look and feel of the city. She couldn't get any parking. She was slipping, walking down the street. She was being jostled and felt unsafe as she went down the street. So all those things, she said, who do I talk about? How come my city's like that? So my question to you, Lisa, is you said one thing, the mayor could go in and see Dean, right? But I just want to give you the opportunity about other things, right? Because this master plan is in action, it's been voted through and it's being implemented. Anything else that comes to mind about, how do you turn something that's going down that track politically or otherwise, and perhaps to have it reviewed or re-looked at? Have you got any thoughts on that you'd like to share?
Yep, don't have any more reviews. Don't spend any more money. Stop trying to rebuild Jerusalem. It's done. You've done it. And you're now going to have to live with the consequences unless you all grow up and go, actually, hold it, this is a mistake. Not because you want it to be a mistake, but sometimes in life we screw up. And this is a screw up in every direction you look at it. And it doesn't matter how many millions you spend of our money to try and make it look pretty, it's done. So it's simple for me. I completely understand what you're saying about Auckland City isn't just Auckland City, which is what the Auckland CBD Ratepayers Association would like you to think. It's all of our city. And it's been taken away because there is no parking, because it's dangerous, because it's scary, because the shops are empty. I mean, do you think a few more policemen are going to answer the problem? The truth is, you've actually got to be brave. You've got to stop the CEOs and you've got to go, enough already. We are stopping and reversing. I mean, look at Miola Road. We told you what they were doing in Miola Road. We told you it wasn't going to work. We told you if you put inline bus stops, all the traffic backs up, then the emissions build up, then they go over a hump, then they accelerate more emissions. I mean, you guys are lunatics to allow this to continue. You simply go, enough already. You stop them doing any more and you review it street by street. And you're going to have to go back over Miola and you're going to have to take out the humps and bumps. You're going to have to dig back out to put the bus stops. And let's be clear here about Miola. Oh, it has to be safe. The school children use it from 8 till 9 and from 3 till 4. Now, you could almost stop all the traffic using it just to clear the kids through and then get things going. It didn't have to put humps and bumps and craziness and narrow streets so that if you blow it or if your car's too big and you don't know how to drive and you smack someone's mirror off. I mean, come on, people. This is a plea from everyone in Auckland just to push the stop button because otherwise the power will go out. The people will become disenchanted. Well, they're already disenchanted. But you're just going to have to sit there and look at yourselves when you're old and go, oh my God, I did that. I did that. So stop. Just grow some balls and say to the CEOs, actually boys, and the legals will go, oh, you can't do that. Guess what? You can do that because we give you the power to do that. We give you the power to stand up to the law. And if the law doesn't serve the people, then change the law.
Got from the other spectrum, Mr. Lee, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Thank you, Lisa. A question. I hear what you say, and I agree with you. I have raised concerns about the decline of foot traffic, of even passenger PT trips to the central city in recent years. I think combined with private vehicles, which have kind of almost been blockaded out, and PT and active trips per day per morning peak are down 50,000. That's having a big effect on business, and you mentioned Smith & Co. Now, when I raise these concerns, the message I'm getting back is, don't worry, the CRL is coming. It's only 2 years away or whatever, keeps receding. I was an original champion for the CRL, and when Mayor Len Brown and Prime Minister John Key launched construction in June 2016, we all assumed it would be well finished by now, but it's not. Now, my concern is this. The official assumptions, presumptions, is that once the CRL is open, thousands of people will pour into the central city, and all the concerns about the blockading and removal of parking and narrowing of Queen Street, you don't have to worry about that because people will be coming on electric trains into the city. I believe that, but now I don't. I don't believe it's. I don't believe that is a bankable proposition right now. Do you think it's wise to operate under the assumption that once the CRL is open, the problem with the hollowing out of the central city will be solved?
Of course, it's a ruse. The CRL is a ruse. It's a project. It's a big, expensive project, and it serves the narrative. And it's what helps convince you all to vote for it, because I'm sure they've overwhelmed you over the years with slick PowerPoints and numbers and facts and all the rest of it. But the truth is, it can never work. It's a tiny little section of a vast network over a landmass the size of LA. And the day they took out the trams and decided to have an American motorway system was the day this city's future was set. And so I am appalled by the idea that you can decimate what I call a commercial ecosystem. That is, people go to offices, people drink coffees, people eat food, and on it goes. You think you can decimate it, and then, like a coral reef, suddenly they'll all come back. Well, something will come back, but it will never have the heart of what this city used to have. If it does ever, I mean, let's just add into this mix, computer IT. I mean, why on hell would you move your body all the way from where you are, safe and comfortable, to come into someone's expensive building? The truth with this, Mike, is it gave them an excuse to, because what they're going to do is they're going to turn all the skyscrapers into apartments, because people farming is the future. People farming.
Right. Those are two more very short questions, Fletcher and Turner. I mean, otherwise, very entertaining.
Thank you, Chair.
Most of what you've discussed happened years and years, started years and years and years ago when he was actually
chair, Mr. Mayor, and we tried to say, stop, this is not a
I accept that.
Okay,
Right.
but you guys were voted in this
Chair.
time to stop it. Sorry.
Rightio, we're doing our best. I'm not actually in charge of AT yet, but that is coming.
Well, come on, Wayne.
Come on, Fletcher,
Come on,
please, and Turner, and then next
Okay,
thing.
my question is to Lisa. You and the late Penny Bright have been great champions of democracy. Later today, all the issues are interrelated. Later today, the council is going to vote on the way in which we vote in local government. We've seen levels of trust and participation in local government deteriorate since the introduction of postal ballots. Do you have guidance for the councillors today on what we should be looking at, whether it's a polling booth, which the officers seem unlikely to encourage us to support, or continue with the postal ballots?
I'm a great believer in the idea that people should go to a polling booth. Of course, the officers want to continue the postal vote because they know it's low. And the best way to get what you want is to have as few people turn out as possible. And if you alienate people, if you take away their faith in the system, which I have to tell you, you all know is almost at an all-time low, then you will get a lack of participation. And let's be honest, democracy is a very hard, very slow, very difficult system. And that's why I think not only should it be polling, but people should be compelled to vote. Every ratepayer should have to vote either way. And so I think you could take it a step further, and I propose that because I know that if you put a radical idea out there, then you will normally get back to some kind of middle ground. But the postal vote is a total failure. We told you all before, so please don't support that idea. Go back to the good old-fashioned polling booth. It costs a little more, but who gives a damn? Billions are being spent on all these decisions.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I don't know if I agree with everything you say, but I came to politics with the same fire in my belly, and I've realised I've become demure and compliant, so thank you for getting that fire back in my belly.
My pleasure, and that's my role in the world, is to actually put the fire back in all of your bellies, including you who aren't listening, Mr. Hills and Mr. Darby, because let's be honest, my attitude's directly opposed to yours. So let's basically have a think. You guys could take 5 minutes and have a think and decide if you are going to be able to look at yourselves in the mirror when you walk down the street. Thanks for your time. I appreciate you giving me a bit of extra.
I was definitely listening. Unfortunately.
I'll move that we receive the public input from Lisa Praise regarding a private document called blah, 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 and thank you for attending, and it's seconded by Councillor Turner. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you very much. That was entertaining and food for thought. And interesting views. I think we should go back to the phases of the moon for deciding who's on the council just as well. The Aotearoa COVID action potential public health risks associated with the World Choir Games. Well, there you are. This will be interesting. Welcome, Julia Schiller. You have 5 minutes from now.
Kia ora, Mayor Brown and Auckland councillors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Julia Schiller, and I am here on behalf of Aotearoa COVID Action, couvidaction.nz. We are a volunteer advocacy group of hundreds of New Zealanders, which includes doctors, health experts, educators, business leaders, and parents. We are united in our dismay that despite a world-beating initial COVID response, our country no longer has a credible plan to keep our people safe from COVID. Instead, far too many of us, from average citizens to our media, to our medical, business, and political leaders, seem resigned to living with COVID. From overseas examples, countries that are further along that sad trajectory than we are, it is increasingly clear that living with COVID equates to accepting that a level 2 biohazard is free to circulate virtually unchecked, gradually, but sometimes dramatically, debilitating the lives and livelihoods of more and more of us. We cannot accept this outcome for our country, and so I find myself here in what is actually an incredibly absurd position to try to raise some warning bells about a series of upcoming co-council sponsored events that tick every known box for being super spreaders. The World Choir Games will unite thousands, 11,000, long-haul travelers to sing in groups at dozens of different large indoor venues over 10 days at the height of our winter illness season. Yes, the organizers have belatedly made some vague reassurances about ventilation and a few other measures, but we feel these will not be adequate to significantly reduce the transmission of illnesses. I appreciate the council is only one of many sponsors and that most of the events are not taking place in council-owned facilities. However, of all the entities involved with the Games, it is council who has a duty of care to all of Auckland's citizens. The size and scale of the World Choir Games are unprecedented since the beginning of the pandemic. And so they absolutely have the potential to cause unprecedented suffering for individuals not only across Auckland, but our whole country, as well as incredible strain on healthcare, mass transit, and other institutions on which people rely. The Games kick off in just under 2 weeks, which restricts what you may be able to do. However, I would like to call your attention to a statement on the Te Whatu Ora website, which empowers you to impose mask mandates on participants, staff, and audiences at the World Choir Games events to be held in council facilities. The statement reads, "Some places, such as workplaces, special events, and marae, may still ask you to wear a face mask as a condition of entry." The choir games say they will have a supply of masks at all venues. Hopefully these are good quality N95s. In either event, this will make it easy for people to take this simple and highly effective precaution. A policy of only encouraging or welcoming masking has resulted in only a small percentage of people taking personal responsibility by one-way masking. And we have seen this has not been enough to prevent previous waves, nor our current 6th wave of COVID. So it would certainly not be enough to limit the inevitable damage in the wake of the super spreading World Choir Games events. I encourage you, please, set an example. Mandate masking at choir games events held in council facilities, and exert moral persuasion on the other choir games events to follow this example. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Doesn't seem unreasonable. You give them an excuse for not going anyhow. Are there any questions about this? I heard the Chief Executive coughing beside me, so there's a worry. Righto, limited questions are coming from Councillor Walker and Councillor Turner. And the
Thanks
Deputy
for
Mayor
the,
might want to
thanks for the
say something or
presentation.
not. No, she doesn't.
I don't have a familiarity with all of the venues, but I imagine that there are a number of them, particularly with that many people. What are some of the things that could occur at those venues and other locations that might help to reduce the spread? Obviously, there's masks, there's ventilation.
It all hum, I suppose.
So we had a few other ideas. Yes, ventilation is obviously crucially important, but it may not be enough in a large facility with a lot of people engaged in singing, which we know produces an extraordinary amount of aerosols, which are the tiny, tiny particles that can spread the virus. You can install CO2 monitors, which give us a rough idea of how fresh the air is and what percentage of it is likely to be loaded with other people's emissions, as it were. And you could have a policy of evacuating and clearing the air if the CO2 levels rise to a certain degree. So I don't know if that's in place at these venues. That is something that could be done. I think it would be sensible if the participants of these events were RAT testing frequently. A lot of them are going to be arriving on long-haul flights. We know that that can also be a very dangerous environment for spreading illness. So screening with RAT tests, probably when they arrive in country and then every few days would be sensible, and staying away if they have any symptoms or a positive result. It is possible to test positive and be able to spread the virus without having symptoms. Other steps, I mean, this gets maybe more complicated and expensive. I wondered about fever screening as people arrive, because that is a symptom of not just COVID, but other contagious illnesses. People might not be aware if they're running a low-grade fever. But obviously, yeah, that's more costly and probably too hard to implement at this stage. Yeah.
Thank you for that answer.
A quick follow-up question, very quick. So I'm assuming that a number of the venues are Auckland Council venues.
Some. I know there's going to be some singing at the town hall.
Sure.
I'm not sure if the Botanic Gardens counts, but that's the one outdoor facility, which will be a little bit safer, although with that many people, it can still be presented a hazard.
Okay, you may have something in what you're saying. I was one of 44,000 people at Eden Park who shouted and screamed, and I got flu on Tuesday. There you go. Councillor Turner, Councillor Bartley, Councillor Henderson, and then we go on with the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My daughter and my son-in-law are ambulance paramedics. My son-in-law is a flight paramedic. He also has a PhD in some sort of paramedic health science. He also was participant in a mask study because he has a beard at the Auckland hospital. I'm sure I can get the information, but he tells me that was conclusive that the mask made no difference. What do you answer to that?
Well, actually, we've also had very recently a large international study in which our Professor Michael Baker of Otago University, public health expert, participated, which demonstrated that masks are incredibly effective. I would encourage you to, I found these videos the other day. The University of New South Wales 3 years ago made some videos of a gentleman speaking, singing, coughing, sneezing, and captured the particles that are emitted. They also showed what it looks like if you're wearing nothing, if you're wearing a one-layer cloth mask, a two-layer cloth mask, or what we call the baggy blue, which is the surgical mask, which we know isn't terribly effective, but even it blocks a significant amount of the particles, aerosols, etc.
So we disagree. Thank you.
There's a lot of evidence that masks work.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Julia, for coming in today and for raising this, because we have become complacent as a society regarding COVID. My question to you is in regards to the event that you're raising, is it because it is international? Because we've got lots of other events happening in enclosed spaces. I mean, Matariki's coming up as well.
Sure, sure. As I said in the comments, to me it is unprecedented because the event will be, they're anticipating 11,000 participants. The bulk of these are coming from abroad. Many will arrive on long-haul flights, which are particularly dangerous. You know, a hop over to Australia is much less dangerous than a flight from North America or Europe. Also, these people are going to be sort of combining and recombining at all these different venues over 10 days. So it's not at all like a one-off concert or, you know, Eden Park going to a sporting event. This is, you know, people potentially spreading quite a lot of illness amongst themselves over 10 days. And of course, it won't be contained to the participants and the audiences at these events. I mean, they're visitors to our city. They'll be taking mass transit. They'll be eating in restaurants. They might decide, since they've made the trip, to see more of our beautiful country.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for your advocacy and public health initiatives. It's really appreciated. Just got a question around Aotearoa COVID action and the activities that they get up to. We got some great advocacy within my ward, I know, around people that have long COVID. I'm just wondering if you work with long COVID sufferers and what are your concerns about that as a risk?
Oh, yes. Of course, that's a whole separate issue, but I don't know how many people are aware that on average, with your third COVID infection, your risk of long COVID is about 40%. And of course, it rises from there. That's why I said we're not as far along the trajectory that we see evolving in other places, such as the UK and the US. Some of their citizens have had this illness 3, 4, 5, 10 times. And, you know, even here, we're starting to see these numbers of people with long COVID. Those numbers are mounting. And I've been told that it's worse than undergoing chemotherapy for cancer to have long COVID. And that is, you know, I guess the most well-known consequence of COVID. But I'm not sure if you're aware, some people say that it's just a cold or it's just an upper respiratory tract infection. And in fact, the experts are classifying it as a cardiovascular illness. And we are seeing, and it's only, you know, statistics that will bear this out and not individual stories, but we are seeing people who are far too young experiencing these sort of sequelae, I think is the medical term. I mean, I have a 42-year-old friend who just had to get a pacemaker. He's had COVID twice. You wonder.
Thank you very much for that. I think we'll take some thought about that, whether we encourage, I don't know if we've got the ability to tell people to wear those, but
You might.
perhaps we could try and encourage the hymn singers to hum a bit. Well, very practical solution, that, you know. Thank you very much for that. I would move that we receive the public input from Julia Schiller on behalf of COVID
I'm happy to second it.
action.
I'm happy
Someone was happy to second that.
I am over here. And please, Julia, don't take the laughing as anything to do with your presentation. The laughing is just in response to the crack that the Mayor made.
No, I was just making sure that everyone was aware of it.
Yeah.
And I think that you are raising some very valid points. And I think we should actually encourage people to wear masks at that. It doesn't preclude actually having a little bit of humour, you know. Sometimes humour works quite well, getting
But
things
it's
across.
serious.
Nevertheless,
Yeah.
I'm going to put that, and thank you for seconding it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Carried, and thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Are there any extraordinary items?
Yes, there is.
Oh, sorry, the local board input. Nobody's bothered with local board input. Now, are there any extraordinary items?
Yes, there is. I have an extraordinary item, please, Mayor. Following on from Councillor Fletcher when she raised the issue of Smith and Cowie, I'd like to raise the issue of food poverty. Given the 1 July deadline that City Mission is facing with the cuts to their funding from the government, that leaves about 25,000 Aucklanders without access to food. That's our constituents, our public, our people, not only from the City Mission but also from the places like Vinnie's that have 17,000 on their books, they're taking a cut. Places like Village Trust in West Auckland has 8,000 on its books and it's only going to be able to give food parcels to 200 families. Places like our local organisations that do food banks, they get their food from City Mission. So that's 50 organisations in our own communities that won't be able to deliver any food parcels to their communities through that Food Link program that City Mission runs. Marae also get their food from City Mission. So I wanted to raise it here because that is a lot of people in our area that we represent that will not be able to access food. And my ask is for us as the people that run this city, our council to, you know, what are we going to do about it? What support can council provide to our food banks, our major food banks like City Mission, like Vinnie's, like Village Trust, in regards to this crisis that our people are going to face?
Okay, well, I'll accept that, and I'll refer that to item 19 later in the day when we consider extraordinary items, and I'll give the chance for the those who are unaware if this is going to pop up to think about it. I'll ask management to give it some thought. So later in the day, in item 19, we will come back and give that a bit of thought. Is that all right?
Yes,
thank you very much for that. No, we're not feeling too far behind. We've got to keep on track. Item 7 is keeping up with what we've done and what we haven't. I'll move that and it'll be seconded by somebody or other. Deputy Mayor, thank you very much for that. And the papers are in front of you. It's basically a list of what we've done. Is there any debate or discussions or questions on that? If not, I'll put that to be received. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Now, item number 8, which is the monthly stuff from the Chief Executive and the Group Chief Financial Officer. Welcome, Phil, and welcome, Ross, to your first presentation as CFO. Hopefully you've got better numbers, and we're seeing an incredible improvement as a result of your taking the position. It's over to you, Phil, Ross, and Gary Blick is here to let us know what we all know is that things are not that good.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora koutou councillors. I'll try and inject a little positivity into the year. Having run the gauntlet from a derelict Point Chevalier down Meola Road this morning and feeling grateful for having made it to you. Not to be flippant, but I can promise you I'm not trying to minimise voter turnout in some devious way of overtaking decision making for the council. So, I'll start with welcome Ross in your new position, and Ross will talk obviously to the financials in more detail, but Suffice to say, I'm pretty pleased with where we're at. 97% completion against the capital program, favourable by 11% in terms of OPEX, and favourable by 4% in terms of revenue. We're in a good position as we close in on the end of the financial year, and credit to the finance team, credit to the management generally in terms of landing that good position. In terms of government relations, key thing in the last month has been the legislation in relation to local water done well, and acknowledging the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Megan for the submission, I think earlier this week, wasn't it, Your Worship? Yeah, so that concludes our input to the legislative process, and we await the result. The leadership refresh of the organisation is very well advanced, with executive team and general manager positions all now confirmed and in place from the beginning of this week. And I'll just, as an aside, after your recess, when you're back on deck, I would, and we will organise an opportunity, I think, just to have a bit of informal time with that new management structure and yourselves to do a little bit of relationship building in a less formal environment. If you're keen on that idea, I certainly am. Of course, fair to say, you don't finish one era and overnight have everything running perfectly smoothly, so we're just carefully managing the transition right now in terms of handover, and that includes potentially some tweaks in terms of lead officer roles on committees and so forth, and we'll be communicating further with you just to make sure that there's clarity for you and for all other elected members on the local boards in terms of who's who in the zoo and where you go for things going forward. So, but overall, pretty pleased to be at this point in terms of having that new structure in place. Looking outwards towards our community. And probably preface some of the figures I'll just talk to you now with by saying, I do appreciate the fact that access to our sort of free and low-cost services is probably going up in part because of the broader economic picture that our community is facing. But nevertheless, some quite interesting numbers. These are year-on-year shifts. Okay, 18% increase in the number of people using pools and leisure services. 17% increase in our library services. Use of our library services. 21% increase in terms of the numbers of people accessing our regional parks. So I suppose just pausing to acknowledge that the reality for people working in those services is the numbers through the door are increasing quite significantly, and therefore there are operational impacts, but it's also evidence of, I think, the relevance of those and importance of those services to the community. A couple of other figures, a 30% year-on-year increase in terms of the number of electronic issues in the libraries. Okay, so that's testament to the shifts in consumer, if you like, behaviour and how people are accessing those services. So, and that's kind of replicated in a number of other areas, including a decrease in the number of people physically coming into some of our service centres in favour of online service options. Of course, we provide both. We've got to have sort of equitable access for everyone, and the facility for people for whom the digital option is not preferred or not available. But there is a significant trend in that direction that the organisation's coping with. I want to acknowledge a couple of staff members here and awards. Ian Godfrey, one of our senior building folk, appeared in the honours list recently as a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. He's a very long-serving staff member and acknowledged for 50 years contribution to life-saving in the broader region. Vahishta Patel has won the Future Skills Student of the Year Award for the Building Officials Institute. Waste Solutions has won a National Safeguard Award, so this is for health and safety management in the waste management space. They won the Innovation Award and then subsequently went on to win the WorkSafe New Zealand ACC Award for Best Overall Contribution to Improving Workplace Health and Safety in New Zealand. So, you know, kudos to that team and the work they've done in the health and safety space. Two final points and then I'll hand over to Ross. I wanted you to be aware that consistent with your resolutions and having satisfied a number of conditions, I've signed the funding agreement in relation to the St James Theatre restoration. That required of us to be satisfied that the business case stacked up, that the release of the funds was contingent on the appropriate equivalent government contribution being made, and a number of other, if you like, safeguards in terms of that investment that you set out for me in terms of conditions. They've been satisfied. Acknowledge Councillor Lee's leadership of the group that's been looking at this, and staff, most particularly Noel Redden. So perhaps, but nevertheless consistent with the decision made by the governing body that I've now executed. And very finally, this is on a separate item on this agenda, so I won't labour the point. I just want to acknowledge the work done in the recovery area, and particularly that it is Matt Tucker's last meeting with us, and to acknowledge his contribution. Thank you, Your Worship.
Morning, everyone. Yes, this is my fourth day in the role. I haven't managed to transform the council's finances yet, but give me a little bit of time. I'll go through the numbers in a second, and there are a couple of little bright spots in terms of the May results. But before I do, just a couple of other broader updates on the agenda report. There's a note there about the Moody's rating methodology. So Moody's have worked through a new methodology. It's always a bit disconcerting when someone changes the rules of the game, but so pleased to advise that the outcome of that doesn't have any adverse consequences for Auckland Council's credit rating. It's still the AA2 and stable outlook, so it's a good outcome there for us. And the new methodology is a bit simpler and allows better comparison between local and central government entities in various countries. So it's a better, simpler kind of model and has no adverse impacts for us, which is great. One other broader update around the work with Kainga and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development on the Auckland Housing Programme in the LTP. We had a final number in there as 620 million across the group, including water care, is what's included in the LTP with existing funding sources. There was an option that we looked at through the LTP to include more investment funded by the Housing Acceleration Fund for the bit of development contributions. We weren't able to include that in the final long-term plan because of a bit of uncertainty with government and decisions made through the budget. The budget there got a little bit of a haircut along with many other things in central government's budget, but there's been some fantastic progress, particularly over the last 2 to 3 weeks with officials across the council group, Kainga and MHUD, to work through what that package might look like, to how do we take advantage of, it's slightly smaller, maybe not as many neighbourhoods as quickly, but some really good progress to work through, and we're hoping that we'll be able to do more than what we had in the long-term plan. Just turning to the numbers, as the Chief Executive said, things have continued on. The trends that have that we've seen to date have sort of continued on through the May month across the group. 97% capital delivery, expenditure basically on budget across the group, less than a sort of 0.1% variance, so pretty much bang on in terms of controllable spend. On the revenue, things are looking pretty favourable, 4% revenue year to date, so over $100 million favourable on revenue across the year to date to the end of May. Within May, there's a couple of key highlights, both in the revenue space. So regulatory revenue was up $5 million above budget, and what we've seen there is new resource consent volumes have been the highest they've been since November 2022, and we've seen building consents have had the highest number of building consents come through this calendar year. So while there's kind of a broad property slowdown and overall things are not as great as they have been, we've seen quite a good, May was a pretty good solid month in terms of regulatory revenue. Also within it, despite high volumes in the resource consent space, the amount of discounts that have been given, so there's a process where if timeframes aren't met, discounts on fees have to be provided, and so for the year to date to May, that's less than half it was the prior year. So despite more volumes, things are happening faster and less of those discounts are having to be given. The other bright spot in terms of the May results and revenue was public transport revenue. So in 1st of May, we had the half-price fares roll-off, we had train disruption, so you would kind of expect PT revenue to be down, but it wasn't. It ended up being $1 million favourable to budget despite all those challenges. And the reason for that is bus patronage was much stronger than expected. So we've seen strong bus patronage leading to strong revenues. So that is the updates for May. I'll pass across to Gary to talk about the economic outlook.
Thank you, Ross. Good morning, kia ora tātou. Activity remains subdued through this phase of the economic cycle as higher interest rates dampen consumption and investment from households and businesses. We can see this in the weak growth in GDP, which grew by just 0.2% the year to March, while falling on a per capita basis. In terms of new information over the last month or so, the Reserve Bank held the official cash rate at 5.5% at the end of May, as expected, and their updated forecast has inflation falling to 3% in the final quarter of this year. You may recall that it was at 4% in the first quarter of this year. So getting to 3% by the end of the year, it's slightly later than had been forecast. While monthly data shows signs of easing in food prices and rents, other parts of domestic inflation are proving a bit more persistent, taking longer to come down in areas such as insurance and perhaps local authority rates. So to ensure inflation falls, the banks signalled that the OCR is unlikely to move down from 5.5% before the end of the year, and so for Auckland households that means mortgage rates are likely to remain elevated for the rest of the year and possibly into early 2025. The signs of an increase in applications for resource consents and building consents mentioned by the CFO, that may indicate that the lead times to complete construction, given those lead times, applicants are looking through the near term to the latter part of next year when conditions are expected to improve. Just to end with some brighter news, the first results from the 2023 census were released at the end of May, and the counts for Auckland for the dwellings and population confirms that Auckland's had a strong growth in its housing stock, with an 11.9% increase in dwellings between 2018 to 23 over that 5-year period. That outstrips the growth in population of 5.4% over that period, even allowing for some of that pandemic-related population loss to be recovered. So that points to the benefits of the Auckland Unitary Plan in supporting the supply of housing, and there's a short article out today that summarises this in visual terms. Thank you, Ross.
Okay, thank you for that. Actually, I think you'll find that you might have had an increase in building consents, but building starts are dropping. They're two different things. So I'm hoping that the St James ones payment is related to building start rather than consents. Now, Councillor Sayers, Henderson, Simpson and Walker at the moment. Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a question for the CEO and then one for Gary. Or a couple, Phil, just on your verbal update there. I guess it's always important to ask, it's good to have a great update, by the way, and some really positive messages and news in that, so thank you for that. I guess it's always prudent to ask about the other side of the coin in terms of things that you need to flag to us with our governance hats on in terms of what you could see as potential risk items or projects that perhaps we should be tracking or keeping an eye on, Phil. So that's one question. And perhaps the other one I'll give to you as well is you mentioned about the good news about the council facilities being used more and more and the uptake there, which I agree is really good news. I guess it just makes, if you could comment about the pressures that's putting on in terms of resources and the financing required behind any of that. Have you got any comment around that or things you need to update us on? And related, I know you were talking about facilities. However, I often wonder about the compliance teams in terms of added pressure coming on to compliance as well. So if you'd like to make any comment around how you think compliance is tracking in terms of the resource levels. And then I've got a second question for Gary. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll probably be quite basic in this forum, but I'm happy to share something a little bit deeper, perhaps at the next Performance and Appointments Committee when I talk more broadly about how things are going and the performance of things. To be honest, I'm not seriously worried about much at the moment. Some of the things on my mind, though, are, the recovery team. We're going to talk about this later. The recovery team's under significant pressure. We're still in that really difficult situation where we haven't resolved matters for quite significant numbers of people in the community. It's not for want of effort and resources, really. It's just the simple, it's the complexity and difficulty of that work, getting through the categorisations and dealing with matters in that space. So that's pretty front of mind, I'd have to say. We're dealing with, still in that space, we're dealing with quite a number of situations where people have challenged aspects of our decision making to totally appropriate. There's a process for that, but we're dealing with those by way of, if you like, appeals on decisions made. So that's on my mind. We've got to land the pools and leisure review situation. Clearly, as I evidenced, that's a space where workloads are increasing, if you like, through increased usage. And it's also an area that we've got to monitor quite carefully because there are safety issues clearly with in pools, particularly in terms of lifeguard ratios. We have had situations where we've had to limit people's access to facilities because we don't have adequate staffing numbers there to deal with volumes from a safety point of view. It's a very practical, bit of evidence around. But we don't have, at the moment, we're coping pretty well in that space. I will certainly come back to you and tell you if we need additional staffing resources, but I don't believe that would even need to be a budget issue at this point in time. Right, it may affect staffing numbers, but we're actually managing the staffing budget quite tightly, and there is a bit of room to move in that space. Compliance-wise, it is still of some concern. We've talked previously about animal management, dog numbers in the region. That continues to be a focus, although I gratefully received support from you to increase numbers, and Craig Hobbs and the team did a great job to respond to that. So there's quite a bit of, not quite a bit of increased capacity. There is some increased capacity and some quite proactive work happening to try and get on top of some of those issues in terms of animal control. Look, aside from that, I'd have to say I think things are going pretty well, and that's the sense I want to leave you with.
Thanks, Phil. And Gary, my question was around even though there's been some modest growth, you mentioned per capita was different kind of take on that. So I'm just, are you able to interpret that for me in terms of what does that mean for a ratepayer day to day? Obviously, we're doing some modest rate increases, and we've also upped our increased the fees and levies. You know, I was wondering about people's ability to pay. I guess that's good. So are you able to framework just what that means in reality for the layperson or ratepayer and citizens of Auckland?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, just comment. Comment I made was about, I guess, output for the economy, which is measured using GDP, and then thinking about the population growth we've had. I guess that output has sort of been growing quite weakly, quite slowly, and then we've had a lot of population increase. So the output per person has probably fallen. In terms of what you then mentioned regarding ratepayers' ability to pay, I would say that over this period, people who've remained in employment have had reasonably strong growth on average in terms of incomes. And while we have seen some uptick in the number of households falling into mortgage arrears, is quite small as a proportion. It's higher than it has been, but not as high as if we go back to the GFC period. So what I would really say is that those who've retained employment, yes, they are feeling cost of living, they're feeling higher interest rates, but they should be able to manage their situation given that they've been stress tested when they took on mortgages. It's those that are falling into perhaps hard times through perhaps unemployment. That's where some of the mortgage arrears pressures coming on. So hopefully, Councillor, that gives you some context. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. 3 questions. So the first 2 to our Chief Economist. In terms of census data recently coming out for housing, can I just confirm how many homes have been built in Auckland since 2018?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, the number is 64,800. That's in the 5 years, 2018 to 2023. That's a, I should say, a count of dwellings through the census. On a monitoring basis, we look at consents issued and then the completions of those consents as our sort of preferred measure, but the census gives us an insight into the stock of dwellings, shall we say.
That's fantastic. And a follow-up, how many of those have built outside the Auckland Isthmus?
Councillor, through the Chair, we can look at the count in dwellings on a local board basis, and we can see, I guess, if you look at the local boards that are part of the Auckland Isthmus, there's 6 of them. I think that the remainder outside the Auckland Isthmus probably account for 74 or 3/4 of the homes that are counted through the census that are additional are outside of the Auckland Isthmus.
Awesome, thank you, I really appreciate that. Last question for the CEO. Can you please talk us through implementation of the living wage and our pathway to being an accredited employer?
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll try and keep this reasonably simple. So the core council organisation is essentially already there in terms of living wage implementation. The challenge lies in the area of our key contractors, and I've just done some assessment work on that, and what we've identified is that for the most part, the bulk of our contractors are also have arrangements consistent with living wage objectives. There are some areas that to get there would require some additional raising of folk at the bottom end, frankly, of their wage structures. So there is a question with me right now in terms of whether council seeks full accreditation, which would require, if not us to close that gap, then certainly for us to have a plan to close that gap. I need to bring back to you a robust assessment of what the costs of that would be in order that we can kind of jointly consider it. But that's my intention to do that shortly, actually.
Thank you for your progress, that's great. Look, I mean, just this might be for the Mayor, it might be for yourself, but I believe we probably should reconstitute the Living Wage Advisory Group that did a great job last term, and we should start it again this term to look at those details and those situations. So thanks, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, please.
It's okay, Councillor Sayers answered my questions.
Councillor Walker, please.
Sure, a couple of questions, well, a few. The numbers in respect of participation, library, leisure centres and the like, that's really great. You know, maybe looking at 20% average. How are we coping in terms of staff numbers to support that additional demand?
I think we're coping pretty well. As I indicated in answer to a previous question, there are some particular sensitivities in the pools and leisure space in terms of required ratios of staffing numbers to customer numbers. You know, we're talking about effectively drowning risk in pools and what have you needing to be appropriately managed. In other respects, we're doing okay, and it's been monitored carefully. I have a little bit of freeboard in terms of the FTE, you know, staffing level allowance that has previously been agreed with you. So we're in a good space.
The other question I've got just goes further to the presentation by Lisa Prager earlier, and also a range of concerns that have been raised by councillors. So in a situation where the centre of the city has lost its mojo, there is significant vacant space, there are any number of issues, social issues and other issues. I dare say retail trade is a problem. A couple of things come to mind. One, it would be useful to have some reporting around that. So the report that we received communicates a great deal of information about Auckland Council, but very little about Auckland and the health of Auckland. And particularly given the dire state of our jewel, which is the centre of the city, I'd suggest we need to have that information, and those sorts of figures are available. They're not hard to find. The follow-on question that I've got is, given that dire state, can we put in place a campaign, a full-on campaign that embraces all of council as it goes to reactivating the centre city? The reason I say all of council is we have a huge stake. We own significant assets. The art gallery, the museum, the town hall, the Aotea Centre, the list goes on. We employ huge numbers of staff in the central city. There's Auckland Transport, there's Eki Panuku, there's Auckland Unlimited. There are the relationships we have with Heart of the City and the like. So where are we at in terms of turning the centre city around? I would suggest that if we went out and got some advice, there would be many things that we would be told as to how to do that. And this is urgent, because people are losing their jobs, shops are closing. Where is the strategy to approach Smith & Co. and turn their decision around, if at all possible? Because that is an absolute jewel in the crown. So I don't know where we're at around that, Phil, but I would suggest that there would be huge support around this table to that effect, and also on the part of local boards. And that's just the centre city, let alone the rest of Auckland, where there are also locations that are suffering, and you could say that they've lost their mojo as well. Thank you.
We can, just in response to the question, we can certainly share with you what we can in terms of the numbers, you know, what is happening in terms of retail sales activity in the CBD. So that's a good starting point. Take that signal from you, councillor. And I'm really happy to provide some broader advice to you. I just put on record that it would be wrong to leave you with the impression that nothing was happening in this space. Clearly, there's been a particular focus on city centre safety, increased activity, financial contributions from the Mayor's office, a lot of liaison with police and others. So please don't be left with the impression that there's nothing happening that makes a contribution towards some of the underlying factors here, but we can give you broader advice. I do make the point that through targeted rate funding, clearly, there is a significant contribution through Heart of the City, and a level of responsibility for some of what you're indicating sits there.
So just further to that, can we see, and can the people of Auckland see, evidence of a joined-up approach that deals with the urgency of this and the magnitude? As an example, if there's a large retail operation like the big malls and the like, they have marketing strategies, they've got event strategies, all of their participant retailers alike are tapped into, so everybody's promoting, and it works. I mean, we have a huge stake in Auckland and the CBD. If public transport revenue goes up, there's a positive feedback loop. It can build on itself. Just relying on cruise ships and so on, and this notion of the CRL in a couple of years to deliver is not dealing with the urgency. So I would like to see a plan. I think Aucklanders want to see a plan. It could be done collaboratively. It's not just us. It's all of Auckland. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Worship. I'll just make one final point. Yes, we can provide that advice. There is a stream of advice coming to Councillor Hill's PEP committee around aspects of this. We'll do more. There's also the role of Tātaki, which has economic development as part of its brief, although, I'd have to acknowledge that we have made decisions that limit the amount of resourcing they have to do some of this, but we'll get the advice for you. Sorry, Your Worship.
I think what you're saying there, Councillor Walker's got some merit. We have an economist. I hope that next month you actually give us the retail figures across certain areas and sectors are available. I get it in the business association I'm in. I think you're going to find that, in fact, the CBD is doing no worse than quite a lot of our suburban areas and other areas. There's a competition between parts of Auckland. And I'm the mayor of all of Auckland, from Warkworth to Wellsford to Pukekohe. And in times of like this, you'll probably find that the higher spending areas drop quicker than the lower spending areas, because their spend is more in keeping, and you'll probably find the drop in St Heliers shopping is more than it is in Otahu. But I'd like to have that to be compared. And then when you look at Queen Street and the CBD, K Road's gone down because of really Ministry of Housing and Urban Development buying a hotel and sticking 501s in there and making a crime centre. It's had nothing to do with the economy, it's just dumb stuff. The CBD, it'd be interesting to have how it's going at, we could compare Commercial Bay with the upper end of Queen Street, where it's been held back because we all got, or rather you all got tangled up with keeping the St James's a wreck for all those years. And I still don't believe it's going to be fixed, even we're going to make a $15 million bonfire of money onto that. So perhaps we can have something across the district to show those things, because you might find it's not just the CBD. You might find there's worse areas that need more help. Papatoeto's had a bigger sudden rise in crime than Queen Street as a comparator of them in terms of the number of shops there compared to the number of had crime. So a good cross-section, a look across the whole area is a good idea in case we rush and throw more money into the CBD to find the problem somewhere else. The CBDs all over the world are competing with regional shopping complexes. Westgate is now a huge competitor for the city. So is Newmarket and other large ones further out, Sylvia Park. So I think I'm going to ask the economist to devote some of his next month to have a, rather than just blurting out national figures which we can read, to get a good picture of what's happening across our city, which areas are doing above and below. If the city's just doing the same as the rest of the economy, that's not surprising when we have already heard today that GDP per person is dropping. So and you'll find that the politicians in Wellington will talk about the growth in GDP, but GDP per person is a very bad thing to be going down. So I think we will take seriously what you raised there, Councillor Walker, and next month...
Through you, Mr Chair, while I appreciate that there are issues all around Auckland, I would suggest if we can just focus as a start with the central city.
On the rest of Auckland, to be honest.
Okay, well,
I think we've got to have a comparative to see. As the person who lives in the city, I still think we need to have a good look at what's going across the region. What are the trends? Because we're not alone in being a CBD that is struggling.
By the time we've got another report around trends, more shops and the like will have gone.
I think Gary has something to contribute to this discussion, if that's okay.
I just acknowledge the question. I think it's a good one, and through the chair, commit to bringing you an update at the next governing body that focuses on the city centre with a comparison with other parts of Auckland. We're also preparing a short insights paper. It was really for the city centre advisory group as part of the reporting on the targeted rate that looks at things like vacancy rates, retail sales, consenting activity, pedestrian counts. So we can package that up and make that available.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. There's nothing like having the real data before we rush off and spend money on various things. But that's very well raised, and it'll be responded to in a professional manner. Thank you very much. Councillor Turner.
I just wanted to say, Mr Mayor, on what you were saying there, places like Gleneden and other places in Auckland, the first presenter I took from her comments that it's the grey infrastructure changes which are having the most detrimental effect, and that's certainly what I think the people I represent in West Auckland would agree to. So that was just on that comment, and I think that's the commonality across the city. And my second comment is to staff and CEO. I heard your comment about, in my naivety, I didn't see the first presenter as maybe being derogatory to you, and that is not my intent. My intent is to work on systemic problems with everybody. Thanks.
Sure, it wasn't taken in that context at all. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora, just a couple of very quick questions. First of all, just a question to our CE around, I've had some comments from new staff that have joined recently around work placements. I know there's probably another formal name for it, but I just wanted to get an indication from you how many we've got, or have we got a plan around getting more work placements involved at the moment?
I might need to just clarify what you mean by that, Councillor, in terms of work placement.
Work placement, is that a hiring?
So not employees, but people here for work experience type reasons. Is that what you mean?
Yes, work experience and both hiring.
I think I won't sort of answer the question on the fly. I'll come back to you if that's okay with some figures. We've got a number of, we've increased the graduate program, we've increased the intern program, and it's a moving feast because we're on a trajectory to have a significantly increased number of people, 50 by mid-year in the next intake, for example. Oh, God.
That's an alarm to show that he's told a lie. No, it's not true.
That's the most important boss.
Councillor Lee, your question.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think just in support of Councillor Walker's idea or proposal, which should be taken very seriously, I think you're quite right to identify the global trends, not just citywide but global, in terms of what is impacting on our, what was called, but not officially anymore, the CBD. However, I think Queen Street and the environs are quite a serious example, almost an aberration of which is a worse than the trend. In other words, so why is Queen Street worse off than other main centres around the world, around the country, and especially in Australia? It seems, I believe, that council itself needs to be asking hard questions of our approach to it, which, and excuse me, as a politician I can say this, is overly political and ideological even, and in effect what we are doing with well-meaning intentions is blockading the central city, and that may reduce emissions, but I kind of doubt it if you really measured it scientifically, given the prolonged construction. But that is damaging retail severely. And the Smith & Co closure, or pending closure, is a kind of a symbol of a wider malaise that we really have to ask questions about our own strategy. We have the City Centre Advisory Group and the City Centre Targeted Rate. I have to tell you, Mr Mayor, that is doing more harm than good. The City Centre Targeted Rate should be benefiting the central city, and I don't believe it is. And part of the problem is that the advisory panel is made up of people who actually don't, by and large, you don't pay or not accountable for the targeted rate. So my question is to you, while I agree with your pointing out the global trend, I do believe that we ourselves have to question our own strategic approach. The City Centre Master Plan, despite what its stated goals, is actually working to achieve the opposite. And so my question is, would you be willing to have a look again at the City Centre Master Plan and the way the council and AT and Pānuku is interpreting it?
I think that's an important thing to do. I agree that it's time to have a look at the City Centre Master Plan. It was another one of those ones that came from a heroic period of time when we launched into electric ferries as well, which would be another one of the great lemons of the past. So I accept that, and I accept that Councillor Walker has started this, and we'll follow and we'll get some accurate information, and we'll have another look at the City Centre Master Plan and see whether or not. We also have to understand that COVID and the internet have had huge impacts on city centre trade all over the world. People like to not work from home as opposed to not working at work, and the internet has, you know, hands up who's not buying stuff off the internet, which used to get out of a shop. Not many people would say they're not guilty of that, and so those are two big trends. So we've now, as a result of Walker and Lee, and Gary Blick, we'll have a bit of a good look at that next time we meet. Is that all right? I think we'll move on.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that. You two can leave in the table, and we'll have any more comments if we haven't got any more comments, because some of those comments sounded like questions and vice versa. Councillor Dalton has got one.
Yeah, it's a comment. Yeah, thank you. Actually, it was well, thank you for your presentation, Phil, and to our finance team. Really, I was just going to respond to what you were saying about the wider Auckland region, because it is true that out in the suburbs we are seeing the investment in the city centre out of the mayoral budget and other budgets, and wondering, you know, where's this equity here? So appreciate the challenges that the city centre is facing, but we are all facing the same changes. Now, in my area, Manurewa and Clendon in particular have been really resilient economically, so the numbers are pretty good. People are shopping locally, it's good, but we are seeing the increase in crime as we saw in Papatoetoe last week. Different crime, violent crime, young crime, youth crime. And so these challenges do perpetuate throughout the region, so thank you for calling for that regional response. Just a quick comment on the City Centre Master Plan. Since I've come into the role as Iki Panuku Lead Councillor, I meet regularly with the City Centre Residents Group, and they're reasonably comfortable, I think.
Mayor,
Please, any
for
more of
Gail
that
to
and
call
you'll
out
be
people are a pack of idiots in our meeting, Gail's continuously calling out nasty things, and I don't think that's appropriate.
One more of those, Gail, and you're out.
They seem to be quite pragmatic from my perspective. I haven't been to the advisory group. I can see who's on the advisory group and I can sort of work out who is paying the rates, right? The implementation has been a bit of a challenge. So the relationship between when we made Iki Panuku the lead for the City Centre Master Plan implementation, and that coordination with Auckland Transport has been a challenge, but they're working through it. And I think, and we've had other unbudgeted projects come in too that are affecting the City Centre Master Plan being implemented. We've had a review of this plan before. I mean, let's bring it back if you want to bring it back and have another look at it, but it's tracking as well as it can, considering the things I've mentioned and also what you mentioned, COVID, which just stalled so many of our projects and blew them out of the water. So I'd just like to take a pragmatic approach about that and not just kick it up in the air because of some loud voices.
Thank you very much. I think an evidence-based review of it, just not so much to look at the city centre as being wrong, it's just looking, is the city centre master plan current with the changed circumstances due to the global trends, so lower retail spend generally, COVID impact on not people coming in all the week, plus other impacts. Is it still relevant? Everything should be reviewed. When circumstances change, we should look at things.
I think that's the other point I wanted to make, because we're getting presentations from Auckland Transport was one of them, always comparing their numbers to pre-COVID, always. And the question I always ask is, when are we going to stop doing that? That's not a relevant measure when we know how many people are working from home by choice. So our numbers need to change to reflect the world we live in today, not the world we were living in pre-COVID, or even before that in the 1970s. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just about town centres as well, and a little bit about some of the public service data that the CEO has shared with us. Yeah, look, just in terms of town centres, I want to thank you for alerting the room to the plight of, town centres across suburban Auckland as well as the city centre. We're all needing a bit of help, and things are tough for a lot of places. But look, I do also just want to remind everyone here that, we're public figures and we're public leaders. I think that we should be involved heavily in promoting the areas that we represent and elsewhere, and championing these places as leaders in the community. We do need to be realistic, I'm not saying that, but it also just urges us, we've got to reset our messaging with the public and actually be visionary leaders. We talk way too much about the problems sometimes. We tell everybody how bad places are, and then we wonder why people don't want to experience them.
That's right.
Right. Newsflash, we represent one of the greatest cities in the world. We've got fantastic businesses, we've got fantastic public services, parks, events, all the rest of it. Let's talk about these things a little more, I would suggest. And speaking of public services, I want to just raise this because I don't want us to lose this. Pool use is up 18% this year, library use is up 17%, park use is up 21%. I said in the previous debate of the LTP, and I've been excited to get these figures, services to the community have to be supported around this table. And, we shouldn't be cutting and slashing and having this negative rhetoric in a cost of living crisis and an economic downturn. The fact is the council is contributing to fantastic services and fantastic spaces. Let's celebrate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Very well done. Thank you very much. And on behalf of Voter Who, you can get your shirt cheaper out there. So, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. And Councillor Henderson basically stole what I was going to say a bit. But you know, like, we don't have to pretend things are rosy, but we also don't have to pretend everything is bad. And often I sit here at this very item, Phil reads out a bunch of things that we should be celebrating or looking at and the challenges, and then we sit here and go, everything sucks, everything's bad, this place is corrupt. There are elected members in this city who've been around for 30 years and still blame everyone else. So the thing that I get frustrated at is that we go and tell people, don't come to the city centre, it's crime-ridden, it's terrible, there's no shops open, it's terrible. And then we go, why is no one coming to the city centre? Councillor Lee, Councillor Lee, you actually don't turn up to half the city centre votes. I can put that up there. So, Councillor Lee, I never talk over you, and you might have been in. No, I haven't. And if you may have been elected. No, Mayor, you've let a bunch of weird stuff happen today. I'm having my moment to speak. Right, the city centre last year, the figures from Heart of the City and others show GDP was up 3 times what the rest of New Zealand was in the city centre. There is also, the March results come out from Heart of the City saying $5 billion worth of investment, and that's just the top 10 projects happening in the city centre right now. Precinct just announced a couple of weeks ago they've finally bought the McDonald's site, which has been sitting derelict, disappointingly, and they're investing a couple $100 million into that as well. Commercial Bay, Britomart, if you go down there and I get off the bus down there, is bustling at all times. The city centre, yes, at the moment has moved to the waterfront, to Britomart, to the Wynyard Quarter, to Commercial Bay, all the places that this council has been investing in through the city centre master plan. We haven't been doing, we can't, you know, get kudos for all of it, but all the places we've been doing huge public sector ratepayer investment, and if you look at the City Centre Advisory Board, a lot of those people do pay the rates, and they all sit there and decide what is best for the city, for people and for the businesses, and most of the investment is coming from that city centre targeted rate. It isn't coming from the rest of the city. So while there are massive problems, the Mayor and others are trying to address them, Josephine, through the crime prevention, through positive ways, with community, also putting extra police on the ground, the government are acting. There is a bunch of things to address crippling issues that every city centre is facing around the world since COVID. We've also had storms and everything else. So I think the important thing we could do, you know, we took $45 million off our economic development and events agency last year and then expect them to go and do all the events. Well, actually, there aren't Pinks and Rugby World Cups and Football World Cups coming because we're not investing. We're not giving Tātaki almost any money to go and scout for those big events. Why? Because we sit around here and say, well, that was too expensive to go spend a couple $1 million. Why? New South Wales, Victoria, all those big cities are spending mega bucks to get huge events and tourism outcomes. So we just need to be careful with our decisions, how they affect. And yes, we can deal with the problems, but I personally won't be bagging the city centre at every opportunity and then expecting people would turn up. Thank you.
Very much for that. That's a good speech in favour of the bed tax which is coming. Lotu Fuli, I'm sorry. Are you out there, Lotu Fuli?
Yes, kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you everybody for your kōrero. Thank you to the CE and the finance team as well. Look, I wanted to add a positive spin as well on the state of our city, and I do want to say that, look, I'm really happy to hear that public transport, although we're having issues with the trains, but the bus use is going up, and that unexpected extra revenue from that's a good news story that we should be happy about as well. I do want to commend our staff in our different facilities, including our libraries, our pools, our community centres. To me, it's not a surprise that there's an increase in use there, because over the last couple of terms, at least definitely in my ward, we have increased investment working alongside our local boards to make sure that there's more activity going on in our public civic spaces, like our libraries and our community centres. If you look around at the different matariki events, every area
Righto. Well, we're having a few moments of silence in memory of Councillor Lotu Fuli, to be followed by Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Bishop. I guess my comment is just around, it's a comment because I don't know the answer to it, but I just want to put it in the ether out there for the chief executives of the CCOs and perhaps Auckland Council to consider, and that's, when we do these projects, City Rail Link's a great example. There's others in Warkworth. There's a water main, sewage main plan to go down the main street. Those businesses, it's the council's projects that are impacting those businesses. Those businesses have no say over it. And yet, we say, in a few years, you'll be better off. The value of your property's gone up, which is probably owned by the landlord, not the business owner. You'll get more turnover, but it's too late. They've gone out of business by then. So it's around that compensation question. Here they are operating. Suddenly we come along and we want to do something down a street or something similar that impacts their businesses directly at no fault of their own. And that not only do they go out of business and services are lost to communities, their families don't have an income, employees don't have an income, mental stress pressures come on. The ripple effect is wider than just that immediate business. So my comment is we need to be, I'm not saying that we stop progress, we're able to find solutions that don't impact them, but when we have no other option but to impact people's businesses, is there another way, another model, some way of helping support them financially through that exercise? Thank you, Your Worship.
I don't think we're here to guarantee people's businesses. I mean, things change, and someone's failure is another one's opportunity. And somebody will manage it and somebody doesn't. I mean, I went up there and listened to those guys, and there was a point about that, but then again, I went up there on King's birthday and they're all shut. So, give me a break. The world's not safe out there. It's not our job to make it safe. But thank you for that comment, and Councillor Newman will have the last comment, and then we'll have a cup of tea before we all nod off.
Yeah, I don't wish to put myself between you and your cup of tea, but look, I think that there are probably a myriad of reasons why people's shopping behaviour has changed, and certainly online and the convenience of the suburban mall has been something that's been very attractive to people for many years now, but it is, of course, it's confronting for Main Street. But I do think, I have to say, Your Worship, I think two things that would be really, really good for economic activity in Auckland. One will be, as the tax cuts roll through, I think that's good for people to have a bit of extra money for discretionary spending. I think that improvements to visas to support talent searches, as well as hopefully a recovery in tertiary education, I think would be really, really important. There's two things for me that are critical for council. One is that there is a real focus on the renewals program, because renewals are not things that necessarily have to go through a bevy of consenting. That is about just getting on with business as usual, because men and women out there doing the renewals work is men and women who are earning their bread, and I think that's good for the convenience of our community. And the other thing this council can do is to not work against the work that is taking place in central government and with the Reserve Bank to reduce inflationary pressure. I think that inflation is the biggest problem facing productivity and business confidence at the moment, and to get it down under between 0 and 3% is critically important. And what could we do? Well, we could pass a balanced budget with the lowest possible rate that we can strike. So that's a good reason to pass the budget today. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I think we'll have an adjournment for 10 minutes. But we'll I'll move, and the Deputy Mayor will second that we receive the information from the CEO and the new CFO, and look forward to a fuller information from the council economist next month. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, we'll adjourn until right on 12. We're taking our time today. I hope you've all brought your sleeping bag. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please. Right. Okay. Item 9. Welcome, Mace. Tell us what you've done since last month. Before you start, thank you, Matt Tucker. Matt Tucker, today is your last day. After this morning, you'll be quite glad it's your last day, but still, we brought you in for a year and extended it for a bit, but you've gone out and got on with the job, so thank you. There's also the last monthly update we're going to have, as you're going to be coming in quarterly now, but still getting on with the job. So over you to Mace and team.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, councillors. Shortly, I'll ask Mace to bring you. As ever, we wrote the report several weeks ago, so our numbers have moved on since then, so we'll do that shortly. And then Tanya's going to follow Mace and just give you a brief overview of the transition plan, which is appended to the report, because that's an important piece of information. I just wanted to, before I hand to Mace, just to give you a kind of a quick overview of where the Recovery Office is at currently, which is reflected in the report, but maybe in slightly different words, and it builds upon what Phil said actually earlier on his reflections on some of the new and emerging challenges that face the recovery team. So I'm going to take the report as read. What you'll see in the report is that once again we've categorised several hundred homes in the month that was. And in probably about a month from now, give or take, we'll have got to 2,000 homes categorised. So the recovery team's getting really close to that 2,000 number. But what happens when you get to those big numbers of categorisations, you get big numbers of the things that follow categorisation that you then need to deal with and react to. So some good examples would be, already now we have 120 homeowners who've asked for reviews of their situation. Most of those are reviews of their categorisations, but there's a fair sprinkling in there of homeowners with what we call special circumstances that have asked for some further review by the Recovery Office. So that's big numbers, 100 plus of homeowners who are all very unique. Their situations are all very unique and they needed to be dealt with and responded to in a unique way. We've got an increasing number now of what we call complex cases. A good example might be a home that we've categorised as Category 3. So, you know, in the traditional sense of what we're doing, that home would be purchased and then demolished. But in the circumstance, a complex case, the example would be that home's attached to another. So we've got a semi-detached home which is attached to another home, and only one of them is Category 3. So we've an increasing number of those sorts of what we call complex cases. 2P. We've got 60-something homes now in the 2P, the property level categorisation group of homes. Again, each of those are quite specific and quite unique and bespoke, and we're having to employ an awful lot of resources to work with homeowners to understand 2P solutions, potentially, you know, raising homes, moving homes, building retaining walls, doing work on overland flow paths, and we expect that number of 2P to rise to about 200. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, and again building on what Phil said, that the Recovery Office is at a place where it's having yet again to pivot away from large numbers of categorisations which are to some degree routine and we just get through several hundred a month, to what are we going to do about hundreds of individual 2P homes, what are we going to do about hundreds of individual special circumstances claims and so on. If I was to summarise the mood in the Recovery Office right now, I would say that the team is under the pump again, trying to pivot and move in a different direction for these things that I've just described. And actually, we're looking for more resource. We need more programme management resource and more project management resource to help with the things that I've just described, which are front and centre at the moment. Of course, it would be remiss of me not to say those several hundred cases that I've just described of special circumstances, 2P, etc., which are taking time and which are complicated and each is very bespoke, are meaning that the people in those homes are having to wait longer. They're not getting a quick categorisation and then a quick outcome. To work through these 2P situations, to work through these complex situations takes time. And I understand that it's time that homeowners don't want to take and don't want to be faced with, but the reality of the situation is that we need to get these things right, both for the homeowners and for the rest of the ratepayers in Auckland. Mace.
Thanks, Matt, and kia ora, councillors, Your Worship. Just really focusing on the next month. There we go. You'll see from the table here where we were in January, and as Matt said, we, as of today, there's been an increase from yesterday, obviously, but all over 1,700 as of today, categorisations completed, and we have that process well underway. We are, as Matt noted, there are a number of more complex ones. The one I would just call out is Category 2C. We have about 250 properties in 2 significant locations. We're seeking some support from central government through Cabinet to enable us to use funding from different buckets of our funding agreement so we can give certainty to those communities, significantly in Milford and parts of West Auckland, to be off so they can move forward, and then we can progress with the infrastructure projects later on. So really just almost 60% of the properties that have opted in have been categorised, and we have, as of today, settled on 120 properties. We've got 329 offers out there for purchase. People are taking some time to give consideration to those offers. Really you'll just see really the pattern here. There's significant progress being made in those most impacted communities through the severe weather events of 2023. Have that prioritisation and focus has worked well for people. That's not to acknowledge there's some frustration for individuals and some homeowners, and that's where we're putting our real focus in terms of wellbeing and support, and putting focus around categorisation. Some of you may remember the budget central government passed. There's $20 million in there to help us go faster for categorisation and go faster for providing certainty for people, and we're making application for additional funding that Matt talked about, so that we can do that and get people into certainty. And just in terms of buyouts, just to give you an idea of those 353 valuations completed, 158 people have signed up in terms of unconditional contracts, and then now today 120 offers are settled. The council contribution in red is the significant contribution. We are monitoring that contribution in terms of our funding agreement, as that's a little higher than we thought, but we are getting into other areas, and so starting to see some moderation in that number, and change in some of the insurance numbers. We are doing some audits of some of the insurance claims just to provide assurance in the future that fairness and equity is being provided. Deconstruction. So the deconstruction has largely been a planning exercise to date, but some homes have already been removed and deconstructed, and 46 site task assessments been completed for now focusing on West Auckland, so particularly Ranui, Massey and Henderson, and that will commence next week, and those communities are being engaged with. Quite a few of those homes will be able to be relocated and removed, so we're expecting some easier recovery from those homes. but some are only fit for demolition due to the circumstances of the impacts of the severe weather events. Just thought now, really just one last thing from me and then to Tanya. So the council funding agreement, I said 200 properties. We are expecting Cabinet to consider that in late July. But I'd just like to acknowledge the Deputy Mayor and yourself, Your Worship, and advocacy to the Prime Minister and Minister of Emergency Management and Recovery. That's been extremely helpful in terms of progressing with some pace. The other key issue I'd just like Tanya to cover off is our transition plan that we've circulated as part of this report.
Kia ora koutou, Your Worship, councillors. Yes, so we've been turning our mind to transition over the last couple of months, and the intent of the plan is really to guide the next stages of recovery. There's two key objectives. The first is to make sure that we successfully complete the 2023 recovery program, and the second is to make sure that we're planning for the future. So we're building capability and capacity within the council organisation in the case of a next event. As Matt and Mace have both mentioned, we've been developing this plan in quite a complex environment. We're still very much at peak delivery. We're still negotiating the funding agreement with the Crown to make sure it aligns to Auckland's recovery requirements. And we've also had quite a bit of organisational change over the last little while. So for this reason, we're treating it as an interim transition plan, but it's been very, very helpful for ensuring we've done the appropriate resource planning and that we have appropriate budgets set in the LTP. So through the planning, we've identified all of the relevant areas across the council business as usual teams that we're going to need to work with, or most cases already working with, but importantly, we'll work with over the next 2 years to make sure that the transition happens smoothly. In terms of the high-level approach, the Recovery Office is now part of the new Resilience and Infrastructure Directorate as of this week. And the intent is that there will be some form of Recovery Office that is in place for as long as is required to deliver the completion of the 2023 recovery program. And that will be of reducing size between now and approximately the end of December 2026. That office will have two key areas of focus. The first is making sure that the recovery activity that is unique to the 2023 events, so there's no other appropriate home within the council teams, would stay within that recovery office. And examples of that would be the navigation service and the program to purchase the Category 3 homes, also the Category 2P grant scheme. And then the other key part of the team will be essentially the glue that holds everything together, so leadership, stakeholder relationships, program management and performance reporting. Outside of that, we are moving all of the activities that have a sensible home within the council business as usual structure to those areas as soon as possible. Some of that is already underway. For example, data services has already started transitioning, and we're already brought in support from Ngā Mātarai to lead the Māori participation and partnerships program. And other areas, of course, are already sitting within business as usual. So, for example, all of the infrastructure teams are already leading that repair program. And then, as I mentioned, at the same time, we're working on undertaking things like building up toolkits and making sure that we're using strategies like secondments or shared resource, so that we're building up capability in the right areas of council if there is another event in the short to medium term future. Just in final note, we'll also be kicking off some lessons learned project in the next little while, and that will help inform transition.
Happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
Questions from Councillor Sayers, Furley and Ferry, please.
Yeah, thank you. Probably, Matt. In terms of the time frames, I'm really kind of pleased about you acknowledging, your day-to-day living, but it's nice to hear it reflected back about the stresses those going through. So my question is, if you were fully, you're talking about needing the resources, etc. So even if you had more than what you need in terms of resources, what's the reality in terms of compacting up those timelines? Like, have you got any feel to, can we halve them, or have you got any feedback on that potential?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. The fundamental issue of technical resource in terms of categorisation, so flood assessors, geotechnical assessors, people with specific technical engineering knowledge, we still can't solve. The constraints in the industry for those people exist and haven't changed since we went into this recovery, and that is always going to be a key bottleneck for us and a key constraint to speed of categorisation. May's talked about, however, the $20 million fund that has been set aside as part of the budget, and we've actively now produced an application to that $20 million for some of the roles that I spoke about, programme management and project management, to help expedite 2P situations, complex cases, disputes, so the stuff that comes out of the tail end of the categorisation. So where we can get those people, we're still trying to.
Just to add to that, Your Worship, Councillor says about 10% is what we think we can increase, but by the end of the year we will have completed the categorisation by and large.
Councillor Foley, are you there?
I'll ask it.
Oh, I think she's having trouble with her machine, so she's texted in there, and Sandra and I is going to ask it.
Thank you. Councillor Foley's question is, could you give us an update on the Mangere situation since last time, including whether more owners have opted in and what's being done to promote the upcoming September deadline for our flood-affected families, etc.?
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of owners opting in Manurewa, Māngere, Otahu, we currently have just on 120 owners have opted in. Many of the homes through that location, we acknowledge that people are residents of Kaingaora homes, so and we're working alongside Kaingaora to take an integrated approach for those properties. The other work we're doing, we've made applications for the first 2 Making Space for Water or Blue-Green Network projects to Crown Infrastructure Partners and then to ministers, and that's coming to you, the Infrastructure and Transport Committee, Councillor Watson, on the 4th of July, so you'll see more detail, and we've applied for an order in council, we've requested an order in council, so we can deliver that project within hopefully a 2-year time frame to provide certainty for people and relief for people in the flooding.
Thank you for that. Just to clarify, if it's a Kaingaora home, the residents don't apply, Kaingaora has to apply. Okay, right. Councillor Ferry.
Just to clarify too, we're not buying out those homes, Your Worship, as you may recall. But I just asked Linda just to give a brief update of what we're doing in terms of ensuring people opt in when they're eligible.
Kia ora through you, Your Worship. Kia ora, councillors. Very briefly, we're really leaning in on our partner navigators in Māngere, as well as the convener that we've got working specifically in that area. So we've working to identify those properties that have the highest likelihood of a future risk to life, and door knocking is underway for those properties. We've also got all of the information with those partners so that the street chats and the events that they're running pretty regularly in that area, they've got that information for people.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora, thanks. I've got a few questions in this space which won't come as a surprise. The first is regarding, and you noted the extension of TAS, the Temporary Accommodation Service, but still that's not available for families whose homes are owned in trust. I understand there might be a small step forward, maybe?
Yeah. Perhaps if I, Your Worship, with your permission, divert to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor's been helping us lead some advocacy with Minister Lupston.
Thanks, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So, the Recovery Office asked me to speak to the Social Development and Employment Minister, who signalled their intention to include trusts back in the 21st of March. And that had a bit of pushback because trusts can be quite complicated. But her office sent an email through this morning, which you can get a copy of. And it has, the third point in the letter is that the Minister has requested officials to consider whether alternative methods are available for those with homes owned by trusts to provide support similar to the expanded TAA. She's awaiting the final options on any available methods and is endeavouring to make decisions as soon as possible. So the office has just got, I only got it at about 7 o'clock or something this morning, so I'm sure it'll be circulated. But they're aware of the issue and she's trying to help.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the support that both you and the Recovery Office have brought to that issue. It's been one that's gone back and forth for months. Hopefully we're at the beginning of the end on that one. We're not at the beginning of the end of my questions though, Mr Mayor. So the transition plan, I'm really pleased to see this and the level of effort and thought that's gone into it. What's the plan about communicating the comms plan out there, because it's all very well for us to know about it and to have it on our agenda, but I think there's some stories here that we need to be telling the public at large, and in particular the audiences who we're dealing with directly on the storm recovery. So what's the plan there around communicating it?
Thank you, Councillor. We do still have a communications function in the Recovery Office, so the plan is definitely to communicate that, and so that people have a one-stop shop to come through the Recovery Office, so being customer-centric, but where such as an infrastructure project is in place, we're very clear that largely Healthy Waters are going to be delivering those programs. Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience is the new departmental name, but there will be a strong communications plan, and we can provide that to you with individuals, local communities, and people across the region as well.
Great, I'd really appreciate that, because I think there are people who will be concerned that transition means they're being abandoned, and clearly that's not the intention. And I know that elected members still very much have a role in terms of people come to us concerned they may have fallen through the cracks, and we can follow that up, because you're dealing with a lot of people in complex situations and some of that stuff will happen. So I'm just really keen that we get ahead of that.
Thank you. We do recognise that even though it would promote people to go to our Auckland, the recovery site, but not everyone has that capability, so we are using multiple channels, particularly through our community partners, which is proving to be including churches, so through other groups.
That's good to hear, thank you. So there's two things I'm getting quite a lot of contact about at the moment from people in the ward. One is categorisation deadlines. And I know that I've got a number of people who were expecting one by the end of June. Most of those have had them, which is really good that we were able to honour that. I've got a couple that haven't and have found out recently that there's an extension. I think it would be really helpful if we can get a heads up too, particularly when we're dealing with someone, and I have had that in one case, but also a little bit of an understanding of why, because otherwise it does feel a bit like it's sort of random. And I suspect it's not random. I suspect there's very good reasons why specific cases are taking longer. So is that something we can get a bit more of a sense of? Are there some common themes coming up perhaps with some of the ones that are having to be, acknowledging people's privacy rights? Are there some common themes coming up that are resulting in something taking longer than a previous deadline?
Thanks, Councillor Ferry. Yes, there are some common themes in terms of complexity. But we can do some more analysis to look at those locations. But
that would be great, because I think going back to people and saying, look, your case is complex, that's not going to be enough. We need to be able to say these are the specific complexities. Maybe it's flooding and landslide. Maybe there's an issue with neighbouring properties. Just broad brush sort of reasons for complexity. that would be helpful.
So what we have done this week is written to all those homeowners and tried to codify what the impacts are and why they're slow, and some of those because they've been referred to an expert panel because others are waiting for information. So there's a range of, and the others are resourcing constraints, a range of reasons, but appreciate
Right, thank you. The other thing that's coming up a bit is future land use stuff, but I know that we're dealing with that. The other thing I wanted to just ask about, you mentioned before the complexity in Mangere o Tahu around, or Mangere in particular, around KO homes. That's the case in some areas in my ward as well. And it just wondered if you could explain a little bit more about the fact that the KO homes are not in the categorisation process and there's a separate piece of work that's happening with KO. Because one of the things that I've having happened is there's a bit of a pause on KO redevelopments where there was big flood impact, and KO aren't necessarily communicating about that, so people are coming back to me and going, oh, is KO going to start building again? And I'm like, I don't think so, but I would appreciate a bit of an update on how those conversations are going. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. In terms of categorisation, if you like, or identifying those hazards, Kāinga Ora are using the same methodology that we've developed, and so we've shared that methodology with them, right, and supporting them in delivering that methodology, and they're making decisions for themselves. In terms of future land development, together with Kāinga Ora, we are working actively with them through the normal processes where they can continue to build, and also advising them where our future infrastructure program for particularly flooding, making space for water are occurring so that they can plan, and looking to be standing alongside them in terms of their communication with their residents and tenants. So there's a clear collaboration. A recent MOU with Kāinga Ora with the council has served us very well, and that has seen a high level of engagement and collaboration.
Thank you. That's something else that might be worth a comm story at some point to talk about. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, we've got Shane Henderson and Richard Hills. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you so much for your hard work. I'm always quick to point out that you're working as hard as you can with a lot of stress out there in the public. So, look, I've got a couple of questions, and to talk all the specific complexities point from Councillor Ferry. Look, I'm just wondering, we've had residents in my ward that have been given dates on you're going to get your assessment here, you're going to get it here, and sometimes it's actually slipped across multiple months and multiple engagements. So do you think maybe in hindsight it would have been better to give people longer timeframes and overachieve if we can?
I just acknowledge, Councillor, that some of those dates have slipped due to resource constraints and complexities and other issues. So yes, I think communication, over-delivering and under-promising perhaps, but there's been a lot of, our people are really focused on getting people out of jeopardy, but I appreciate your comment that honest and transparent communication is important. That's why we wrote to people this week.
Thank you so much. Just a couple more. So, you know, I'm getting a sense that we're prioritising, obviously, ones that are a little bit easier to assess, and the ones that are harder we'll be sending to expert panels and all those kind of things. There's a bit of a perception across some of the communities around flood-affected homes versus slip-affected homes. Is there any... is there any truth to slip-affected communities being a little bit more complex to assess generally in your experience?
There's two separate teams working on that, and the geotechnical team is making good progress, but they tend to be more complex cases, depending where they are. But no truth in that.
So I really appreciate that. And last question. Look, I've been approached by several families that are looking at negative equity situations. So they're being encouraged to take a buyout, Cat 3, but then they're in the hole for 100K or more, and they're in a position where they can't really rebuild in that way, but also they can't move into their home because of unacceptable risk. But, I worry that people will be taking that latter option, honestly. So have we looked at any policy around negative equity? And if we haven't, can I request for you to have a look at it and bring some advice for us?
Thanks, Councillor. We have heard you at the last couple of these sessions over the last couple of months, you and other councillors, on this subject of negative equity for particularly Category 3 homeowners. I've met some of these families and talked with them directly about the situations they're in. If it's not bad enough to read when they write about their situations, it's really, really clear how distressing and difficult and life-changing these situations are when you meet these families. As a consequence of having heard you and met these families, we've written, the Recovery Office has written a memo to the PAG, the Political Advisory Group, so the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and several councillors and others, with some thoughts and observations on what might or might not be able to be done in these situations, and we're just waiting for some guidance now back from the PAG on next steps. Possible next steps could be a GB workshop of some description, but I'm waiting for some guidance.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions just on the timing of how to quantify. So the numbers keep looking bigger because there's obviously more people opting in. Are we able to quantify sort of the time lags for people who've been in it since the beginning and then separate out maybe, and this group have jumped in the last 2 or 3 months, just to, because I know that I've been encouraging people to opt in, but then it's going to look like they've been waiting since September too. Not that that matters too much, but just thought it would be good to put it out there. The other question, the question I have on the 2 Cs, have we got confirmation from government yet? Because I know for that, at that big public meeting and for communities waiting, I'm concerned that we are still in a bit of limbo land, that people could be waiting 6 years for a project or 6 months for a buyout, and they don't know what that looks like yet.
Thanks, Councillor Hills. I'll just ask the Deputy Mayor, who has again been assisting us with Central Government Ministers, and note that there's a Cabinet paper that is imminent.
Thanks. I'm hopeful Central Government will understand our concern. I mean, verbally we've had that, but we're just waiting for that Cabinet paper to be read and be taken to Cabinet. But I think both Mace and I have met with the Minister, and it was, our request was positively received. So I'm hopeful.
Okay, thank you.
I think one last thing, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, it's a fiscally neutral approach, so it's moving funding from one bucket, if you like, to another.
No budget implication.
Yeah. No, I definitely know that. I guess what are we telling those people in the meantime? Because obviously, are we able to tell them we are waiting, and then are they just going into a holding pattern? Like because obviously they've been told they're not being bought out, but they could be, and that's depending how long that takes, is quite a confusing place to sit in.
I think we will seek advice from the Political Advisory Group on this issue, and we've talked to the Chief Executive about what we may be off to do. But I can assure you and people who may be listening that we are continuing to categorise those homes so we understand the hazard and the risk. So we are poised to make those decisions around categorisation quickly. And give people certainty and hopefully do that in a holistic way.
Okay, and just the last question, Mayor. So is the main issue the fact that we just can't contract in the resource to do people as fast as we can? Obviously, it does feel like there's a lot of people still waiting. Or is it because people are just taking longer than we thought to accept an offer, or some people are coming back and asking for it to be reviewed, which is taking the same resource, the same contractors, whoever are doing the engineering reports, they're going to, that's obviously taking those people back instead of forward.
All of the above, Councillor Hills. So, getting our decisions right is really important up front, and that's taking a little bit of time. But we we have good level of resourcing. The methodology is proving to be solid. People have their own decisions to make, and that gap between offers made, unconditional offers is getting a bit wider, but I am confident about that. You know,
Good on you. It might be good to occasionally remind people this is voluntary, you know. You don't have to do this. Don't be too difficult. Councillor Turner, and then it'll be it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not voluntary for some people. They're really trapped in a situation here, particularly slip people, because, you know, there's no stability there in the future. Just going back on the back of Councillor Henderson's question, even the example up there figures were very familiar to me. I think we know, I'm talking mainly using one specific example you know of as an example. The problem we've got is that some of the people who've been offered a buyout have got a time restriction on how long they have to buy in. And I've just heard from you today, if I've heard correctly, that there's still a chance there's some discussion on some of these equity issues, these percentage of owner contribution. Am I correct that that's what the Deputy Mayor and the Minister have been talking about for some extra money?
No, just to clarify, Councillor Turner, the temporary accommodation assistance is a separate issue for accommodation outside, not the negative equity matter.
So the negative equity is off the table. That's
No,
okay. So then, if it's still being discussed, the affected people have not been told any sort of hold message like we can hold. You know, so we've got people out there who are completely stressed because they're up against timeframes which we're not keeping. They know how slow we go, but we've actually told, in one particular instance, you have 6 more weeks to say yes, or it's all over. And they're asking for it, and yet we're in an unclear position ourselves. Am I correct?
Thanks, Councillor. Just to maybe use different words to what I said earlier, the situation around negative equity, we are urgently progressing. The Recovery Office has written a memo on the subject of negative equity, which is now with the Political Advisory Group, which includes the Mayor, the Deputy and others. And we're actively seeking feedback and guidance and giving some suggestions on how negative equity may be addressed. So it's actively being pursued with urgency.
So are the people who are waiting for that decision going to have their time frame of when they have to make their decision extended?
That's a question that we'd be open to if we knew of the specific cases that you were talking about. There is an option to extend timescales.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. You know the specific case. Can you write to them and tell them, please?
Righto, thank you, guys. I think we've had a fair bit of discussion there rather than questions anyhow, but at this stage here, I'm going to move at least that we note and update the Timaki Makaurau Recovery Program. Thank you very much. I think we'll actually take a risk of putting that. All those in favour, please say no. No. There's always somebody or other.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson would like to.
Well, it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I think it's important, members, to acknowledge that today is Matt's last day in his role heading up the Recovery Office. So I think it's appropriate that we just reflect on what Matt has achieved over his time. He joined us in April 23, and in some respects it seems like a long time ago, but sadly it's still in the forefront of our minds. Beginning of last year, we were transitioning out of the response to the bad weather events into the recovery. Within a month of getting his feet under the table, the focus of recovery was turned on its head with the announcement from government that they were introducing a new categorisation framework for the North Island regions affected by the storms. Matt had to quickly refocus the role of the recovery teams, stand up technical teams, and figure out a way to assess thousands of properties to see which ones the council should be buying. Now, as we're all aware, council doesn't buy private homes as a core function, so there was a huge amount of policy to be created and worked through with us, the governing body. There was also some long and difficult negotiations with the Crown to get co-funding agreement landed so that we could not only buy the most at-risk homes, but ensure we had the funding to put into resilience projects to help safeguard homes in the future. Sadly, there isn't an instruction booklet for recovery. It's effectively been a bit of a blank sheet. But I've been really impressed, Matt, by the way that you have built and led the recovery teams through so much uncertainty and have been able to achieve so much in a relatively short time. We all know that you're really practical. Maybe it's those engineering genes. And I've certainly appreciated your straight-up approach and your authenticity and your transparency. We all know that Matt will tell us what we need to hear, not what we want to hear. And that's a really good trait to have, let me tell you. I think the other thing is I really want to back up Matt. You've been very responsive all hours of the day and night, and I'm always happy to pick up the phone even when things are really tough. You've also had to front up for some really difficult conversations with communities that are really hurting, with homeowners, and of course the media. It's not an easy thing to do, and the expectations of both you and your team have been extremely high. So Matt, although you're stepping out, we know that the recovery has a really long tail and there's still a lot of work ahead. You've set a great foundation with good people and a clear plan to be delivered on. I feel really confident that the recovery is now shifting from your hands to Mace. So Matt, in conclusion, thank you for what you've done for Auckland. It's been a huge challenge and you should feel very proud. Best of luck for the future. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and thank me.
I'll now put the vote that we accept that, and thank you, Matt. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether we plough on to the next three things or not. The next three things are bits and pieces associated with turkeys and Christmas. I mean, voting and whatever comes with it. I'm going to have it. I'll risk and see how we go with item 10, which is representative reagents associated with the Golan Heights. Warwick, would you like to attend and tell us what we're going to do? And I believe there are a couple of possible amendments here. We'll hear first of all.
Thank you, Your Worship and members. Excuse me. I've got Libby and Carol with me. They're the experts excuse me, on the consultation process, if there are any questions on that. You'll recall, members, that we presented a report at your May meeting last month, setting out a draft initial proposal. And as a result of that meeting, there were just a couple of changes to that. Because at that time we set out the legislative context and everything else, I'm not going to go over that. I thought
Please don't.
I thought I'd just concentrate on the decisions we're suggesting you make, listed under the recommendations. So recommendation A, we're asking you to adopt the Auckland Council initial proposal for representation arrangements. That's the copy that you have in this current agenda reflects the amendments made on the initiative of Councillor Watson last time. I'm aware that there might be a further amendment at this meeting. We've had the time to look at that and provide advice. That's fine. But we'd discourage any further amendments made on the fly if they have any implications in terms of statistics and maps and so on. Recommendations B and C relate to the supporting material and the feedback form. In terms of the feedback form, had a suggestion from Deputy Mayor Councillor Simpson as to improving the descriptions of the changes in the isthmus area. So we've made some changes there, nothing to the substantive content, but making it more descriptive. So we're suggesting that that's moved as amended to provide more detail around changes in the isthmus. Recommendation D relates to the process for hearing submissions. And our recommendation is that you delegate this to the Joint Governance Working Party. It was for the 2019 review. It was the Joint Governance Working Party that heard oral submissions. And I think there were a couple of councillors around the table who were part of that process. When the governing body referred the development of the initial proposal to the current Joint Governance Working Party, there was an indication in that resolution that the Working Party would go on to hear the submission. So we're just asking you to confirm that and to formalise it. The following recommendations in your report relate to a resolution that you passed at the previous meeting. You asked us to include questions relating to the regional structure of local boards. Recommendations E and F relate to what we've included in the appendix. There is a suggestion that in terms of the questions relating to the regional structure of local boards, we just go with the fourth one and we take out 1, 2 and 3. We're implementing here your request, your resolution at your previous meeting. The staff have no firm view on this. And lastly, the decision to delegate to the Chief Executive or nominee the ability to make minor changes. Already picked up a small typo relating to the Rodney Local Board representation in the table. So it's that sort of thing that we need the ability to correct so that what goes out to the public is entirely correct. We've also provided in your appendix information relating to the People's Panel survey. So this was mentioned at your last workshop on the subject, and you asked us to provide that information. In relation to perhaps asking the People's Panel survey the sort of questions you were thinking of asking the public about local boards. Thank you, Your Worship.
Is there an amendment proposed? Or perhaps I've got to move
Put them into
the
your...
whole shooting box in the first place.
They are Chair's recs now.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, they're Chair's recs, so you have to move them.
Are we going to have questions?
You move them. Councillor Simpson.
So I'll move the representation review.
I'm happy to second.
Deputy Mayor will second it, so it's on there. But now, is there anybody who wants to move? I believe there is.
I've got an amendment I wish to move, but I think Councillor Ferry's right that we need to do questions first before we do the amendments. Is that right?
Well, we could...
Okay, I just want to get it out of sync and then
if there's an amendment coming, we may as well do that and then we'll know what we're questioning about. All right, so I'll prepare to accept an amendment.
Okay.
If it's
all right. Well, Mr.
in writing, and I think if it's what I know, I'll be prepared to second it so we can get on with the day.
Okay, so you'll second it now. Do I want to speak to that now, or do you want to?
Well, I want to know what it is. Put it
okay,
up.
all right, okay. Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to say is I'm putting an amendment forward that affects only the Howick ward, so everyone else can breathe easy. This doesn't have implications elsewhere. But in the proposal, there was a suggestion that we move to 4 subdivisions rather than 3 to accommodate new area that doesn't feel it's been part of any of the other 3. The problem with that is we would move from 9 local board members up to 11. Now, if you look at papers distributed by the Institute of Directors, they suggest that an 11-person board is unwieldy and too big, suggest 7 to be a realistic number. So I've canvassed locally. We had the chair of the local board in with Warwick McNaughton on Tuesday to discuss it all. And so my amendment basically, which I have got a signed copy that it's gone to the Secretariat, is to just basically say, let's amend A and drop one person from each of those subdivisions, and that way, instead of having 11 members of the local board in Howick, which I think is unwieldy, we will have 7, 2, 1 and 2. And I can just complete it by saying, and I'm sure Howick's not different to the rest of you, but I've not had one person ever say to me since I've been elected, you know what this city needs is more elected representatives. I have sadly had a whole lot of people say they want the opposite. And I would not be able to go out and support this. I would not be able to go out and canvass for submissions and stay alive from some of the organisations out there if I was out proposing an increase in local board membership. So I would like support for this. It will not affect anybody else's local boards, but I suggest going out for more local board members would be a death knell.
And it's for public consultation.
Okay, well, the amendment is tabled, but we'll go to questions on Warwick's presentation plus the amendment. Okay, and then we'll see where we get to from there. So, do I have questions? Councillor Sayers, you've been busy today.
Yeah, thanks. I guess it's through you, Chair, but it's probably, I don't know if Warwick can answer it or if it's appropriate if Morris can answer the question, but I'm just trying to get a feel of the support from the local board around it. So, well, I can't remember if we discussed this, if it was part of the original proposal or not, if it's something new, and how much feedback and input you can share with us in terms of the buy-in from your local board around it, Morris. I just want more of a feel around that. I don't know if that can go to Morris to answer or for it can. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to answer it. I think it would be fair to say if you ask the current 9 local board members, they would be opposed to my amendment. They like the idea of there being some more of them rather than less of them. However, I was surprised to hear when the chairman came in and we discussed it all and went through it, he felt that getting a board even bigger than it currently is will make it even more unwieldy and difficult to do things with. What I can tell you is I've been to a number of Rotary Club meetings and a number of other public meetings and so on and canvassed this. The general public's view is very clear. I mean, this is going up for consultation only, Councillor Sayers, so it's not going to be my view that prevails. Frankly, the people of Howick might show that I'm completely out of touch and was wrong with this amendment, but I don't think so.
So, if I may, are you saying that this replaces the planned consultation option, or is it in
I'd like to go out and consult on the 2-2-1-2 option, so it replaces what was going to be the 3-3-2-3 option, down from 11 to 7.
You don't want to do both?
You can't do options, I have been told. I was prepared to have 2 survive, but only in a consultation document like this, the advice from officials was you can only put up a proposal, you can't put up options.
Okay, can we just get
I think Warwick's
clarification on
nodding his head to that, is that correct?
Can we just get that clarified?
Well, he can
clarify. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct, Your Worship. It's framed in the Local Electoral Act as the Council's proposal. This is what the Council is proposing to be the representation arrangements for the 2025 elections. That's its status, and we invite submissions from the public on the Council's proposal. So that's the proposal itself. There's nothing to stop people around the table talking to their constituents about other options, for example.
That answers that one. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I'll come to the amendment question around the amendment in a moment, but can we just go back to the changes to the Part 2 questions? Because this is something that's had a bit of work done on it. We had a workshop on it a couple of weeks ago. After that, the Joint Governance Working Party met as well. I know there's been quite a lot of concern across elected members, both local board and governing body members, about what the content of any questions might be and whether it's the right time to ask and stuff like that. So I just wondered if you could explain a little bit more about the question that survives and what the purpose is in asking that question alongside this so that people can consider that, because I know there had been discussion of people potentially not supporting part 2 at all.
That's your Carol.
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair. So the part 2 questions that have come to you today have been both workshopped and then gone to the Joint Governance Working Party. We believe that these are the best reflection of those discussions and about as high level as we would wish to go if we are going to ask these questions. The thinking is that even if the part 2 questions don't be included in the public consultation, that question 9 would still remain. So that's the overall, is there any other feedback that you'd like to give us, which is a very high level way of asking for feedback. I hope that's answered your question.
Yep, thank you. So hopefully that is helpful for colleagues in considering that part 2, and I want to thank the Mayor's Office for agreeing to work on that. Specifically around this Howick Local Board amendment, has this come up at the Joint Governance Working Party? The idea of 7 instead of 9? Can you say that, please?
No, it hasn't been before the Joint Governance Working Party.
And how long has the Joint Governance Working Party been working on this process?
I think it was referred, the task at the end of last year.
Okay, and have we had governing body workshops at which governing body members could have raised this as an option for us to have early engagement with advisory panels, mana whenua, mata awaka staff and local boards on?
Yes, there have been, and from what I can recall, about 3 governing body workshops, all told.
Okay, so this 7, the idea of going for 7 instead of 9 or 11 has not been raised at any of those, is that correct?
Correct.
And the local board's official position by resolution is for how many?
Yes, there was, sorry, I received an email from Damien Light to say that they haven't had a chance to meet formally to discuss this proposal, and so their formal position is to support what's on the initial proposal.
So that's 11, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and I don't know if this is a question for Morris, but my understanding from contacting the chair of the Howick Local Board this morning, having just heard about this, because I overheard people talking about it, no one brought it to the Joint Governance Working Party or to my attention, is that that he supports 11, and he reiterated that to me. So that's a bit at odds with the information that you've provided. I don't know if you have a comment on that. Thanks.
Well, I'll quickly comment on that. I think Councillor Stewart was present on Tuesday, and so was Warwick. And I think it was an openly canvassed issue and decisions about did we have too many at 9 and would 11 make it even more unwieldy. I never got the impression from the chair of the local board that he was either in favour or opposed, but saw there was some merit in having a reasonable sized board. I think Councillor Stewart may want to comment on that.
What Councillor Williamson has just said is exactly what happened, and Warwick McNaughton was actually around the table when we discussed it, and I think, you know, it's just something to think about and to get the community to come back with their feedback, whether they think that the 7 is better than going up to 11, and I personally think that when we were listening to the chair, he actually saw some merit in maybe the 7 and going out there and discussing it, because as Councillor Williamson just said, that having sometimes too many people around the table, very hard to make decisions, and to go from 9 up to 11 is probably a little bit too much. And I think having the 7 would be a really good look.
Can I ask another question then about the ratios, please? So the ratios of elected members to population, and I hope you have these in front of you because I know it's not something that you can do the maths on off the top of your head necessarily. But currently most local boards have between 11,000 to 13,000 residents per elected member. What is Howick currently at? What would it be at with 11 and what would it be at with 7, please?
I don't recall what it...
I think it's currently at 17,
yes,
if that assists.
That makes sense. My recollection is that if it goes to 11, it'll be about 14, and if it goes to 7, it'll be about 22.
Right, and what is the next highest ratio for a local board? Or would be Henderson Massey at 16,000, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So I guess those are matters that people might want to consider. I guess my other question to Morris is, you know, we have been through a process on this over several months, and yet this morning's the first time it's been raised. We could have worked through this issue at the working party. And I guess my question is, why wasn't that done? Which is not a question for you, Warwick.
Quite simply, I tried to get to various groups, some of the ratepayer groups and some of the other parties in the ward, so I got a general feeling for it and came away with a very strong conclusion only as recently as a meeting last week that you guys come out advocating for more elected politicians and you will cop the wrath of bejesus on you. And I agree with them. I think there's just a feeling about this council. I've heard the mayor say it before. We've got more elected representatives than the whole of the country has in Wellington. And so advocating for more seemed to be wrong, and that's why I came back and said, well, is there a way we can work around it? I'm happy to go to the 4 subdivisions. There seemed to be a big support for moving to the 3 not being representative of the specific areas, so that will be the case. I'm just putting this up. It's to go out to consultation. I don't think it's the end of the world, and if I'm proven wrong, then I will apologise for saying I didn't read my community properly.
Just ask one last question, if that's okay. I just want to clarify. So if we go out with 7 instead of 11, does that mean it's either 7 or 9 and 11 is off the table, or is 11 something that we can? I'm just trying to get a sense here, because we can only put out one alternative to the status quo. So if we put out 7, does that mean if the feedback says actually we need 11, or we're worried about this, is 11 an option, or can we only reject 7 and go with 9 as the status quo? And vice versa, if we go out with 11 and people say we want 7, is 7 an option open to us in the next part of the process?
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I should perhaps just remind ourselves that the requirement under the legislation is to consider effective representation of communities of interest. So the questions are, for example, does the new botany subdivision require 2 members instead of 1? Can 1 member sufficiently represent that area? Now, when I've been around the local boards, I've been very consistent in saying that as staff we can provide expertise in terms of statistical analysis and maps and so on. But local board members and councillors are the people who know their communities best. So I don't actually have much of a comment on whether it ought to be 7 or ought to be 11. It occurs to me to stand back and perhaps observe that the number of councillors representing the whole of the Howick ward, which is the size of the Howick local board, is 2. That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is going back to legacy days at Manukau City Council, we had separate community boards for each of Botany, Pakuranga and Howick. So that's a lot of elected members for that area. There is no magic formula about representation. And your other questions?
My key question, thank you for that, and I think that's a key thing that we worked out through the Joint Governance Working Party, is there isn't a best practice magic formula. Yeah. The question is, if we go out with this, because we can't go out with a range of options, we can only go out with the status quo versus a firm proposal. If the community feedback says, actually, we want something different from status quo or the proposal, is it within our remit to adopt another number, not 9 or 11 or 7?
What we're required to do is consider submissions. And so if we go out with 7 and there are a number of submissions which say that needs to be more than 7, then we could decide, well, perhaps it ought to be 9 or it ought to be 11. We're not constrained too much. We should not significantly depart from the initial proposal and the submissions that come in, to the extent that it could be alleged that we're making decisions we haven't consulted on.
So if we went out with 7 versus 9, 11 still in play. If we go out with 9 versus 11, 7 still in play. Is that fair?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The reason I'm clarifying this is I don't want us to get in a mess at the next point in the process. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Clarify that. Councillor Dalton, please.
My questions have been asked. Thank you.
Very good indeed. Councillor Walker.
Okay, so from what I've heard, it strikes me that there are some important bits of information to communicate. So I'll just ask some questions around this. So are we planning to communicate to people that we're going out with this option because the law tells us to, but you're welcome to select something else? So you're not constrained. Because if people don't know that, it's like herding sheep. Are we going to communicate that there's flexibility in the process?
We could, yes.
Okay.
We're going out with a proposal. We're saying this is the council's initial proposal, and our consultation documentation.
Okay, so that's fine. And by all means, we have to select a particular number, but is there anything stopping us in the commentary around saying it could be 7, it could be 11, so that people know?
I think that...
Because I think that's
I've
important.
not entered this a lot, but the last question is, do you have any other feedback about how you or your community can better be represented through local boards and the governing body? I can almost be assured that we will get people who have answers that go from 0 to 20 out of that. Mine will be 0.
My concern, Mr Mayor, and the reason I'm asking this question is there any reason why we cannot have some form of commentary that gives people some information so that they know that they can exercise some discretion?
Your Worship, 2019 review, we actually supplied all the reports that have been before the governing body, all the thinking about options and so on. They were all online for people to read.
I'm talking about something simple, because most people aren't going to read pages of material.
I think Warwick's saying, yes, you can do something or other, make sure that people understand that you can propose something completely different, if you like.
That's great. And I had one other question, and that just goes back to the previous slide where we were crossing off a number of questions. Maybe if you could go to that. So I'm assuming we're not asking those questions. And is there a reason for that?
I think that isn't our suggestion. It's something that's come through discussion, and I think the thinking there is that we have picked up some sensitivity about asking people about changing the number of local boards.
Okay. Just a follow-on question that goes to this, and I don't have any issue about striking those questions out, but if we wanted to find out whether people understand what a local board is or the like, have we considered just, setting up a few focus groups? Or I mean, if I random sample 10 people in the community, I'd actually have, or 20, I'd actually have a pretty damn good idea of what a much larger number would think. Have we considered doing anything like that? Because I would suggest it'd be very revealing, and I'd suggest most people don't know what local boards are, what they do, much at all.
Your Worship, these are very good questions and really go to the nub of it, and I'll ask Carol to respond.
So thank you for your question, Councillor, through the chair. The People's Panel survey did ask these questions, and it's fairly clear that people don't really understand our governance structure, so they don't necessarily understand what local boards do and the difference between governing body and local boards. So another reason for potentially not asking this through this consultation is we have the answer through the People's Panel survey.
Thank you for the answer. Having said that, I would suggest that the People's Panel composes people that are substantially more informed than probably members of the public. So a very small random sample would probably be very revealing in respect of the absence of awareness people have.
We can take that on advisement. Thanks, Councillor.
Councillors Turner and Watson, and then we'll have a bit of a think.
I'm fine, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, just a question on the Howick one, and I noticed that in the answer to the question we said we only consult on one, but the resolution that we're passing, and it just goes to what the wording's used here. 1A1, the number of members in each subdivision is reduced by 1, resulting in a total of 7 members for the local board instead of 11 members. Given what I've heard from everyone here, that a lot of people, don't know the difference between local board and council, or what ward or local board they're in, they're even less likely to know how many local board members they've got or how many on each subdivision. But in this particular instance, to give them a sense of help to make a half-informed commentary, if they're willing to do that, the way it's written up there is quite helpful, because it's showing, it can be this or it can be that, and then of course there's a status quo, as opposed to maybe just the strictly, it is the one, it is the intent of the wording is the one choice, but it is also helping inform that choice, right? If I'm making sense here. So is there opportunity to word it like that? Because I think that's a lot more useful to anyone reading it off the bat.
We can certainly construct some supporting consultation documentation to draw people's attention to the option that was on the table at this meeting and what is being consulted on as a result. We hear the concern. You want people to know about the other options, so we can write that in.
So that becomes a lot fairer, I think, to the people and to the process. One thing I'm not a fan of, that from the kind of long-term plan is, you get your kind of questionnaire, then you get your consultation document, and then you get your 700 pages of supporting information. I mean, really, how many people flip from one to the other, and this will be even more superficial. So I'm just trying to stress, as a number of people have, is to make this very clear, and as you're aware of more than anyone, Warwick, is the low level of awareness that exists. Yep, that's me.
Okay, this appears to be the end of the questions. You can move away, and we will then deal first of all with the amendment, which is, I think you've all got clearly, is to do whether or not we have a particular question of those residents in Howick local board as to whether or not they want to have a soccer team or a netball team. Comments on this? Please comment on things which are relevant. If you're not in Howick, limit it, please.
Yeah, so it is relevant, Mayor. I won't be supporting this. The local board, checked into with the local board, they don't support this direction. We should be consulting on the evidence-based local board supported option or revert to status quo. Instead, we're having a reduction being consulted on, which doesn't have the evidence base. The purpose for the increase was because those members, if reduced to say 7, would have double the numbers of residents, say, that the local boards in my area have. So the issue for me is that we haven't had a chance to discuss with the local board. The local board says they don't support this. The process in the workshop didn't come up, and this is making quite a big decision. When we talked about Māori seats, people talked about how much we needed polls and all sorts of things, but we want to put forward a decision that didn't come through any process. So I'm happy with the status quo. If we'd just gone with 9, then that's fine. But actually, we should be consulting on the evidence-based version, which is 11. And if that comes back with a, very angry opposition to increasing members, then we stick with the 9. But I think going backwards without even talking to the local board or having a process or evidential base behind it is wrong. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. Just a little bit random at the 11th hour. Look, I possibly could have supported it if it was 9. I mean, I think sticking 7 in there without speaking with the local board, and only the local board chair was not quite the right process. But and I know that the local board don't support it either, and it comes back to turkeys and Christmas, I know, but it's it is a bit out of context when we've got a broader issue to discuss around the governance of the city and local boards. I mean, we could end up with a whole lot more of these suggestions for consultation if we're going to open the door at the 11th hour like this. I think, too, speaking to residents groups is much like door knocking. You get the response depending on the question you're asking and how you deliver that question. Done it before myself. You can get whichever response you want to justify your case when you're going to speak to community. So I can't support it. Could have done it if it was 9, not 7, to maintain the status quo. So probably bad timing from my perspective. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thanks. And I understand where Morris is trying to go with this, but I think you've got some worries about the process. I mean, for me, this goes back to, I've banged on about a while, is that our whole representation stuff and our review stuff has not gone wide enough. I mean, you look at that flat bush and I wonder whether parts of it couldn't be in another local board, whether there shouldn't be another local board completely. But we look at, you can only get that when you look at all of the local boards instead of what we did with looking at amalgamating and stuff. So I think it's a pity we can't have something in there. And I was sort of trying to listen to what people are saying about getting extra questions and stretching out what we put in the consultation as to whether there is some way in which we can sort of suggest to people they have a commentary on what they think should be the appropriate representation there. But I can't support this because it's just in the way it's been done. Again, I think 7's probably too few. 9's probably as good as it probably gets. I'm intrigued by the comments about the support for reducing. I look forward to the discussion about reducing the numbers in here. Council, I know what you're trying to do, Morris. Struggle supporting it, but I'm really interested to see what will come back in the public, submissions in regards to 11. I would have preferred to sort of have an option there to 9 or 11. Let people think, but I don't think that can happen. But 7's just having come from a board of 9, and looking at that size population, I don't think you get a fair crack out of 7.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to very quickly add my opposition to this, which won't be a surprise to anyone from my questions. I guess also just my disappointment that this didn't come through earlier, and we could have had a robust discussion about it. We could have put it as part of the early engagement discussions, to bring it up this way, particularly when the local board hasn't been able to have a conversation about it, and how carefully we have worked through this process. not always in a way that wasn't frustrating, but there was certainly care taken to make sure that all local boards got a chance to have conversations, to pass resolutions, and the clear resolutions of the Howick Local Board were in favour of 11. I just wanted to put a little bit of context around them supporting 11 this time. I was not on the Joint Governance Working Party or part of the previous representation review in 2019. My understanding is that at that point there was actually a need from a population growth point of view to actually put them up from 9 to 10. And the Howick Local Board at that time did not support that. They wanted to keep it at 9. So it's not as if they haven't, and some of those members I think are still around, and I think there's quite a bit of change too. But it's not as if this hasn't been a coming issue for that area, lining up the number of elected members for the local board with this significant population growth that they're having. For me, the bottom line is I just cannot support a local board potentially having one elected member for every 22,000. That's going to be 6,000 more per elected member than the next biggest ratio for local boards. And as Richard has said, Councillor Hills has said, double what many are looking at. And the workload for local board members in that context is just not practical. The access to elected members, which is something that I hear about a lot in my community, there's just no way that 22,000 per elected member is going to be a workable ratio, particularly if you want those people to stay part-time. And obviously we can't consider remuneration and number of hours as part of this process. That has to be done separately after the structure is set. But yeah, that's certainly a big consideration for me, so I won't be supporting this. And I would appreciate if we are going to have other amendments like this in the future that they come through the process properly. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, this is a difficult one because, Morris, I actually think that the answer is to take what would be the proposed Flatbush subdivision and actually move it out of Howick and probably put it in a Manarewa local board. And the reason for that is I agree with that. Well, but we're not doing it. Well, my turn to speak. And the reason for that is I think that the communities of interest in what is proposed as a Flatbush don't actually reflect with Howick. I think they reflect with the Takanini corridor further south, which is broadly reflective of what's happened with the Takanini electorate. I find this difficult to support this amendment. What I'd like to do is I'd like to go with the status quo, and I would like to see if the Howickians would be prepared to canvass on the issue of whether the community of interest around that Flatbush subdivision actually does sit better with Manarewa. My experience in the door knock is when you ask people what they think, they'll generally tell you. I don't think it's a presupposed question with an answer. Actually, that's just my experience, but other people might have a different view. But I think that it would be helpful for the Joint Governance Working Party to keep an open mind if there are submissions in this particular space, because 11 local board members in Howick will be seen as quite a significant jump, but really the concentration of population in Flatbush I don't think speaks to Howick. I think it goes elsewhere. Sorry, Your Worship.
Okay, well, if Sayers and Turner, then we might do something really ridiculous and vote on this.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to comment because I agree with Morris in terms of, the public sentiment's probably around wanting fewer elected members across Auckland. In fact, they probably want fewer local boards across Auckland. However, you know, it's really difficult to support this being put up at this stage for the exact reasons that other councillors have said. It just hasn't gone through that due process and opportunity for input, Morris. It's kind of last minute stuff. So to my mind, it's kind of undermines that democratic process that's been set up, and it's been circumnavigated, perhaps not intentionally, but, you know, there was opportunity to put it up had it been considered, you know, in your mind earlier. Probably the best option is going to be to, if you and maybe Sharon and others can muster the support in the submissions, because you can have another crack at this when it comes up to no final decision making. But just to support that resolution at this stage for the reasons I've just outlined above, I find very difficult. So I may abstain and I may vote against. Thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. It's not my local board, and therefore kind of it's outside my knowledge. But I have to vote, or I have a vote, and I'm not about to abstain because I certainly believe in restructuring this council to smaller, to less local boards, less local board members, and less councillors. And if that means I'm one of the big turkeys on the spit, so be it. So I just have to run by my gut. Don't want to make it too complicated, so I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Good on you. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I would normally want to support something raised by councillors for their own area, but I've become very active in the Howick side through no fault of my own. It's my brother keeps nominating me to do stuff for my niece and my nephew, so I'm getting quite active there, and I don't want to shortchange those communities, so that's why I can't support this. I know quite a lot of people in the Flatbush area, and then my own family and families in the Howick area, and they're not part of any residents association. So while I can understand where the councillors are coming from, I won't be supporting it for the reasons that others have also given. Thank you.
And the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. My personal view is I would have preferred the status quo. But to the two councillors, I would like to think that if some alterations were going to happen in my ward, that my colleagues would support me to go out for consultation with something that I believed was right for my ward. And I'm kind of asking that when we go back to the substantive. So I am going to support you, and I'm not sure the answer is right, but I'm going to support you so that you can take it to the people of the Howick ward. Now, we may be wrong, we may be right, but I think what will happen, and we've seen the mayor do it, you know, you can be a bit controversial in something, send it out for consultation, and you get a whole pile of submissions back because people either don't like it or they do. So because you both want this to happen, because you have taken the chair of the local board to Warwick and his team to discuss it, and you're telling me they were happy, because this is not the first time you've brought it up, actually, the last governing body, you actually lost an amendment to reduce down from 11, but you at least put it up, so it's not the first time. For those reasons, I'm happy to support you to go out for consultation. As I said, don't know that it's the right answer, but I'm happy for you to take a controversial thing for your area at your request to your people and ask for their feedback.
Very good. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, so quite a number of good points from everyone speaking today, I suppose. And I too, a bit like Councillor Bartley, I do try to respect the view of councillors and the wards they represent. They are the people closest to the ground, and in my experience that doesn't always happen. So in this instance, it certainly wouldn't be something I'd be doing for my local boards. I can say that straight out. You know, I wouldn't be contemplating that for a minute. And in the ward I'm in, you know, the smaller numbers are essentially representing the same areas that legacy councils had, and in some respects, they're not enough. It's not enough. as in all parts of Auckland, there's different dynamics on the go in different parts of Auckland. So in this instance, that's why I tried to make a little bit of a play on the clear enunciation of the choice to people here, so that people are, people are seeing that, you can either be quite low or it can seem to increase quite a bit. I would have thought people would be after more representation. I know that would be the feedback in some of my subdivisions. They'd be wanting more. They wouldn't be wanting less. So providing that is clear, then and it's on the shoulders of the 2 ward councillors. They're leading out in it. They'll be taking the flak one way or the other. That's in the word of Humphrey and Yes Minister, that's a courageous decision. So on that basis, I'm willing to put it out for consultation and be very interested to see what comes back.
And I was going to say finally, Councillor Lee, but it's not absolutely essential. It's not compulsory to have a view on this. You can just vote. But Mike Lee.
There's reference to what the people think of councils and local boards, and I think the time we've taken on this would not impress a lot of people. I have a problem here because this relates to a local board. I believe the basis of the consultation numbers are rational. They're not arbitrary. They've been through a system. So, and I do think that the amendment is somewhat prescriptive when it comes to the business of local boards. If it was local boards doing something in regard to the ward councillors, I would think that would probably not be ideal. I respect, of course, that the local ward members are familiar and close to their communities, but one assumes local boards are as well. So I'm going to have to say that I will just abstain from this. I don't, I'll just abstain. Thank you.
Council Henderson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I can't help myself for having a brief comment. I suppose that's what got me to the table in the first place. Look, I appreciate I appreciate the movers and the sort of advocacy for the area. I think that's nice to bring that here. But look, just for process reasons, I can't support it today. Being a member of the Joint Governance Working Group, I just received this now. I haven't received it before then. And I haven't heard formally from the local board. And so I'd need to be 100% confident of their view either way. So I just can't support it today. Kia ora.
I think that's just about enough of that. It'll be interesting to see if this goes through, whether or not more people or less people show interest from Howick in a consultation. We'll probably learn that, if nothing else. Okay, I'm going to put the amendment, which has been proposed and seconded. What's that? Division. Oh, someone called. Who called division? Oh, you did. Rightio. That's divisive. Sandra with an R will carry out a division with a D.
Councillors, you're voting on Councillor Williamson's amendment. Councillor Baker?
No.
Councillor Bartley?
No.
Councillor Dalton?
No.
Councillor Ferry?
No.
Councillor Filipaina?
Against.
Councillor Fletcher?
Oh.
Councillor Foley?
Against.
Councillor Henderson?
No.
Councillor Hills?
No, thank you.
Councillor Lee?
Abstain.
Councillor Leone?
Aye.
Sorry, what was that?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Newman?
I'll abstain.
Councillor Sayers?
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Simpson? Councillor Stewart? Councillor Turner?
For.
Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
4.
Councillor Williamson?
4.
Mayor Brown?
4.
That's lost 8 votes to 9 and 3 abstentions.
Okay, now we'll move to the main menu. And that's been proposed and seconded and debated a hill. I'll try and get away with putting the whole of the representation review. And it won't have the bit as amended by blah, 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 because it didn't get carried. So it adopts the council thing. I'll try and get away with saying all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary?
No, I'm against E, F and G.
Okay, you can be against D, F and G. But in the meantime, that fails as is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your work here as the chair of the joint government working party. I'm sure you will never want to do one of those again.
Well, our work continues, so.
I realise that, but then again, well, it probably continues into the next one. I'm just going to take a risk and see if we can actually make a bit less of a mess of trying to get our voting numbers in order. But I do notice that Councillor Williamson suggested that we reverse order name, but we seem to have no shortage of councillors with surnames beginning with W, Watson, Walker and Williamson. We also had 2 mayors called Brown, and there was 2 Browns trying to be mayor last time, so the B gets a thrashing. And Warwick is a W, so you can give us, is there anyone who's an L in the middle who can be $1 each way on this one? Personally, I'm not sure if it matters a hell of a lot, but that doesn't mean to say it won't engender some very strong, powerful visions. Righto, the recommendation is that we change from what we did to something that we didn't. And does this, I presume, mean for the 11 people in Howick as well now are randomly numbered? It will do.
Your Worship, it's been talked through local boards. The feedback's been mixed. Obviously, the issue is it having random order makes it a bit harder for voters, and there's the sense that it might even put voters off voting. I have got one slide which I have put together since this report was finalised, just showing what has happened when councils have turned from alphabetical to random, and the result itself is a bit random. For Hawke's Bay Regional Council, when it changed from alphabetical to random, it went from 48.5% turnout to 39.2%. That's quite a drop. But there were actually a couple there where the turnouts increased, like the bottom one, Upper Hutt City Council, when it went from alphabetical to random, turnout increased from 41.3 to 43.9. Now, we know that there are a lot of things that affect turnout, and it might not just have been the order of names on the voting paper, but this is just to kind of help with the sense that we might put voters off. It doesn't seem to have that sort of effect. From the staff point of view, we see our role as bringing you the technical evidence. The decision you make is obviously going to be a political decision. That's fine.
So what you've shown us there is that the political information is random.
Well, I could make a further comment, and that is that a number of councils have gone random early on. There's been overseas studies that suggest that there is a first name bias situation. I've always been sceptical myself about the effect of order of names on voting outcomes, because the studies overseas are based on booth voting in the main, and I suspect that the psychology around how we vote here for local government elections is a little bit different, where you're posted your voting documents, you sit down at the kitchen table, you get your candidate booklet out, and you vote in that sort of scenario. So before each election, we've asked our REMU people, our research people, to do a statistical analysis of previous elections, They've concentrated on first name bias and have consistently reported there's no compelling evidence of first name bias. The analysis that we did most recently looked at the wider race, and there is, in fact, a significant effect in terms of those at the tail end of a long race. So if we've got a long list of candidates, then there is some disadvantage to those at the end of the list. We're not able to determine whether that's entirely due to the voting document or there's some effect there through the candidate booklet being alphabetical. So it's not a perfect system, but I think that's all I have to say, Mr. West.
So if we vote on this and someone calls for one of those wretched divisions, will we do it randomly or in alphabetical order? Just to show that we can be completely ridiculous, I'm going to take the questions in reverse alphabetical order, and I'll start with Watson and Walker as W's. Because
Mr. Mayor, there has been serious discussion about that in the past, in the sense that it is sometimes alleged that people who vote later on take guidance from people who vote earlier on.
Oh, that would never happen. Surely not.
Have secretly random meetings and vote. I'm still in favour of the phases of the moon as choosing the best way to choose the council, and we've got Matariki coming up, so that'll be interesting. Councillor Watson, bring us the W.
Voting by division in this council, it's like America. All the southern states come in right at the end. They're the last one. Mississippi and Oklahoma. Just a joke, guys. Yeah, inside joke. I'm part of that, the Southern boys. Go ding ding ding. Yeah. So just a question. I try to follow that research, Warwick, and it was very hard to follow. But essentially, that just kind of bias against the the people at the end. Mm-hmm. So any change obviously changes the people who who are on the losing end of things, doesn't it? It doesn't alter the fact that whether it's alphabetical people, it's whoever ends there in any particular race.
The scenario that, like my intuition, is that the scenario where there is an effect is one where a voter doesn't know who to vote for. There's a long list of candidates. They start at the top, work their way down. With FPP, you're limited to the number of positions you can vote for. It's different under STV. You can vote for everyone so long as you indicate your preference. So by the time they're getting towards the end of a long list, they've run out of positions to vote for, and they can't go any further. We haven't studied how people vote. Suspect that in a lot of other scenarios, people know who they're going to vote for. And particularly, for example, if there's a mayoral race, there's a lot of publicity about who the leading candidates are. There's no need to think about first name bias or anything like that. And to some extent, I suspect that wards are a bit like that. You've got either one position to vote for or two positions to vote for. I suspect that the issue is for local boards, say for local boards which elect members at large, not by subdivision. You've got a large number of positions, an even larger candidate list. I live in Manariwa. I remember at the last elections there were about 28 candidates. It's quite a long list.
But either way, even changing, it's still going to mean in that situation, the Manariwa situation, the people at the end, instead of the W's or the Z's, it's just going to be the L, Q and A's that have the same treatment. Yeah.
In terms of our internal discussions, Your Worship, we think a better system, it's not available legally, but a better one would be to keep alphabetical order, but start the list on a different name for each voting paper. So it just wraps around, but it's not the same list on each voting paper. But I just mentioned that as a bit of a passing comment. It's not an option at this stage.
We could use the Tereo version of my name, and I'd be Peroni instead of Brown, and I'd drop down to P. But and my own experience last time, there were two Browns, and the one who was further down the list alphabetically beat the one who was above. So there you are. All this is incredibly unimportant, but we'll take one from Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. So I have a concern around the randomisation, and it goes like this. In terms of a decision-making process, this is a process that's very infrequent. It doesn't happen much at all. It only happens, in our instance, once every 3 years. And the turnout as it stands is poor. It isn't randomisation by numbers, it's randomisation by alphabet. And there's a further issue, and that is when you've got people with the same name. This happens in almost every election. So it is critical that people are able to determine the differences. And sometimes the differences aren't great. There could be 3 people named Brown, and under a random generation, which is accorded by random number generation first, and then it's alphabetised, that's the way it works, you could have 3 Browns and they could be all over the place. Having said that, I would suggest that there's a fairly high probability that the earlier Brown will get proportionally more votes for various reasons than a later Brown.
They'll be browned off.
And there's statistical research around this. And yes, people could be browned off, particularly one of the Browns could be very browned off. But that's another question. So I don't actually agree with this. And I think from a market research perspective, if you spoke with some market researchers, they'd validate the comments that I'm making. The people that will be most worse off are the people with very common names that occur, like Brown, you know, Smith, and there have been instances where there have been Smiths. In one election, I recall, the officer, I think it was Ofsofsky, even got the photos wrong of some people that happen to have similar names. So people can get rather mixed up. And it's very, very sensitive, as my fellow councillor here experienced when somebody else's phone number appeared. Photo, yeah, that's right. So I think we should be sticking with what we've got. I think that there is good research information, particularly as it goes to the defined frame that I'm suggesting, to keep it that way. I could expand on this further, but that's my position.
Please don't.
I won't.
Okay, I don't think we've wanted off questions. Is there anyone got an actual question now rather than a debate?
I'll move.
This has got to be a question. That is going to be a question. I've got 2 questions, righto. A question from Councillor Turner. And then we can have comments when I tell Warwick.
How many times are we going to reinvent the wheel?
That's a rhetorical.
It's true because the people are used to navigating. You know, my wife and I wake up every morning, open our phones, and go, "Where's the Facebook? Where's my friends gone? Where's the groups gone? Where's the more button gone?" We're just shifting all the time in life. Everything's on the change. Just keep it simple and keep it standard. When you go to buy a car and you see a row of Toyotas, you don't find the steering wheels in a different place in each one.
Hang on. I just got to ask, the question is how many times are you going to reinvent the wheel? And the correct question and answer to that is infinity, I think, or naught, or something between. Have you got an answer for that, or are you just stunned at the question? Right, Councillor Bartley is threatening to ask a question.
Yeah, on behalf of Councillor Fully, because the internet is playing up where she is, can you, at home, can you ask whether they have stats on effect of randomising on communities who don't speak English as a first language, please?
The statistical analysis that was done was on all our previous election results, starting from 2010, 2013, 2016, 2019 and 2022. So it includes everybody who voted, really. It's the analysis is on the outcome, and whether the outcome indicates whether there appears to be some sort of bias. So it does reflect the voting of all our communities.
Councillor Fletcher, question please.
Can you advise us, Warwick, have we ever advocated to central government for having a standardised system across the country so that it becomes less confusing?
This council hasn't. I did have a quick look at the Future for Local Government Review report, and they have recommended standardising STV as the way of voting, but I couldn't find any comment about random order of names in that.
Have we advocated to them on other aspects of elections?
Oh yes. After every election, the Select Committee holds an inquiry, and each time it's held an inquiry, this council has made a submission on a host of different aspects.
Thank you.
No further questions? Comments from those people? I think we've just about done your comment, Councillor Walker.
No, I haven't.
But you
I'll
didn't
just state it very simply.
Very simply. Okay, we don't want to break up the Walker-Watson.
Put that to one side. One, I think that the comments made don't apply to this very narrow consideration, which can suffer significant bias if you've got people of the same name and the like. In terms of general context, the booklet that goes out is listed alphabetically, so it's different to start with. The national elections are alphabetised, the school board elections are alphabetised, just about everything that everyone participates in is alphabetised. So why would you go with something different? Because it's going to be easier for people to find things. And I really do not think that the advice that we've received gives us something definitive one way or another. So I would err on the present circumstance. And I then ask the question, is it possible to have some vote that enables us to have a choice rather than just a random order of surname? Because obviously...
Yeah, you did ask a question this time and I've told him to bugger off, so maybe we need him back. Can we have I mean, there are only two options here, Warwick. We either leave it as it is or we change it, because there's only one change. And I'm hoping you're not going to suggest we have randomised bloody telephone books, otherwise I'll be completely shot.
Yes, in the report, there is a third option that's called pseudo-random, but we discounted in the report. Pseudo-random, that sounds funny. Pseudo-random...
Pick that up.
Pseudo-random sounds great.
Pseudo-random, you have one list where everybody's name is randomised, but every voting document has the same list. So all you're doing is you can still be open to first name bias.
Please don't explain that. Well, we have non-binary lists now or something, whatever that means.
There was an issue raised in the previous discussion about people with the same name appearing in different places. Well, in fact, with true random, every voting document would have everybody's name in a different place, including those people with similar names.
Please, go away. Right, go back and we'll try stay in comments. Is anyone prepared to move this foolishness?
Mayor, to put everyone out of their misery, could I please move, but I would like to move to change it to alphabetical instead of random order of service.
Yeah, good on you. I'll second that.
And Deputy Mayor would like to second.
Oh, no.
Because this was becoming...
ludicrous.
Well, we're all about to vote ourselves out by pain. But yeah, I think just keep it simple, keep it alphabetical.
I agree with that. What problem are we fixing here? None. So I think
Yeah, there wasn't anything moved, so that's quite within the right.
that's quite right, with nothing moved anyhow, so it's moved that way. Well done. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary?
No.
Righto, good on you. Henderson's changes. Here.
Sorry.
Wayne, I think there's a bit of a feeling that they do want lunch.
I want to finish this bloody stuff. All right. Okay, I've been told that everyone wants a break, so we're going to have a break and we're going to come back and start with a nice easy one of voting by the phases of the moon or postal. Thank you. We're coming back at dentist time. 2:30. We've got a quorum. Quickly, see if we can get through this before those other people arrive and tell me what stupid things they want to say. We've asked Dave to look at booth voting to see if it might end up better. Doing both voting would cost $20 million. Did we say and postal?
We provided costs for both, Your Worship.
Okay. Right, I read it.
Kia ora, councillors. We are recommending that you stay with what we did last time, but enhancing it. You request this repaper in April, so we've just had an opportunity to come back to you now. We have ruled out option 3 as a feasible option due to legislative constraints such that voters outside of Auckland and overseas mean to say that that makes it an absolute deal breaker. It's just that that is a fairly important thing just relating to that option. But for all of options 3, 4...
Just a question a little bit on that, because it wasn't that clear to me. Okay. Was that booth voting over the whole period?
Booth voting over the whole period.
What about booth voting on one day?
People who rely on getting their vote in by post.
Oh, they can come back, can't they?
They can, but I would suggest... However, not being able to have out of Auckland voters or overseas voters not able to vote is not a deal breaker. I'm just pointing that out as a particular thing.
It'd be a lot cheaper than $12 million, $20 million if you only had it on one day.
Sorry, Your Worship.
If we only had booths for one day.
Oh, correct. Yes. The problem is the voter experience. If you can imagine when you go into general government elections, you are 2 ticks and you're out the door, 5 minutes. That is not the case with voting in local elections. Approximately 20-25 candidates. You have your councillors to vote for and your local board members, and very diligent voters also have licensing trusts in their area. So the average voter takes 30 minutes for a local election. Therefore, we will have queues out the door if we have booth voting for only one day. Suggest to you all, not something we would wish to have. It is very risky, and we would have quite a reputational issue there. The other thing that is the problem with booth voting is that the enrolled voter takes about 30 minutes, but an unenrolled voter, where Auckland has a significant number of unenrolled voters, and this is because Aucklanders are often moving around in metro cities a lot more. So a lot more people don't get their papers, so they have to do a special vote, and often the trend is that they do those on the last day. The last day they suddenly decide they want to vote, they have to do a special vote. If it was booth only or a booth combination, that is a much longer process, up to 40 minutes. The other thing that really concerns both ourselves and Council's independent electoral support, independent election services, is that there's insufficient staff capability and capacity to really make a voter experience anything like a central government experience. We would need, even to be somewhat similar to central government, 630 voting booths, which is not an easy thing logistically for us to stand up. No council in New Zealand has done a booth vote since 1992. We're also concerned that when that happened, the voter turnout went down. That was Hutt City in 1992 with a 26% voter turnout. So whilst it is possible, there are many, many risks to going with booth voting. All voting methods have pluses and minuses, and I think we've done our best to lay those out for you in the attachments. It is our strong advice to you that we enhance the voter experience by having considerably more special voting centres during the voting period. Government has just changed legislation to make it possible for NZ Post to actually get the voting papers out to people, so they've got an extra 6 days, and voters would have an extra 10 days. So they can do that in the privacy of their own home, they can take their time, they can do a considered vote, and with the augmented post return facilities that we provide through Countdown, who we've signed an MOU with for the next election, we've got, I think, the best of all options for a reasonable price. It's my strong recommendation to you, therefore, that you choose option 2, status quo plus. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor has a question, and so does Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, I've got a biscuit in my mouth. Maybe give me a second. I was just going to say, for public record, could you explain what the special voting centres, the status quo plus for special voting centres means?
Thank you, Councillor. The status quo plus is last time, so we go back to 2019, we had more special voting centres than we did in 2022, but what happened was they only had the voting papers for that area that they were in, and so if people came in to vote and do a special vote, either because they weren't enrolled or they were a new voter, they couldn't get the voting papers that they were eligible for because they'd gone to the wrong centre. So this time, in order to kind of meet our budget, for 2022, what I was going to say, we had fewer special voting centres, but each and every single one of those had a full gamut of papers, so anyone could go anywhere to do a special vote. What we're suggesting is that we ramp that up, so combine kind of the two of those things, so we have more of them and every single centre is fully stocked. So we would have a minimum of 1 per local board, but in larger and more populist local boards, we would have more.
Thanks, Your Worship. I won't speak later, but I support this.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you. Rose, you talk about risk of reputation, but on every occasion that we've had the opportunity to consider polling booths vis-a-vis postal, you have come back encouraging the continuation of postal ballots. Can you tell me if that has enhanced the number of voter participation over that time, and has it actually enhanced the experience of Aucklanders and their trust in democracy? Because I feel, and I can speak to it later, but I feel that officers have really put up barriers to going back to polling booths. You have vigorously defended postal ballots, and yet the evidence has been, from my perspective, that it has not increased or enhanced democracy in terms of voter participation. So can you just give us what the facts are on voter participation in recent times with postal ballots?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a very valid question. The voter turnout went up by 0.2%, so it didn't go down, but I realise that that is not a huge and not a great defence of postal voting. What I'm simply saying to you is that the risks with booth voting are very high, so high that I really cannot recommend it. The loss of reputation, but not only that, not being able to give a clear and defensible result on election day, or a timely result for that matter, which is something people always want, is greatly the case with booth voting. So whilst there is no perfect voting system, what I'm recommending to you is the one that has the least risk, is the most known to us, and we can try, again, to tackle the issues with voter turnout by making it very easy and by making, trying to reach into those communities that we typically don't get, and we will continue to do so. But to rely on booth voting as the panacea to low voter turnout is risky in my view.
My second question is that, is there any evidence to show that the public consider local government elections less important than central government elections because it's a postal ballot and because it's stretched out over such a long period of time?
I'm not aware of any research in the New Zealand context, but overseas, and we have looked at this quite a lot, people, there are pros and cons. In the US, they call postal voting home voting, and the real emphasis there is that the voter has an opportunity to make a considered choice and take their time in the privacy of their own home rather than being, queues out the door, having to wait, because that is what I really do worry about with booth voting, is that there will be long queues on the last day, and we will be again blamed for not having enough centres and not being able to cope with the load, because it does seem that people are waiting until the last minute to vote. But at least with postal voting, I recognise that there are problems with that, and I've laid those out really clearly in the report. At least people do have an opportunity to make a considered vote. And if they haven't received their voting papers, they can also make a special vote in a timely manner.
Well, I suggest it's an area that there should be some research in, because anecdotal evidence that I have is that people see that voting in local government elections is somehow less important. And yet the mayor will often say, why isn't Wellington listening to Auckland? Because the issues that we are confronted with are the things that touch people's lives on a daily basis. And we've got to do something better to demonstrate the importance of participation in local elections. And I put it to you that if you just continue with postal ballots, it's just going to be more of the same.
Through the Mayor, we don't have any evidence in that, Councillor, with due respect. The only evidence we have is where Hutt City Council, the voter turnout was 26%.
Okay, bit of silence here. I'll go to Shane Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Does postal voting disadvantage renters, young people, transient people, and what is the extent of that disadvantage?
Yes, it does, and that is a fact of life in a metro city. So the more people move around, the more likely they are not to receive their papers via mail. That is the disadvantage of postal voting. However, they can make a special vote, which is why we recommend having more centres where they can make those votes.
Do you consider that a serious risk in terms of local democracy and actually giving people their voice?
As I said, Councillor, there is no system that is perfect. They might find it too difficult to get to one of the special voting centres that we have. They might find it difficult to get to any voting centre. They might find it difficult to be there on those particular days. There are a number of reasons why people don't vote. I accept what you're saying. I'm just saying that I don't believe that this is the solution to that problem. We cannot fix the electoral roll problem. That is the role of the Electoral Commission. We have given them some suggestions of how they might better capture people who move around a lot more, and I will continue those discussions with them if I'm able.
Thank you.
I'll just add something in on there. So all voting booth places, if we did do booth voting, would not necessarily be special voting places. So whether or not we've got postal or booth, people who need to enrol or change their address or whatever would still need to go to a special voting place.
Thank you. Just one last one. Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to explore the comment around if we did booth voting, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was a contention that we wouldn't get a result on election day or a reasonable result. I don't really understand that, because we have progress results that come on election day, and then we have more votes that get counted, and it was something like 20%, it was heaps, right? And then we get an updated result. So why would that be any different if we were counting during a booth period and then having, the second count drop? Why would that be any different?
It's simple logistics through the chair. 630 voting booths is what we would have to have even similar voting experience to central government. The logistics of getting all of those last votes in from those booths on the day would mean that those results were delayed. By hours, yes. By half a day, maybe. It's difficult for us to say because we haven't done this before. So the provisional results would be delayed and the final results would be delayed also. And I know that might not seem like a good reason, but people do get very wound up about how long the results are taking. So it becomes a reputational issue. I also believe that we need to take special care not to rush things so that we have a defensible and clear result. And that is going to a lot more logistics getting votes back from 630 locations.
Reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Williamson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Just want to ask a couple of questions about security of vote if it's postal. The first one was I noticed in 2 countdowns in our area, and I pointed it out to Councillor Stewart, there was no one supervising the box at all at the front of countdown. Now, when I called Dale Ovnovsky, he said, oh no, there's always somebody if they're at the major counter or someone that's in charge of monitoring to make sure people are not doing anything with it. But I went back specifically to just watch. Nobody was watching that box. Nobody. Absolutely not. And I kept thinking, there's an absolute ballot paper box that can be tampered with without anyone seeing or knowing it.
Through the chair, I don't believe that was what Dale Ovsovsky meant. There was always cameras on the voting ballot boxes, and there's always someone at the main counter, and they're also chained to something that could not be removed. So no one could run off with a booth, with a, ballot box, thank you, Warwick. They were tamper-proof in that you could only the people who were picking up the votes had the key to get a vote out. So you could put a vote in, but you couldn't get votes out. No one was able to do that. So it's always, always a balancing act here. There is no foolproof way of ensuring that people get exactly the right ballots. We've had people allege that other people were stealing their voting papers, etc. There is pros and cons to every situation, but we did not have any tampered with ballot boxes, and I remain confident that we can keep the security of those boxes. Thank you.
Okay, so the next one I want to do is quite a serious problem. We have a road by the Pakuranga shopping centre, that's on called Te Rakau, and on the odd side, that is the western side of Te Rakau, every one of the properties had been bought by Auckland Transport several years ago for the Eastern Busway. So AT owned over 100 houses on that side of the road. When our last local body election occurred, those houses were still standing with no one in them, and every one of the letterboxes was full of purple envelopes, stacks of purple envelopes.
5 or 6.
Yeah, 5 or 6, as Councillor Stewart can say. Anybody that had wanted to could have just gone along, because there was no one in those houses. They'd been completely ghosted more than a year ago, because AT had bought the entire lot for the Eastern Busway. But because whoever was registered on the electoral roll had done nothing about anything, there was just ballots to be seen. So I specifically got onto my computer system when I got the data from Ovnovsky after who had voted, and I ran it through to see if anybody in the odd numbers from 1 to 197 of Te Rakau had voted. No one had. So no one had stolen them, but they were just sitting there in the open, letterbox after letterbox. And that seems to me to be something that is terribly fraught with ability to be rorted.
I acknowledge that and have acknowledged that in the report, but there is, if people are voting with those voting papers, there is no way of us knowing that people have used that voting paper fraudulently. But it is impossible for people to vote twice under their own name. Yeah. Again, that is an electoral commission matter, not something we can address, and I recognise your concerns. There is always this problem with people not receiving their voting papers, which is why we're recommending to you that we make it much easier for people to make a special vote, and many people do.
Sorry, but could we not put something through us, because we've got a CCO called AT, could we not do something that said to AT when they acquired properties and they were vacated, they had an obligation to notify the electorate office electoral office that nobody lives there anymore.
Through the chair, those are the sorts of things that we are recommending to the Electoral Commission to overcome that problem. And there are many others, like for instance, when people change their rental situation, that the property managers are able to provide them with, here's all the 10 things that you need to do, and one of those is changing your electoral status, and it is, I've done it myself recently, it takes less than 5 minutes to change online.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. On the back of Councillor Henderson, I understood it was a large number of people voted on the last day. Like, I thought it was more than 20%. I thought it was a large number, though, wasn't it? There was a queue. There was a queue at both the Titirangi Library and the Newland Library on the last day to put their ballots in the box.
There was a queue for special votes, so people who hadn't enrolled. If you got your voting papers, you could stick them in a box, no problem. You could do that in Countdown. You didn't need to go to a voting booth. But what there was were people leaving till the last minute. They didn't get a voting paper and they wanted to vote, so they had to do a special vote. They had to go to those places. So again, our suggestion is that we up the number of those, because that is something that we know people leave to the last moment. So that's still the best option we can offer in those cases.
Okay, so I worry about us devaluing the vote, people's respect for that vote, when we keep trying to make it easier and easier and easier for you, and we'll even chuck in a chocolate fish to try to get you to vote, then the vote becomes worthless in the people's mind, and that's and everything I hear talked about here is about improving voter turnout. So if though, you know, I just think I support the 600 voting booths. I think it's better. I know I see you know, a lot of money, but are we here to get the money, or are we here to get democracy? Are we here to get people into this? When I was delivering leaflets around the place, I gave up delivering leaflets because every single one of them went on top of a ballot envelopes in their box. It was point. They weren't going to take that out. They weren't going to take my leaflet out. So, yeah.
Through the chair, it's not on the basis of cost alone. Cost is only one issue that I'm signalling to you is well, that's just a fact. It costs more. But it's the risks that I'm pointing out to you. We do not have the capacity, nor does Independent Election Services have the capacity to staff 630 voting stations, which is what we would need to do to give a similar voting experience to Aucklanders as a central government election. And even then, I do worry that there are going to be queues out the door on the last day because of how long it takes to vote. 30 to 40 minutes, depending on whether you're doing a special vote or an ordinary vote, versus 2 ticks and you're out with the central government. So it's very hard to compare these things. It's a complete unknown, is what I'm saying to you.
Okay, I understand that, but I will stick with my point that we have to not undervalue what their vote is by. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Fascinating. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. Just speaking to this, and just around the special voting centres, and I'm asking this question now well in advance. It has been observed in the past that the locations where people vote may have the presence of I can't say parties because, but candidates and the like, and that is of concern. So if we're going to have more of these special voting centres, I'm just putting to you and I'd invite your response, that we need to be far more careful, because otherwise there's certainly a perception of bias. Recently we've had circumstances to do with Mariah's, but equally there are other locations where you've got a presence of some other form that could be perceived to have some influence. So is that something you're going to be taking into account around the special voting centres?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. We are very aware of that, both in a special voting situation or in a booth voting situation. It's particularly true when people are taking a long time to vote. How do you know whether that person's just hanging around taking time to vote or whether they're actually trying to influence people? So we're very aware of that issue, and security is in place in those special voting centres.
The other question I've got is a more general one, and that is, given that we know a substantial number of people don't vote, do we actually do any form of survey or analysis? And it could be random, that's come up quite a bit today. Or it could even be alphabetised, I don't really mind. But a circumstance where we go to some people that we know haven't voted, and that's public, and we conduct a little survey. So why? Do we do that?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely do. And if you look in Appendix A, the single most valid reason for why people don't vote, according to them, is that they don't know the candidates. But the Appendix A lays out all the reasons. Some of them are just not interested in politics, either local or central government. Some of them, sorry, I just need to have a quick read, perhaps it's just gone out of my mind. But that's the main reason, is they simply don't know the candidates. But there's about 5 or 7 reasons there. It's in your report, plus also in Appendix A.
The reason I raise this issue is, as has occurred with other councillors like Councillor Turner, I've made the observation that people don't check their letterbox, the stuff gets wet in their letterbox, there may not be a letterbox, they're not enrolled, and I encounter that sort of thing fairly frequently. And so I would suggest, by way of a question, there are a lot of things that we could do to improve the turnout that are above and beyond this issue that we're dealing with here.
If you're interested, Councillor, 27% of people said I didn't know anything about the candidates. 25% of people said I don't know enough about the policies. 20% I couldn't work out who to vote for. 19% I forgot to vote. 17% I did not know when voting finished and I missed the deadline. 16% I'm not interested in politics or politicians. And 15% I can't be bothered. So when we do this every single time we have an election, we do a post-election survey. And when we are planning our campaign for the next election, this is the primary kind of source of how we might change our communications with the public, knowing these things.
I understand that. I think a question I would ask is, if you're surveying people just on the basis of a list of questions, you often find a significant bias in the response, and quite often there are underlying reasons that the person won't want to admit, but are the real reason why they haven't voted. So I just put that to you, and I would suggest that if you are doing a survey, very careful thought needs to be given to how you craft it. So you actually get the real reason. Because people are sensitive around issues that go to voting because they associate that with power systems and the like.
I acknowledge that, Councillor Walker. My understanding is that this is done by our research unit in a pretty robust manner in response to your point.
It's also before and after, isn't it?
We do before and after, so we take a bit of a test beforehand. The only other thing that I would say is that we know that people who give sometimes reasons, that I didn't know how to vote. We know that sometimes that's not the real reason because we do other bits of research. So a lot of people who say that's the reason that they didn't vote actually just didn't vote.
My last question is, do we have any form of strategy, and I might call it a civic strategy, that endeavours to instil in people an enthusiasm for democracy, a sense of history around the council and the importance of what it does? Any information that conveys the importance of civic places and civic things. Do we have any form of strategy that goes to that?
Yes, we do, and it comes into the fore mainly around the pre-election period, but what we've also realised is that people want to know this information. So we have kind of stuff available for teachers, which is available throughout the term. They can download that for free at any time. It's on our website, ACNU. It's not AK, have your say, it's ACNU. Have a look on there if you're interested. That is where we put most of our civic education material. What we learnt though wasn't just kids and on kids voting. What we understand now is that migrant communities and those who are new to our country want to know about our voting systems and about how council works. Those who do can find all of that material online in very simple and plain language, and we're doing our best through our pre-election campaign to reach migrant communities and all sorts in the way that, not just in the way that we normally do. We learn something every time that we do it, and we improve and just tweak our strategies every time.
My last question, do we feed any information into that silly Orange Man campaign that I really don't rate?
Through the chair, that is not able to be used by local councils. It is intellectual property of the Electoral Commission, so we don't use it. But we are looking through Taituara to have a nationwide campaign in the future to be able to leverage off each other, both costs and also just so that the whole of New Zealand knows that they're voting for their local elections, and it becomes a thing that they start to recognise in the future. So if we can get it going for 2025, that's what we're trying to achieve right now. And the goal is to have something as recognisable as the Orange Man, but not the Orange Man.
Anybody watching this won't be encouraged to bother. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report. I support it. I think that's awesome that you're looking at special voting centres in each area, because we have a lot of transient because they're in state houses and we're doing state housing redevelopments. So they're having to go out to Manukau to do their special votes because they leave it at the last minute. So thank you for that. Also, I wanted to ask, the turnout is low in lower socioeconomic areas. What about areas that don't have a countdown? What's the opportunity to have drop-off boxes at other supermarkets like Fresh Choice or Pick and Save? Yeah.
Just investigating that with Taituara so that we can actually roll that out across New Zealand, but we're just in early negotiations, and so I hope that we can bring that, because I recognise that countdown isn't the place everybody shops.
Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Would you say that possibly one of the reasons why people forget to vote is because the voting time is for 3 weeks, and quite often a lot of people that I speak to, they think 3 weeks is just far too long, and if it was just a week, they get it, and they know that they've got to get that vote, that vote in. But if you're having it spread out over 3 weeks, it just seems to be a little bit too long. And I think that's what I hear. A lot of people have the voting papers on the kitchen table or something, and they've forgotten to vote because they think, I've got 3 weeks to do it. But if they know they've only got a week to do it, they might do it. And the other question is, with the special voting, I believe that the special vote's supposed to close at about 12 p.m. And I just wonder why it is that if it closes at 12 p.m, we still have people lining up after 12 p.m, queues and queues, and it could be 7 p.m, and they're still putting them in there. That's what I've heard, so maybe it's not quite right. But if they're not in there by 12 p.m, if they're too late and they're having to queue up and they're going to be 2 p.m. or 3 p.m, or maybe if they haven't got it in by 12 p.m, it's too late.
Through the chair, in answer to your first question, no, there is no research that suggests that people having a week might vote more than if they had 3 weeks. But what I do know is you're exactly right. There were people queuing out the door at midday. No vote. What we did was at 12 p.m, anyone who was in the building could come into the foyer. We could fit them into the foyer and they were there. We processed their votes. At that 12 o'clock period, the doors closed. Anyone who wasn't in the building, their votes were not taken. It would be against the law for us to do so. So I do know, though, that people take to the very last minute sometimes before they decide to vote. So I would suggest that having a short period of time might make that a little bit more intense. So hence the reason why we're suggesting to have a deal more special voting centres in the status quo plus option, so that people have not only more time, because the legislation's changed to allow an extra 10 days, 6 additional days for New Zealand Post to get the votes into the letterbox or the postal documents into the people's letterboxes, but we've got 10 additional days now in legislation, so 32.5 days to vote. On top of having more special voting centres, it will be very difficult if people say they didn't have an opportunity to vote.
With that, Deputy Mayor Simpson and then Councillor Leone, and no, I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Could you tell me, do we have to have the voting during school holidays?
The electoral period is prescribed in legislation.
I think that's an issue, you know, it's, people do go away, and so I think if we can't do anything about it, thanks, that's all I really wanted to know.
Oh, we've got a bit of a kerfuffle going on, so I'm going to move this, and it'll be seconded by. Do you want to amend it? So. Okay, that's jolly good on you, rightio. Thank you for that. Now, Councillor Leone is next, correct?
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to put up an amendment. The first is option 5, the combination booth and postal voting, which is 30 places per local board over 7 days. And I know that there's an increased cost on that, quite a specific increased cost of around 10 million, but I'd like to put that up first, and if that fails, I'd like to put up option 4, the combination of postal voting with both voting on election day, which would mean that we'd have postal with 20 places per local board on election day. And the reason why I'm wanting to put those up is because I've heard the concerns raised here around accessibility and the fact that we know that there is higher turnout with voting booths, and we know that from general election because we get around 80% turnout. So I would like to put that up as an amendment.
You've got it.
Happy to second the amendment.
The rules person says you can put up one amendment. So the amendment you're putting up is option 4. Is it option 5? Is it option 5? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Righto. We've got an amendment for option 5, which is $17 million, and we've got the basic one is $10 million worth of voting on option 2. So we'll have questions about option 5. It's pretty obvious. Okay, and then we'll have debate about option 5, and we'll vote on option 5, and if it wins, it wins, and if it doesn't.
Just want to ask Councillor Leone, if you have a hybrid of a mailing system and you can do it at polling places, are you saying that at the booths, all you would do is bring your papers with you and submit them? There wouldn't be papers issued to you in the booth, because then you could have people having them all sent out to them in the mail and then going to a booth and getting voting papers.
Option 5 is a combination of booth and postal voting.
Yeah, but yeah. What happens to the papers for voting? Do we send them out to everybody? And if you want to vote in a booth, you have to bring your papers from home to fill them out and vote there? Or can you go to the booth and actually get new papers, given that you might already have voting papers at home?
Well, I think that would have to be something that's answered by staff. I mean, in terms of the detail of that, I'm just looking on page 40 of our information and looking at that detail there. So, as I've said, my whole goal is to provide options today around more voting booths, which is why I've said I would like to put that up as a first option, and if that fails, then to look at option 4, which is the combination of postal voting with booth voting on election day, with 20 places per local board. So the first option, option 5, sorry, is 30 places per local board over 7 days.
Rightio, well, I've got a question. Where's the $7 million coming from?
If I might just interrupt for a second. So staff have advised me, Councillor Williamson, that the way this would work, and please correct me if I get this wrong, the way this would work is that everyone would get their postal ballot votes, but if and when they turned up at a ballot box to vote, there would be separate papers there for them to use for that purpose.
So you could have now a plethora of 2 lots of voting papers per person. One at home and one at the polling booth.
Vote early and vote often.
We might invite them to, might just invite Rose up to the table because I've just repeated what I was advised.
Craig Taylor with me from Independent Election Services. I understand your question that you think people might be able to vote twice?
No, I understand that you'll do some checking later on to see if someone, but I'm just talking about how many voting papers are sitting out there. If you delivered them to everybody via mail, and then you could go into a polling place whenever you want and vote again on some papers. You've got blank papers sitting at home. You could have multitude of blank papers sitting out there.
Yes. So there's no real problem with that, though, as long as people only vote once and we only count one vote, which we do, as you say, mop up at the end.
Okay.
So people attempt to vote twice, they can't.
So each voting paper is a specific, it's got its own
Through the chair, I think that's barcode, is it, Craig?
mark.
Correct, yes, a barcode.
Oh, that's a shame. Can't vote early and vote often. Like Chicago. All right. Thank you for those questions. Can we get on with it just and vote on whether we want to have the amendment?
Your question.
Oh, where's the money come from? I don't know. I have to ask Phil that. Where's your $7 million come from? Have you budgeted with 10?
Well, the officer report's very clear and to be clear, it's an estimated cost contained in there. We will have to come back to you with more detail around that. But for the purposes of today, if you think in terms of the numbers indicated in the paper, this is additional cost and will need to be funded in due course if you go down that path.
No swings and foe. Councillor Lee.
Brief, Mr Mayor. I just want to make a comment. The council is under a certain amount of pressure to ensure that voter participation is improved. I think there's a reference in the Local Government Act. But that requires a certain amount of judicious prudence and discretion when it comes to the council being involved in actual elections. The fall off in voter participation is no secret. The council and the discussion today tends to focus on the mechanics of voting as a contributory reason, if not the main reason, which I disagree with. I think the reason why people don't vote is that they're turned off by the council, not just this one, local government in general. And you can pick up a news media article any day in any part of New Zealand where there's controversy and disgruntled citizens concerned about the performance of their councils. So in many respects, in my opinion, the main contributory cause for the decline and turning off of voters is the performance of councils under this particular regime, post-1989 regime. Be that as it may, in terms of the mechanics of voting, there are some strange inconsistencies between central government and local government voting. The standard election day where the vote is, by legend, around the world in democracy, secret and private, and personal. In local government voting can often be family affairs as people open and pour over their ballot papers. In terms of electoral advertising and general elections, election material must be disappeared on voting day. In local government elections, signs are everywhere while people are voting, except for the last day, which is the only thing that is consistent with the general election. In terms of council staff participation in helping get out the vote, that's getting very close to being involved in election campaigning. And there has been occasions where council staff, candidates, political activist groups are with voters, particularly in the case of university students, and in the case, another example of people in homes, senior homes, and in the case of the homeless. So my request is, I can understand why the council staff are under some pressure to improve the voter turnout. I think a great deal of discretion needs to be exercised, that the council staff are not inadvertently involving themselves in political campaigns by one political faction or political activist group or another. I'll just make that point. Thank you very much.
Very well made, Councillor. I thoroughly enjoyed every part of it and agree with it. I'm just having a little thing here. I've just had a quick look. If we went from the option 2, which is the one that staff have recommended, to the one that is being put up as an option, there's an additional $7 million of charges. There's another 10 by 70 days of additional exposure. In order to get 10,000 additional votes, you'd need to have 130 extra people who weren't going to vote every day in those ones, which is probably pushing it. And if you get an extra 10,000 voters, that would be $700 per voter. Well, that's bloody ridiculous. I think you could buy a few votes for $700 per vote. So I will definitely oppose the increase, because it's just throwing money out the window. But Julie Ferry, you seconded this, and you're going to explain why it's such a good investment. Although I think I've made it fairly hard for you.
Get what you're saying. Okay. So I guess I do support this and have seconded it to that effect. I think for me, I'm actually really concerned about some of the questions I've heard asked, some of the views that have been put forward about, being worried about if it's too easy to vote, people won't value their vote. I think all of what we are doing here with this item should be focused on increasing turnout. And I make no bones about that. I think that's absolutely should be the democratic goal of this organisation, to have as many people vote as possible. We heard last time, the interest in the special voting centres, and I had several in my community where they did run out of papers. And also the turnout on the last day with people going in to put their votes into the library boxes and supermarket boxes suggests a strong interest actually in booth voting. Historically, the international research, and this is from memory going back a while, so it may have been superseded, but is generally that postal voting is usually a good option, it gets a better turnout, except when it comes to general elections. But I think what we're seeing is a real shift now to people wanting to have a voting day. And certainly I know that one of the 20% voting on the last day last time kind of, I think, bears that out. To that end, we need booths in order to achieve that. So I strongly support this. I did, the cost issue, like this is one of the most important things that we do actually, is paying for an election. So I'm not particularly bothered about the idea that we might invest more money in making voting more accessible and making democracy more accessible for our community. I think that's absolutely what we should do. And I think the cost is possibly relatively modest. I'd like to see a little bit more on that, because if we have more mandate as politicians at the table, if we can be more sure of we're here with a strong mandate, then a lot of other processes potentially will go a little bit smoother for the council. I'm also really worried about the suggestion we give people less time to vote. We should make this as easy as possible and get as many people participating as possible. This is grassroots democracy. This is, how can we be representatives if we are not enabling people to vote for a representative? So I strongly support booth and postal voting as put forward in option 5. And if we do end up going with option 2, status quo plus, then, that will be an improvement on status quo. But I think we're potentially missing an opportunity here to really make a step change, that people are losing confidence in democracy and wanting more of a say. And this is one way we can make a step forward in that area. Thank you.
Okay, I've got one from Henderson, then I'm going to put the amendment, then I'm going to put the thing.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll be really quick. I'd consider the mayoralty of Auckland to be the second most important political job in the country, maybe the third after the Minister of Finance. We're talking about the amount of money in terms of investment. We need to invest in that. It's directly elected. Some of the things we're discussing around maybe we'll have to wait a bit longer for the vote. Well, that's cool with me. No issue. I usually hike on election day and it's lovely. Honestly, there are serious distortions to what we do here, and it gets worse every 3 years as the postal system gets run down and it also gets out of favour in terms of the modern world. People in transient households, people that rent, people that are young, we shouldn't have structural disadvantages to how we elect such an important office and the officers around the table as well. So I just wanted to lend support to that, and I'm sorry, I'll try to be as quick as I could. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to put the amendment.
Division's been called by Councillor Foley.
Division's been called by somebody.
Councillor Foley.
Councillor Foley. Rightio, we're going to do an alphabetical non-randomised division. Call Sandra with an R. We'll start with Baker with a B.
Councillors, you're voting on Councillor Leone's amendment. Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
For, thanks.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. No. Is that no? Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
What
have we got? That's lost 10 votes to 11. So now you're back to the original.
Okay, now we're back to the original. You can't have two.
No, I'm sorry, councillor Leone, you cannot move another amendment.
I'll move another amendment then, but I don't think we need to debate again, if that's okay, which is for option 4 instead of option 5, which is booth on the day and postal.
Seconder?
Second. Councillor Foley, second.
Righto, we've had a debate on this. We'll go for this one. This is now for option 4. 20 places per local board on election day. Yeah, it's not quite so bad.
Is there any question?
Does anyone want to do one of those divisions?
Division.
Who said that?
Councillor Foley.
You've been very divisive for a person who hasn't bothered to rock up today, Councillor. Right, off we go. Here we go.
Councillors, you're voting on Councillor Ferry's amendment, which is for option 4. Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Ferry.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
4.
Councillor Henderson.
4, thank you.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, please.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
4.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
That one is lost. 9 votes to 12.
Oh, I think we'll move the original thing, please. Okay, I'm going to go to the substantial, the one the staff have recommended after all that work. We'll now vote on that.
Your Worship, just to avoid time, I'm not going to put an amendment up, but I want to make it clear that my preference is to go to polling booths in line with central government. And so rather than wasting the time of the committee, because I know that there is not an appetite for it, I'm just expressing my preference now.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. That's not one of the options, but I'd like to go back to the old days. We did that as well, but that's not on the option. So we're going to vote for the recommendation from the staff. Do I dare go all those in favour or not? Yes. All those in favour?
Booth.
By division, please.
Bloody hell, who was that?
Councillor Fletcher.
That was Fletcher, and I'm not wasting your time with an amendment.
Okay, good on you. Apologies. I just didn't hear the name, that's all.
Councillors, you're voting on the original motion. Councillor Baker.
4.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Ferry.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
4.
Councillor Henderson.
Abstain.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, we've got yes.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
4.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes, please.
That'll be carried 19 votes to 1 with 1 abstention.
Bingo. Well, I'm glad we stopped for lunch before we got to that. I'd like you to move on to item 13, which is response to the Ombudsman's open workshops. I'm all for transparency and getting these out in the open. For the public watching, we haven't had a workshop on workshops yet, but we might do, who knows. So you're seeing Andrew here talking to us for the first time. Andrew there, he's even got a tie on today, suit for that. We do a lot of workshops. Our long-term plan had over 120 hours of them, for example. Come on, Andrew. I think before I finish, I just want to reinforce that I think we go into secrecy far too much, which is not exactly what's the point of this, but I just want to say, can we go into secrecy when there's something that's so secret someone would be tempted to leak it? Because most of the secrets have been blooming not even interesting.
It's been moved and seconded.
Moved and by Walker and seconded by Deputy Mayor Simpson. Thank you very much that we by agree the default setting, albeit they're open, but we still had the opportunity to be secret, but only if it's really, really secret. Okay, so over to you there, Andrew. Come on.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, councillors. This paper is just responding to the Ombudsman's report. Our governing body governance practices are aligned with the Ombudsman's recommendations. However, our current approach to workshops is that they are closed by default. The Ombudsman recommends that best practice is for those workshops to be open by default. So the proposal here is to open up governing body workshops by default, and it's another piece of the ongoing work programme to increase transparency for council business. It supports the mayor's and the governing body's desire to reduce the number of items and meetings and the number of workshops by ensuring that the work that is put in front of the governing body has purpose and takes the discussion forward. And that really is it in a nutshell. Changing the default setting from closed to open. The discretion will still be with the chairperson to extend the workshop to open completely to the public. There are a number of different options of opening. Our recommendation is for the workshops to be recorded and put up onto the web. It's the most effective and cheapest approach in the first instance.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? At the start of our 120 hours of punishment for the LTP, the first couple of them were kind of not real called workshops, they were called sort of something or other sessions, advantage sessions or managed sessions or facilitated sessions with Toby. We're not considering those to be open, or are we considering those to? They weren't quite workshops to me, they were actually where we actually had a discussion, which would be nice if we could still do those. And then once we got into the workshops, I'm in favour of them being open, but those facilitated sessions, I think most people found them quite useful. I could be wildly wrong.
That will be, this is just looking at workshops? Purely
so a facilitated session is still a facilitated session?
Is a facilitated session.
Right, thank you for that. Are there any additional questions for what is a reasonably plain thing, but then again I've read that wrong several times today. Hey? All right. Step aside there, and I'm going to offer to have a vote on this one there. All those in favour of this, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? Carried. Well, there you are. That's it.
Can we say unanimous? Good job, Andrew.
No, don't even say that word. Right, now to the bit that some of us have stayed up all day for. We've got 4 items on the result of our 120 hours of work, the LTP. And the first of these, item 14, is about the revenue and financing policy, and I'm going to move this, Councillor Sayers. Will you second this, Councillor Sayers? Okay. Now, thank you for everybody. We've got to go through these issues. These final items in the open agenda relate to the long-term plan. They are largely procedural and are giving effect to the decisions we made as a committee last month. I'd like to acknowledge the councillors, local board members, Te Kura, advisory panels and the members of the public who all submitted and contributed in their thousands. We've got a plan we can really be proud of. I expect we move through this with that in mind, and if any of you want to raise amendments to these, provided them in writing, Standard Order 1.53, it is likely that if these were to happen, we would need staff advice to understand the consequences or understand where some things potentially aren't legally open to us. Staff have worked hard to produce the necessary documents and policies. This step is an important one that gives certainty to our organisation as well as our communities out there. First up, Andrew Duncan. I have moved this and has been seconded by Councillor Sayers. And have we got some of your exciting rhetoric to bring us about here about the long-term differential strategy, which is the first item?
Certainly.
The item within the revenue financing policy. Thank you, Andrew.
Revenue and financing policy sets out how the council will fund its activities. Some changes are required to be made to the policy to reflect the decisions you made on the 16th of May. We're required to have our revenue and financing policy adopted as part of the long-term plan. It's the first of the items on the agenda for this today. Aaron, the key change to the document?
So the key change is to reflect the decision that the council made to discontinue its strategy of reducing the share of rates charged by business. So that's the long-term differential strategy. A couple of other minor amendments include removing references to the accommodation provider targeted rate and reflecting the change to how waste services are funded.
There's no questions. It's been moved. All those in favour of this, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Thank you very much for that. You've kept up your usual exciting whiz-bang approach there. Thank you very much. Item 15. I'm just going to turn the page to get to it. This is to formally adopt the LTP. Again, I'm moving this as Councillor Sayers. Will you second this, please? So let's get on with things. Thank you, Tamsin and your team for the excellent work here. Tamsin will give us a brief of what we've already decided to date, how it's been audited in a complex and lengthy process, along with all the other work that's gone in. The auditors are also online. In order to revoke a previous decision, we'd need a motion signed by 1/3 of the councillors. So I don't think we're going to do that. But basically, hopefully not. Just bring us up to date with what you've had to do since we voted to approve the LTP and what has sprung from that in your long work assembling the documentation and dealing with the auditors. Okay, now you'll note that the move is to include key audit changes tabled at the meeting and including minor changes requested by the auditors. So I think the best thing for you is to explain what happened during all this period of time. Okay, thank you very much for that. Off you go, Tamsin.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. In mihi o Matariki, te tauhou te Māori. So this paper is largely a procedural one, and it is the final step in this process for the long-term plan for the period of 2024 to 2034. So in May, this committee made final decisions, as the Mayor mentioned, relating to the various components of the long-term plan. These decisions included the level of rates increases and other rating policy matters, levels of investment across the group for capital and operating spend, fairer funding of local boards, and the establishment of the Auckland Future Fund. So since then, staff have been working to reflect those decisions in these final documents and to include the necessary content to meet our statutory obligations. Draft documents were provided to you last week to support a drop-in session on the content. This was an opportunity for elected members to ask clarifying questions and provide staff your feedback. Draft policy relating to the Auckland Future Fund was also distributed to support a workshop on the same day. During the session, we received feedback on the draft policies. A memo was circulated late last week outlining our response to that feedback and the changes that were made to policy to reflect your requests that we received during that session. The two related policies that are included in the long-term plan for adoption today have been updated as outlined in that memo, and those are the Auckland Future Fund policy and the Auckland Future Fund distribution policy. So during this period since decision making, we have worked to support Audit New Zealand, who, on behalf of the Office of the Auditor General, have audited the final long-term plan documents. On Monday this week, the Audit and Risk Committee met and received an update from staff on the effectiveness of controls and risk management as it relates to the preparation of final documents. At the same meeting, the Audit and Risk Committee received an update from our auditors, and as a result, the committee resolved the following: to receive the report on the key controls and risks relating to the development of the long-term plan, to agree to advise the governing body that effective internal control and risk management processes have been followed during the preparation of the long-term plan, and to agree to advise the governing body that there are no significant outstanding audit issues, noting the 4 matters of emphasis relating to the future uncertainty included in the draft audit report relating to the Auckland Future Fund, government funding for storm recovery and resilience, City Rail Link, and the impact of the Local Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Bill. Yesterday, we also distributed the draft unmodified audit opinion to you, which, subject to today's decision-making, will be included in the final documents. I note that our auditors are here online, here in the room and online, and I will ask them to briefly speak to the audit opinion after my introduction. Similarly, we have supported our Legal Services Department as they conducted a review of the documents to confirm that they are legally compliant. Sign-off confirming legal compliance of these documents was provided to our Chief Executive last Friday. Through both the audit and legal reviews, we have made changes throughout the documents to reflect the feedback that we have received. So very briefly, the contents that are tabled today are Volume 1, which provides a summary of the plan, key deliverables, prospective financial statements, highlights and priorities of the plan itself. Volume 2 includes Council's strategies, policies and detailed plans by group of activity. And Volume 3 contains our local board agreements for 24-25 and the FARA funding allocations. So the recommendations of this report ask you to adopt the LTP documents along with the tabled changes that we have just distributed to you today that we received from our auditors last night regarding performance measure changes and a change to the parent prospective statement. The report also asks you to agree to delegate authority to the Mayor and to our Chief Financial Officer to make any final editorial changes, again including minor requests that we receive from our auditors. Ka mahuta a matariki e te pai, ka mahuta o tātou, tu manako ki te tau. I will now hand over to Ethel Graham, Director at Audit New Zealand, to speak to the audit opinion, and note that we have Andrew McConnell, Deputy Controller and Auditor General online. Kia ora.
Thanks, Tim.
You're welcome to say something, Auditor General. Sort of glaring at us, you can probably tell us that we have met the requirements.
Oh, he's frozen. I'm happy to talk, and Andrew's going to support if there's questions on the audit report. Yep. So kia ora, councillors.
Go, Ethel.
Yep. So so I've received a representation letter. That was the last piece of the puzzle today, and we've had some discussions with management over the last 24 hours just on a few other things which we've agreed to be changed. So that plus the LTP that you have, I'm happy to say we've got an unqualified audit report that we've made available to management to include into the LTP later on in the meeting. So the report includes a couple of key legs. One is about the reasonableness of the LTP for long-term integrated decision-making. So this is, I guess, a new era in terms of your decision-making and planning, which is important. The other important part, the second leg, is around it's an important basis going forward for accountability to your community. So particularly in terms of the financial forecast, but also in relation to the performance framework, which is in volume 2. The audit report does note, just for the members' interests, that we didn't audit the CD. You'll be well aware of that, but we have reminded readers of that. And we've also included in the audit report, doesn't change our opinion, our unqualified opinion at all, but we have included 4 things within our audit report that alert readers to particular pieces of information in the assumptions and other places within the LTP that we feel are particularly important for readers to be aware of. And given this is a forecasting document, you do tend to have assumptions that have a significant impact on the forecast, and also can be particularly uncertain. So that's the basis on which we've drawn readers' attention to these disclosures. One is around the Auckland Future Fund. The disclosures talk about the share price that could be realised, as well as the returns that might be gained through that fund as being particularly significant and uncertain. The other one is around the storm recovery, which has the disclosures talk about the costs, and the funding of those costs are uncertain. The other one is around the City Rail Link project. Council has had to make some very important assumptions to be able to pull the LTP together around the timing of the project, the cost of operation, depreciation of assets, and asset allocation is also an important assumption. And the last one we've drawn readers' attention to is the fact that there is a water services bill going through Parliament at the moment. Council's assumed that the bill, as it's currently drafted, will be passed without significant changes. The disclosures also talk about the impact of that bill on the financials of the group, and in particular water care. For example, on page 77, there's an assumption about credit margins. So those are really important assumptions we feel were important for readers. And last but not least, for me, I just want to thank management for working with us. It's not an easy process for either of us, but an important one. And yeah, I think it's good that we've got there, but I'll pause there. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we are ready for any questions. Kia ora.
Just hold your horses, girls and boys. We have to move an extension of time. Thank you. And anyone else? Deputy Mayor, all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? No. Carried, though, all the same. Right. Questions, please, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have anything, Andrew, to add to that? Just confirming that what Athol said is correct, that you've given us a clean bill of health, virtually.
Can't hear you.
I think you're on mute, Andrew.
Mate. Press your mic on. Oh, well. That's a good part about Wellington, I can't hear you.
Does he know we can't hear him? Yeah, he does.
Righto. We'll do them in semaphore, all right?
No, that's okay. It now works. Look, no comments from me. Yeah, I think you were thinking Christmas had come, Mr. Mayor. You couldn't hear me. No further comments. I think Apple's covered things off pretty well. So no, just I think if there's anything further that comes up, but nothing further to add at present.
Thank you, Andrew. Right, are there any questions from the floor about this? Very much what we expect. A couple of the minor things, just a fee justification from the Auditor General. On that basis, I will move, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you much, auditors, for the work that you've done.
Thanks to the Audit and Risk Committee.
Well done, team.
Thanks to you and your team, Andrew. Much appreciated.
There's an online question.
All part
Going to 16 now.
well worded.
Stay there, Andrew, because I've got to check the numbers on 16. Rightio,
Chair,
again.
can we just have a look at questions online?
Oh, Councillor Filipina.
Yes, Councillor Filipina.
Yeah, well, there was Councillor Foley had a question earlier, and before you close the item, and my particular question is for Andrew. How do you want to deal with the item we've just that you've just put through?
Sorry, which item are you referring to?
So, Andrew, what had happened was there were some questions online. It wasn't picked up, and as a result, the item's been passed. I had a question specifically to you, but I just addressing the chair to see how he wants to deal with that. There was a question, however, earlier to my one from Councillor Foley. So, Chair, I just wanted to sort of get your guidance in regards to the two questions that were online.
You can ask them, it's fine.
Councillor Foley, if you want to go first and then I'll put it through. I mean, I thought it would be recommitted, but obviously it won't be.
Yeah, kia ora. Sorry, Chair. I did put it in the comments there that I wanted to ask a question, but I was just going to ask Ethel and the team, because I'm on the Audit and Risk Committee, so I've had the benefit of hearing from them about this before and understanding in more detail around the risks that they called significant and uncertain around the Auckland Future Fund. But I wondered if Ethel and Andrew could explain a little bit more detail what those risks were that they were wanting to highlight for the benefit of the other councillors as well as the public who might be listening. The risks are based on the assumptions that they considered significant and uncertain. Kia ora.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just respond to that. So what we just drew attention to in an emphasis of matter paragraph in the audit report was that those two issues. The first was to do with the value of the shares that were transferred to the fund, and we just highlighted that due to market movements, the value of those shares would only be known once those shares are transferred, and significant variances in the value of the shares could actually affect the initial size of the actual regional wealth fund. So it was just drawing readers' attention to that. The second point we highlighted was, again, just making sure that readers were aware that the assumption is that the fund will generate an average return of 7.24% per annum over the long term. And there is, as the council is well aware and is disclosed in its report, there is a high level of uncertainty over the returns, and if they do vary, then that obviously will impact on the income going forward. So they weren't matters which would impact, as Ethel has correctly said, they're not things that impact on the nature of the opinion. The opinion's still unmodified, it's unqualified, but it's really to make sure that readers were well aware that there are some assumptions in here which are subject or potentially subject to movement.
Okay, thanks for just saying that you were just bringing it to the reader's attention. You weren't questioning the value. Righto, that's okay. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Thank you, Andrew.
Councillor Filipina.
Councillor Filipina, have you got?
Yeah, I have. Thank you, Chair. Andrew, it's in regards to the Auckland Future Fund. Now, there are some strict protections over the fund assets, and I just wanted to get your advice on whether there is anything else we could have a look at. For example, it was going to be categorised as a strategic asset. That obviously hasn't helped the shares previously. It's got the inclusion of key policies, provision of draft trust deed, appointment of professional independent directors, and seeking legislative protection. Andrew, from your opinion, is there anything else that we should be looking at to protect that fund?
Look, at risk of sounding unhelpful, I'm here as your independent auditor, and I can't provide you advice on those sorts of matters. Those are really matters which I think you're probably best to talk to management about, just to clarify the veracity of the advice they've received around those. So I'm an independent auditor in this process. So unfortunately, I can't provide you with the advice on the satisfactoriness, if I put it that way, or otherwise, of those measures you've talked about. Sorry.
Okay, Andrew, thank you. And just a question to Sandra. Thank you, Andrew. Killed it. Just a question to Sandra. Even though the item has now been voted on, I wish to put my vote against the establishment of the Auckland Future Fund. Therefore, then, what process is there for me to do that, and others if they wish?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Filipaina. This was not actually expressed in part. The vote for that was either for or against adopting the long-term budget. The time to express in part was when we had the meeting on the 16th of May. So this time around, you either vote for or against the adoption of the long-term plan.
Okay, supplementary.
Procedure. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, just supplementary. I did on the 16th voice my concerns around this, and so are you saying now the only other option, even though it got voiced at the meeting on the 16th, is to vote against the whole of the long-term plan?
That's correct, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you.
Sandra, I wonder if you can help us procedurally, for those of us who are online with whatever bugs or ailments are keeping us at home. The Mayor went straight from questions to the vote, and I was attempting to actually speak briefly to it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher. The vote has actually now been taken, and it is part of the record.
So we're going to move to item 16. I'm moving to item 16, which is the setting of rates, all of which is immediately downstream of everything we've agreed so far. And it's moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Sayers. Mr Duncan again. Rightio. We want assurances really that that these complicated numbers, which I did quiz you seriously about yesterday, are absolutely right, because it's not easy for any of us to know whether 0.00482216 should be 0.48217 or something or other. And so just reassure us that you're convinced that what you're offering us here actually represents the downstream impact of what we all voted for last May the 16th. And off you go. Take us through the rest of it.
Good afternoon. The rate setting report is a legal requirement. The rates have to be struck after the long-term plan is adopted or an annual budget is adopted. The recommendations to set the rates in this report reflect the decisions you made on the 16th of May and the decisions included in the long-term plan that you've just adopted. There are a lot of detailed 8-digit 8 decimal numbers in this report. We have a sophisticated rates model that allows these to be calculated based on your decisions. The model itself is checked independently by 2 other staff members. So the model is thoroughly checked to ensure it is generating the correct results. We haven't had any issues with this in a decade, and we have a good checking process. It's also reviewed by Audit New Zealand as part of their process. And then there's a further checking process in place with 3 or 4 parties to ensure that the numbers are correctly transposed from the model into the documents you've got here today. This report has that technical process associated with it. I would note that there is one issue highlighted in the executive summary in particular in relation to the Hunters Corner bid. You'll recall that there were concerns they weren't compliant with the bid policy, and that when we reported to you on the 16th of May that we were waiting for advice from the Otara Papatoetoe local board as how they'd like to address that. They said that as the bid wasn't compliant with our policy that we should set the rate at 0. After considering the best way to achieve what they were looking to do, we've made a minor technical adjustment to what they're doing, and rather than setting the rate at 0, after speaking with our legal advisors, we consider that just not setting the rate at all is the appropriate way to achieve the policy guidance from the board and your earlier decision. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I've just got 15 questions. No, just kidding. Just one. There's a line in the targeted rates that says year 26 compared to what would normally say is year 25, 20. Is it year 25, 26 or year 26, 27? That's on the netter. It says Y26. Which year is that?
Which
Sorry,
page are you referring to, or which resolution?
Well, you're asking too many questions there, Andrew. It's in the document, of course, but now I should find it. I should have asked you before the meeting or during that very long debate we had all day. Sorry, it's 9. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it the resolutions or the paragraph
It's a
number?
paragraph. Right, here it is. It's context 9, Roman numeral 2. It just says from FY26, but normally it would say the numbers it straddled, the years it straddled.
So that's fiscal year 25. So it's the 25-26 year.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
it's the revenue that we're seeking to deliver is 32.6 million for the rates year beginning, what is it, Monday next week. It'll then, we're looking to increase that by 3.5% a year from fiscal year 26.
Yeah, no, I know.
25-26.
Thanks. Yeah. Normally, I haven't seen it written in a single number, so I just was wondering which year it straddled. But that is perfect. Thank you. Sorry. I should have had the number ready.
That's okay.
There's a question from Councillor Furley.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Just a question, team, around the difference between setting the rate to 0 and not setting the rate for, and this is for the targeted rate for the Hunters Corner bid. I was at the local board meeting where they discussed that, and I think the advice to the local board was to set the rate at 0. Just wondering if you can explain that difference a little bit more, and whether there's any sort of disadvantage or any negative effect on the board or on the bid itself by doing it the way that you're suggesting, kia ora, or recommending.
Wider inconsistency between rate setting and this.
Sorry, that's at paragraph 7 and also 10 to 15.
Yeah, it avoids an inconsistency between what we've got in the funding impact statement and the rate setting. has the same effect. And so after we worked through it technically, we felt that was the best way to do it. So
Okay, great. And has the local board been advised of that difference?
Yeah, well, we think so.
Okay, great. Thank you. Kia ora.
Yes.
Okay, I've got no more questions, but I view retire. Councillor Fletcher wants to make a comment on this. Councillor Fletcher?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I had hoped to speak under item 15, but in the absence of the opportunity for speaking at that, I want to acknowledge the success of the LTP process and the commencement by the facilitated workshops, and how I felt that has allowed us to arrive at something today that we can largely agree with. So I won't delay things, but I really would like that acknowledged, because that was an opportunity that was not afforded us under the former mayor, and I think that the LTP will be that much improved by that. So I want to give my support to the LTP, and I'll relate it to this document in terms of rate setting, with the exception of any funding allowed for this, for the removal of the downtown flyover. So I wish to vote for this, but I wish it to be noted that the rates that we are setting here not be allocated in any way for funding for the removal of the downtown flyover. But other than that, thank everybody for the participation and for the inclusive way and the intelligent way that we commence the discussion around the LTP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We'll note that. You're probably not alone there, but that's just a notation, but we have actually agreed to accept the long-term plan. And I think we've just... Did we put this? Yeah. Well, I'm going to put the motion that uniform charges be set, and according to the item moved on item 16. All those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. I think you should be quite happy, really. We've actually got quite a low, probably the lowest increase in rates across the country, and we've actually managed to deliver everything we were going to do, which is a pretty amazing thing, really. We're now going to item 17, which is the establishment of the Auckland Future Fund. I'm going to move this. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to second this, please?
Yes, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher and the Investments Working Party made the recommendation of a future fund back last year, and we've spent a lot of time discussing the fund and how we can protect it for the future. I've been clear that the establishment of the future fund and the protection mechanisms need to be as strong as possible. It also reflects the clear direction from Council as to protect the real value of the fund over time and provide strong returns to Council to fund services and infrastructure. There are many layers of protection: the trust deed, the investment policies, categorising it as a strategic asset, and the local bill over the top of all that. Our legal team and my office have spoken with a government MP about sponsoring the local bill, and he's keen to do it. And I have the Prime Minister's agreement to support it as well. So I hope we can get on quickly with this. I'd welcome Ross and Nicola. There are some very long recommendations here which reflect decisions we made last month. So you're going to talk to us on this. We've made particular care to carefully read what we passed and to make sure this absolutely reflects it. There's an additional recommendation to provide progress updates on the establishment of the fund of the government governing body. This is in response to the question about reporting raised at Tuesday's Performance and Appointments Committee. Just a note for councillors, if you have it a minute, please share it in writing and make sure it's balanced. Rightio. I'm going to ask Ross and Nicola to address us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As the Mayor's noted, there are some long, detailed recommendations here, and there have been some changes to what's proposed that were worked through a workshop last week, or as a result of feedback from workshop last week, and through that Performance and Appointments Review Committee. So I thought it would just helpful just have a few slides just to make sure you understand the recommendations and some of those things that have moved around based on your feedback. If we can... Okay, so the context here, 19th of June, there was a workshop on this, and there was some feedback given on what was proposed, the direction that we were travelling in terms of preparing these reports, recommendations, and in particular around some of the protections. The first item around, one of the things raised was governance appointments around the number and who the directors of the trustee company might be. That is something that was addressed at that Performance and Appointments Committee. So that was the place to address it, and discussions have been had through that and decisions made in relation to that. So I won't go into that here, but these 4 items were covered in a memo that went out to you last Friday. There was information there. That one's been dealt with. The second thing that was covered in that workshop and in that memo was around responsible investment policy. There was question marks there about whether certain exclusions, so types of assets that the policy asks us to avoid, or asks the council group to avoid, why were those things omitted from the policy? At the time, we weren't quite sure. We had to go do a bit of digging. What we discovered is there are actually 2 responsible investment policies, one relating to the older diversified financial assets portfolio, another one relating to the self-insurance portfolio, self-insurance fund, which is more recent. So we've looked at the 2 different policies, looked at what are the range of exclusions, and taken the most restrictive version of the 2 policies to reflect that into the one that is on the agenda today. So you'll see that the things there, in particular, excluding investments in industries that profit from gambling and avoiding investing in fossil fuels, are now included as things to be avoided in the latest draft of this policy that's we're asking you to approve today. Another key thing was the protection. What are those? Have we got the right protections? Have we got the strictest possible protections around the real value of that fund? And there's a range of things there, and I'll get Nicola to talk about that in due course. One of the key things in that was around the distributions policy and around having these what we call exceptional distributions. And so we've reflected on that, listened to the feedback, and thought about, well, what is including or excluding that, does it give you stronger or weaker protection? And we've made some changes based on that. Essentially, what we've done is removed that, any comment around exceptional distributions from the policy, and that was in the LTP that you've adopted. But in the trust deed, we've retained those things because the view is retaining it in the trust deed gives you better protection than if you don't include it. The last point was around are there any lessons to be learnt from the New Plymouth example, where there is an existing bit of legislation in place, and we've gone away, we've had a look at that, and we've had the internal and external legal teams review that legislation, review the draft that we've got for the Auckland legislation, and looked at how does that relate to the trust deed we're proposing, and is there anything to be learnt from that? What we've kind of discovered by looking through that is we think we can do even better than the New Plymouth legislation. We think that the combination of the trust deed and looking at the context and the protections that you're trying to establish, we think we've got something that's even stronger than the New Plymouth one. So we think we've learnt all of the lessons, and we've got that legislation combined with the trust deed to give you the maximum protection. So we don't think there's anything further to change. One more slide from me. This is just a reminder of the policy framework. So what are the different bits and policies? So there's a bunch of policies that were in the LTP that you've just adopted. The blue ones are the two new ones. So there's an AFF, Auckland Future Fund policy, and the distribution policy in the LTP. There's also amendments to the CCO accountability policy and the Auckland Airport shareholding policy. So existing policies, but have been modified and updated to enable you to proceed with the future fund as proposed. So that left-hand box has been already approved and adopted. The middle box is what we're asking you to approve and endorse as part of these recommendations, and that's to approve a draft trust deed, this responsible investment policy I just spoke about, and also delegate to the Chief Executive to go ahead and change a significant engagement policy, and that basically captures the fact that the Auckland Future Fund will be designated as a strategic asset. So because it is designated as a strategic asset, that policy needs to be updated to reflect that. There's a bunch of other things on the right-hand side, the SIPO governance policy, risk management policies, and statements of intent. Those are all the things that need to be prepared by the trustee. Once the trustee is established and directors appointed, those will be live things that happen later on with those directors. So it's just identifying those as part of that overall framework, but they will happen a little bit later. So with that, I'll pass across to Nicola to talk about some of the other elements.
Thanks, Ross. Kia ora, everybody. So we have spent some time obviously thinking about the protection mechanisms in place, and these are a range of things that work together in concert. Ross has just mentioned the categorisation of the fund as a strategic asset. What this does is provide the highest level of protection that's available under the Local Government Act and other existing legislative framework. Any material changes to strategic assets, such as sale, require consultation and LTP amendment as required by the significance and engagement policy. So that in and of itself provides one mechanism for protection. The second layer is to do with the policies that you have adopted earlier today in the long-term plan, the Auckland Future Fund policy and Auckland Future Fund distribution policy. As Ross mentioned before, you adopted them, and because they are part of the LTP, in order to amend them, you need an LTP amendment process or another LTP in order to do that. So that's another high level of protection. The one that you've been provided that's newer for today is the draft trust deed, which you're also being asked to agree to. That trust deed has a number of protections in it. So there are the standard terms that give the trustee, and in this case the directors of that trustee, the responsibilities to act in a way that complies with all of these other protections that are in place. And it gives rights to the trustees that put decisions at arm's length from councillors. It also includes terms relating to exceptional distributions, which Ross mentioned before. So based on legal advice, this is a stronger protection than if there wasn't to be no mention of any exceptional distributions. There's an extremely high threshold to make these distributions, which is requiring a supermajority of council. Those are all set out in clause 7.3 of the trust deed. There are also other so-called entrenched terms in the trust deed which require a 75% supermajority, which include terms around the beneficiaries and the purposes of the trust. So again, some quite high levels of protection set out in that trust deed. Alongside that is the appointment of professional independent directors. So that, as Ross mentioned, was discussed at the Performance and Appointments Committee on Tuesday, and was decided that those directors must have strong experience of financial markets and in managing and governing very large investment portfolios. So with a level of independence and expertise that those directors will bring, that provides another protection. There are also the CCO accountability measures that you're familiar with, things like, as Ross mentioned, the statement of intent, regular reporting to governing body and relevant committees, and performance reporting against the statement of intent, and other things like Legoima provisions. These are also set out in the trust deed at clause 8.2, so just so there's no doubt as to how they apply. And last but definitely not least, the legislative protection. So the draft legislation, which is also before you for decision today, it takes key terms of the trust deed and puts them into a legislative form. So those two documents are consistent. It provides for independent investment decisions, and it enshrines that 75% supermajority requirement as well in order for any actions to be taken around the fund. And because it will be legislated, obviously it will be very difficult to change it. So I've tried to come up with an analogy of how all of these different mechanisms work together, and in a nod back to the earlier presentation around COVID protections, they work in a way like having perhaps a mask, a vaccine and social distancing. They're not the same things, they're separate things, but when you do them all together, they provide a very high level of protection. In terms of the resolutions, as the Mayor noted, there are a number of them and they work in parts. So the resolutions, the first one is noting the resolutions that you passed on the 16th of May. The second lot of resolutions in B are to do with all the protections that are in place around the fund. The third item C are the things that we are seeking your approval of today, being the trust deed, the responsible investment policy, and approving the transfer of the airport shares into the trust. D is then specific resolutions that relate to the promotion of the Auckland Council Future Fund Bill in order to achieve that statutory protection. E provides delegations to the Chief Executive to carry out all the further preparatory work. And the Mayor mentioned that there is an additional recommendation as well, and that is that we provide progress updates on the establishment of the fund to the governing body. So we're almost there, final slide. Just, you've seen this before at the workshop, the indicative timeline. This is also set out in the report in the table at paragraph 55. We've obviously have made a lot of progress in terms of drafting all of these policies, the trust deed, the local bill, and commencing the appointment process already. And the next few months will be continuing that preparatory work to get the fund structure in place and get those directors appointed. And I will leave it there, and we're happy to take questions.
Any questions? Who's first? Wayne Walker. Mike Lee and Wayne Walker and Chris Darby.
Thank you. Can we go back to the first slide? Protections. Okay, protection mechanisms. Categorisation of the fund as a strategic asset. Remind me, was not Auckland International, the shares of Auckland International Airport considered to be a strategic asset up until 30th of June last year? Is that correct?
Yes, any share, any equity investments in airport are designated as strategic assets by legislation.
So it was, and then suddenly it wasn't. Okay. In terms of...
Well, it means that you can, it is deemed a strategic asset. That means that if you want to make any changes, you can only make changes or sell them by way of an LTP amendment.
The question was it a strategic asset until 30th of June last year? And the answer, I think, was yes, right?
Any shares
yes
owned,
or no, please.
So any shares owned by the council are a strategic asset. Once you sell the shares, it's no longer a strategic asset.
Okay. CCO accountability measures, are they the same accountability measures required of, say, Panuku or, say, of Auckland Transport?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, not reassuring. Can I just make one comment here? The graphic seems to depict a whole lot of ordinary Aucklanders holding up as offerings our public assets. Is that right? Their support, is it the airport? Not a very encouraging symbol, to be honest with you. It looks like, hello, international corporates, come and take away our publicly owned assets. That's what it looks like. Very revealing.
Okay, Councillor Walker, your question.
I've got a few questions. I was just looking at the trust deed, and it covers off a couple of things. One being protecting the real value of the fund, protecting the real value of the fund. So, am I correct in assuming that protecting the real value of the fund includes the value of the fund enhancing with inflation or other criteria, but also that it includes an increase in the value of the fund?
So by the real value, we mean protecting it for inflation, so that the value of the fund is maintained and grows at the 2%, which is the current long-term inflation rate. So it's about keeping it constant, but growing with inflation, so it isn't diminished. The value isn't diminished over time purely because of inflation.
Right. So I understand that. And then the other aspect is fund services and infrastructure of Auckland Council. And I just take that as read. So the concern that I've got is that given that, yes, we want to protect the value of the fund, but in addition to that, we actually want to grow the fund against a background where there's a competing interest of money going to Auckland Council to fund services and infrastructure. How do we get on in respect of actually growing the fund over and above inflation?
So the fund is set up through the distribution policy in the LTP and the assumptions in the LTP around a return after transaction costs of 7.24%. So that is the long-term expected average rate of return, and it's based off historic averages for an 80% growth, 20% income allocation of capital. Because the long-term inflation, the growth in the fund that you're trying to achieve is 2%, that means there is 5.24%, the difference that can be distributed to council. And so the setup here is that the distribution policy provides for that 5.24% to be distributed each year as a regular distribution to council, just like the airport shares return a consistent dividend. And that should, over the long run, allow that fund to grow at 2% over time to maintain that value. In any particular year, there'll be good years, there'll be bad years, there'll be lots of volatility, so things will move around. But over the long run, we expect that that should be able to achieve that long-term rate of return. Through the trust deed, the trustees will be there to give advice and to make sure that over time that fund will grow in accordance with that target.
Okay, so I understand that. The distribution policy that's mentioned in the trust deed is outside the trust deed. So that's council's direction. That direction is capable of change. So we could have a circumstance where the distribution policy says to the trust, yes, you'll comply in terms of real value, that might be the rate of inflation, but we want everything else, in which case the concern that I'm expressing is that the fund doesn't grow over and above real value, which is, let's say, inflation. That's correct, isn't it? So we're heavily reliant on the distribution policy of Auckland Council.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So that's correct what the distribution policy allows for, and the way that that distribution policy can be amended through an LTP process. However, the purposes of the trust, which are both to protect the real value over time and also provide a return, they are enshrined in, they are in the trust deed as well, which is much harder to amend, and they are also in the proposed local bill, which will again be extremely difficult to amend. So there are additional layers of protection there where the trustee, the directors, will have to follow those purposes in any of the decisions that they make.
Mr. Mayor, I don't recall seeing any information in the trust deed about the return. Correct me if I'm wrong. So is that somewhere else?
Yeah, kia ora. The distribution policy is locked into the trustee by reference, and I'll get my glasses on, clause 7.1.
I understand the reference.
Yeah.
7.3D, no, sorry, that's something else, but carry on. Yeah.
So any change to the distribution policy needs to go through the LTP gateways and the trust deed gateways. So if there was an attempt to get more distributions than are proposed today, that would engage all these other protections, and you would have more hoops to get through to do that.
Is that the exceptional distribution you're referring to?
Yes, and there's a similar equivalent process if you try and amend the deed to do the same thing.
Sure, so my question is not around the exceptional distribution, I understand that.
Yeah.
My question is around the trust deed and the fact, and I suggest it is a fact, that the amount of fund, the real value of the fund could be constrained to just real value, and that the fund doesn't grow over and above that, because the council could exercise its influence to require all the returns other than real value to fund services and infrastructure.
So my understanding, and Bram can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the council could try to do that, but the trustee, the directors of the trustee would say, oh, if you a move to do that would be inconsistent with the purpose of the trust, as set out in the trust deed, of maintaining or growing the real value over time. So if the council was to try to get regular distributions that meant the fund was not keeping up with inflation, it would be inconsistent with the trust purposes, and the directors of the trustee could decide, not to support that, and they'd be backed up by the trustee, they'd be backed up by the legislation as well. So that is part of the constraint there.
So through you, my concern that I'm coming back to is that we're actually interested in the fund retaining more than simply the real value. We're interested in the fund growing more than that. But we don't say that, we don't cover off that, other than the assumption that the distribution policy that isn't in the trust deed reflects that. So that is my concern. Is that not a fair concern?
There are provisions for the fund to be, the real value to be maintained or grown. And there are also resolutions that refer to and the investigation into being able to put other assets into the fund as well to grow it. So it is open to being able to be grown, but there is also, I guess, another purpose, which is to make some returns as well. And it will be the responsibility of the trustees to weigh up those things in accordance with the distribution policies that get set.
Okay, in which case, can you show me where the reference is to, in the trust deed, to any reference or grown? Because all I see is real value. If I'm incorrect, then, that stands.
The wording in the policy and the trust deed refers to protect the real value of the fund, etc., and that followed from the earlier resolutions and perhaps consultation documents. there is probably a short answer to this. These protections are there to preserve, at least as a minimum, the real value of the fund. If council, in its mind, were in the future to be less demanding of distributions, then it could relax that. But the point is, these are to ensure that it at least maintains the real value of the fund over time as the absolute minimum, and that's what we've locked in. There's nothing stopping you putting more money into this trust in the future if you want to.
Okay, so through you, if I can apply a test here, so let's say we've got the fund, let's say on day one, the fund's got so much money, and then let's say the fund does well, and the fund grows, okay? And it grows more than real value. So then you've got a quantum of money which is real value plus more. Then let's say a council a few years into the future decides, okay, we want some money. Yes, the real value of the fund needs to be retained. It goes back to the original value, accumulates the real value, which is essentially the rate of inflation, and then says, okay, we've got $1 billion here, we want that now, we're compliant with the trust deed in terms of real value, but we're going to take the rest. There's no safeguard around that as far as I can see in the trust deed. So I'm just raising that as an issue because worst case scenarios do come to pass, particularly with councils, because councils come and go. So a related question then is there a way to safeguard that?
Councillor, the documents that are prepared are consistent with the decisions that were made on the 16th of May and the purpose that is set out in those documents.
That really doesn't answer my question, but you know, I'm just raising something that's of concern.
Look, I might be missing the point here, but if you wanted it to grow at a faster rate, then you would have made a different decision in the long-term plan, and you would have had to raise rates higher than you did.
That still really doesn't address the issue that I'm raising, which is an issue in principle.
Except I may have misunderstood the point then.
Okay, so my concerns.
It's okay.
My concern still stands.
Doesn't surprise me.
So the other question I've got is just around 7.3D4, Roman numeral 4, and that's around the distribution, and it goes to other funding options. I'm making the assumption, but I'd like to be assured that implicit in under other funding options is the scenario where the council goes to government first, and that might be around a severe event or the like that has occurred. So other funding options encompasses government.
Yes, I think that's our understanding is yes, it includes that. So the idea is that the council should look at all other available options, including going asking the government for funding before it can. And if it hasn't adequately explored those kind of options, then this would mean you can't look at it. The idea is that this using distributions from the fund should be the last resort, not the first resort.
Okay, and the last question I've got just goes to the management of the fund, which could change over time. So in a situation, let's say, where interest rates have come down significantly, so the council's cost of capital is more economical, but the prospect of returns on investment is comparatively high, is it conceivable that in the council's investment policies, distribution policy, that we could then consider putting more money into the fund by raising some debt? is that conceivable within the trust deed and the investment policies and distribution policy?
In terms of the structure of the fund and the trust deed, it's open to the council to put more money into the fund from whatever source at any point in time. So there's nothing that restricts you to put more money into the fund. I guess our advice would be borrowing money to invest, would not be, prudent financial practice. But there's nothing in the structure that that prohibits or restricts you from putting more money into the fund.
Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Can we address the responsible investment policy at this stage? Is that appropriate? Now's the time? Yep. So just on that, can you just take us through the process of how we have reviewed that policy? I know New Zealand super funds use an independent external party to vet companies. Like there's actually a real structure in place. I think they use ISS from memory. So I'd like you to just take me through how we've updated that policy with what's known in the world of institutional investment, equities investment today. I notice the exclusions don't extend to a general exclusion of munitions and arms. It refers to cluster bombs, which are a category, but there are new categories of really destructive, ugly weapons appearing in modern wars right now that could be added to that. So my second question is, why not exclude munitions and arms full stop? And also companies that failed to provide modern slavery statements. I think there's many investment advisors now that are demanding modern slavery statements from companies. Have you considered that? And then the responsible investment policy for environmental, social and governance also has an emphasis on governance. Some companies are poorly governed, where labour practices are poor, and there's very little transparency in some companies. So I'm just wondering if you could address those areas for me, please.
I'll ask John Bishop to come and provide some advice as the expert on this.
Thanks for the question through you, Chair. I guess the first point is that we can exclude anything you'd like to from the investment policy. Where best practice is developing in this area is that the list of exclusions is usually limited to what is illegal. And the modern idea is that you allow your investment manager to still invest in companies where you might not totally agree with the ESG practices, and allow their influence from being a shareholder to try and change that company's behaviour. So you're working from within rather than working from without. Now that doesn't mean if you don't succeed you might end up selling that holding, but that's where modern practice is going. That's why you'll see from the previous two responsible investment policies we had, the latter one had fewer exclusions than the earlier one.
Okay, so you're saying that a fund manager that the directors and the fund managers that are employed by the directors of the Auckland Future Fund would be putting in place that, and we could influence companies that do have bad practices. But there are some bottom line bad practices that need to be identified. Modern slavery is, in my eyes, a bottom line. Auckland Transport has modern slavery as a bottom line, because modern slavery is not just in other countries, it's actually in this country as well. So I would suggest that a bottom line exclusion is not investing in companies that cannot provide a modern slavery statement. That is a document which most listed companies, the big ones all around the world, are very aware of now.
Yeah.
Can we comment on that particular exclusion, please?
Through you, Chair, look, we can easily add that exclusion if you'd like. Again, the risk is that, the more you open it up, everyone's got their own particular views on alcohol, gambling, and you get a longer and longer list, which makes it a lot harder for the investment manager to actually successfully invest in funds which can meet those objectives. And I think you'll notice now in the responsible investment policy, it is on invest endeavours basis.
I'm not sure how to handle this, Bear, but maybe we haven't sort of canvassed that investment policy. Maybe I haven't canvassed it as well as I should have previously, but I think it does need a thorough look at. I'm not sure whether this forum is the place to give it a thorough look at. And I'll take your guidance on it.
I think you raised some good points there, Councillor, and I think the appropriate time would be at the time that when we're asking the people to appoint the whoever the fund manager turns out to be. And I think that that's something rather we should be looking to have ethical investment. I don't think anyone wants to do this unethically. So we'll get through this, and I think that at the stages where we're looking to the future appointments, that should be something we have a discussion about.
So from memory, can I just check? We've had a lot of workshops. Do we have a workshop on the responsible investment policy? This is the first time that the draft has come.
It was covered last week. We covered as part of
okay.
So last week.
And my apologies. So if I've missed it, yeah. I'm doing the catch up.
If I can just maybe help a little bit. So what the policy does is it sets out, in addition to the bottom line exclusions, it sets out general principles about ethical investment and calls out the environmental, social and governance requirements. So it's basically setting up those key principles, and then you will be, giving direction to the directors to follow that. There's a requirement for them to report back at least annually on how they're going with that. So it's about setting the directions for them, and then you holding them accountable to their performance in that space. In terms of the exclusions, it excludes certain things, but there's also an exclusion in there about anything that would be illegal if it occurred in New Zealand. And then it's got other things in addition to illegal things, so like gambling, and tobacco is not illegal, but it's ruled out in addition to things that would be illegal if they occurred in New Zealand. So things perhaps like modern slavery would be illegal if it occurred in New Zealand. So that those things would be covered under the exclusions already.
But I'm not sure.
Quite happy to call it a workshop at the appropriate time to go through these.
To confirm the policy.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to do that.
It's probably better than here.
Yeah, I think we're arguing about something which we haven't quite got yet. And we're not arguing, we're debating. I don't have any problem with where you're going on this at all. I mean, it has to be seen to be an ethical investment. There are lots of people who don't think aeroplanes are very ethical. So I think we've got to get this right. So thank you very much for that input. And I'm certainly taking note. It'll be minuted. Councillor Filipino.
Thank you, Chair. At this stage, 2 questions, but there was one question that was raised by Councillor Walker to the team, and I just wanted to get it clarified again, is that if the future fund doesn't do well, Ross, I think your response to Councillor Walker was that your advice would be not to top it up through debt. Can I confirm that?
So the expectation is that over the long term, the fund will maintain its value with inflation, so it'll achieve like the 2% return. There will be bad years, there'll be good years And so we wouldn't look to make changes to top up or withdraw funds from the fund. It'll be a volatile fund, it'll go up and down, but the idea is the fund will continue and it'll keep making distributions as long as the directors are satisfied it can still achieve that long-term return and grow at least by inflation. So yeah, it's not a question of taking action whenever there's a good year or bad year. It's about having people that look after that fund, protect that fund in real terms, and make sure it will maintain its value and cover inflation over time.
Ross, I thought the question that Councillor Walker asked was whether they would top it up with debt, and your response was that your advice would be no. Can I just confirm that? Because I think I'll go back to the tape, but I think your advice was no. Can I confirm that? Because with the answer you've given, you sound like one of us, politician.
So the question was, can the council add more money into the fund? And including borrowing money and putting money into the fund, the answer is the structure of the fund lets you put money in at any point. And whether you borrow for that money or sell assets or get it from any other source, the structure of the fund doesn't specify that. Nothing blocks you from putting money in. Our advice is, as a finance team, would be not to go and borrow money and put it into the fund. We don't think that would be prudent financial management. But there's nothing in here that stops you putting more money into the fund at any point.
Yeah, just to add to that, what Ross says is entirely correct. The feedback from the credit rating agencies is quite clear that if we are swapping one form of financial investment for another, which is essentially what we're doing in this case, they don't see any problem with that. But if we were to go out and borrow, let's say, additional funds to put into the fund, they would see that as quite a negative from a rating point of view.
Okay, got two more questions, Chair. Might be to the CEO. Phil, are we still looking at $500,000 to set this fund up?
I think there or thereabouts, Councillor Filippona. I had 400 in my mind, but you're in round terms, you're right.
Okay, and the last question to you as well, Phil. How are we tracking with the work that was recommended, I think, through the either budget or governing body meeting around what other funding mechanisms or assets will go into the fund? Are we still tracking on the same time frame, please?
I think the time frame was within 12 months, if I remember correctly. We've started discussions, but I'd have to say that the priority has been on getting the trust deed established. All of the machinery around this has been the priority for the team. So there's more work to do, but yes, we will be on track in terms of giving advice to you in that 12-month time frame per the earlier resolution.
Kia ora. Thank you, team.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Chair. In life ideal, it would have been really good to have perhaps had all of the documentation for the trust in place, but we don't have the luxury of that, as it's been explained to me by the CEO, in terms of the commitment that we've got to deliver the LTP. So my question really relates to the draft statement of investment policies and objectives that are expressed in the draft trust deed that we have before us. And that really relates to what funds managers and the investments policy will have about short and medium term investments and what the likelihood of those might be that they can be realised should they be required, and what the implication of that might be for New Zealand-based investments vis-a-vis international investments, given that we may need to draw down on funds if there's a disaster in Auckland. So what advice have the officers received and from whom on that particular matter?
So we've, I guess, a number of answers. So we've received, legal advice on the structure and how it all works. The SIPO is a critical document, and it's up to the directors of the trustee to prepare that and to work through that. One of the, and it's kind of standard practice for these funds to have the SIPO and all of the matters that you've talked about. In terms of risk and types of asset, all those things, where geographic split, those are important things to be worked through with the SIPO. So it will be a document that the directors of the trustee will need to make decisions on. They will need advice from investment managers, and it'll be up to them to get that advice. Now, one of the tricky bits in terms of the setup is what do we do? How do we get that up and running quickly? I had a discussion with John Crawford yesterday, who has been involved with establishing some of these things, and in particular monitoring these kind of funds. A good chat around what all of these elements and how we might go about it. And he was just really encouraging us to be thoughtful, make sure we set it up right, and make sure that those we have advice in place to make sure that the directors are well advised. They're ready to go, and that we get things set up on the right way. So I think all the things you've talked about are the key things, and we're going to have the good, well-qualified directors, and we're going to make sure that they are well advised, and then they have access to good advice on all those matters.
So within the draft trust deed that we've got before us, a statement of investment policies and objectives designed to further the purpose of the trust based on council's guidance having regard to responsible investment policy and so forth. These are going to be reported back to the governing body on a regular basis. Am I right in that assumption?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor, that document will come through to the governing body for review.
Thank you for that, because we have actually had a discussion in and around council's investment policy, but it strikes me, and I'm sure that Councillor Darby would like to contribute to that, that these are matters that need to be updated regularly. He highlights armoury and so forth, but I might have a view about the appropriateness of some pharmaceutical investments. We all might have views on that. So I think it is important that we do have clarity and a very clear brief on what we want within that. So I appreciate your confirmation of that, and just repeat that it would have been perhaps, if speed were not the essence here, that we had a lot of these things locked in. Is the timeline that you have suggested realistic? Are you concerned about it?
It's fair to say the timeline is challenging, but I'm very pleased with where we've got to in the space of time we've had since decision making on the 16th of May, and so I believe it is achievable.
And Councillor Fletcher, if I can, Councillor Fletcher, I was just going to add that there is a resolution added today, which obliges us to bring progress updates on the establishment through to the governing body to the point you're making. So, it'll be formally resolved as such.
Thank you for that. Perhaps the other matters that I've got, which do relate to the draft trust deed and the distributions policy, these can be finalised a little later, and I can perhaps address those in my comments.
Thank you for that input. Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, just a couple of questions on the draft bill. And there's a process to go through there, of course. So has it got to the stage yet where there's been any assistance or review sought from the Parliamentary Council Office?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We haven't quite got to the point of any engagement with. We've had an initial engagement with both Parliamentary Council Office and the Clerk of the House, just to let them know that we're looking at it and that they can expect a draft from us in the very near future, but we haven't yet sent that to them. We have had a meeting with a government MP who's indicated that they would sponsor the bill, so it's very much in train, and we would be looking to send the draft to Parliamentary Council Office early next week.
Okay, yeah, because that's what's recommended in their advice, isn't it? So as far as that, we haven't then started in any of the preliminary procedures, that would have come after that as it goes to, notice of intention and persons with a direct interest, etc. Just on that question of persons with a direct interest, who would you envisage that involving in the case of this bill?
So the parliamentary standing orders are quite prescriptive, and that's part of the reason why we would engage with the Clerk of the House to make sure that we're covering off all the requirements in that regard. But it is quite prescriptive, and it includes all members of Parliament in the relevant region, so all Auckland-based members of Parliament and others that are set out in the standing orders. So it's not so much the public notice is more the notice to the general public, and then those specific people are those set out in the standing orders.
Okay, a question on point 7C1, this clause here, the council may only depart from the principle in subsection B, and this goes to this 75% threshold. At least 75% of the council's governing body resolves on reasonable grounds, and it's very clear from that generalised wording that that governing body could make all the usual justifications, as indeed it has done in the past in respect of paying down debt or installing infrastructure or whatever. That would all get captured by that. So in the governing body, that would mean in practical terms, and that's probably more meaningful for people around here, there'd have to be 6 people who opposed it, wouldn't there, numerically?
So just to be clear, that would be a 75% majority of those present and voting.
Yeah.
So it would depend on the numbers of members that are there.
Let's take a full house on an important matter like that, would be 6.
Yes, if I'm not great with numbers, which is why I'm a lawyer and not an accountant.
Yeah, well, it's you don't get whole people when you do it on a strict 25-75 split. Just as a point of interest to the other members, the last time a fund like this came along, exactly the same sort of fund really, but in real purposes, diversified assets portfolio, did it get to that 6 threshold? This is back in 2017. If we're thinking of the 75% as being like a magic number that provides greater protection.
I don't know the answer to that, councillor, without going back and checking.
Yeah, I do though. It only got to 5, but as we were advised, there wasn't a full house on that day. But so it happened the last time. So 75% wasn't a foolproof protection in effect if there's a full turnout. Going forward, I guess the first question people would also ask is, we're going through this local bill process. If a future council chose to, downgrade that 75% to say 51% or whatever, then they would just go through this process again, wouldn't they?
Yes, so if a future council wanted to look to amend that legislation, which would be a local act, then yes, it would follow the same process, and that process would require that legislation to pass through Parliament again.
Okay, thank you. I reserve my right to speak on this, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something. We've gone back and forth a little bit on the responsible investment policy, and I just have 2 questions that I'm hoping will just tidy things up a bit. The first is, do we review our current policy on a regular cycle? And if we don't, how do we trigger a review of that policy?
Yeah, through you, Chair. The responsible investment policy that related to the self-insurance fund was reviewed annually or more often as required. And I think, again, that's sensible because it's still very much an evolving area. So it's something we'd regularly want to have a look at and adapt as required.
Okay, and what's the process for that? Does that come to Rev?
Through you, Chair, that would come back for approval to the governing body.
Okay, so your idea, Mr Mayor, I was about to call you Your Honour again, sorry, that we have a workshop to do a bit of a deep dive on that. I think, yeah, that sounds like a good way forward. Can I just check then? So if we pass this as it is today and we make future changes to that responsible investment policy, whether we add or subtract things, because I think Councillor Fletcher's right, there's probably, and Councillor Darby, there's an appetite probably to have pull some things in or out or whatever. Will we have to change anything, or will that automatically apply to the future fund? Or do we have to recommit to it, or do we have to change the deed? Are we wording this in a way that means that it will just automatically reflect the current policy?
Yes, that's correct.
Right,
so
thank
we
you.
have said this is the policy for the council. It will apply to the Auckland Future Fund, the Self-Insurance Fund and any other investment funds that the council may have.
Great, thank you.
Question, Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm just picking up, I heard someone say, one of the officers say, that this bill would be extremely difficult to amend. So I just wonder if you would be able to qualify that and explain what in the bill makes it extremely difficult to amend or different from any other statute that exists. Because I'm looking at the proposed bill now and I don't see any entrenching provisions in it that would prevent any future parliament from amending any of those provisions or repealing the provisions or even from repealing the act in its entirety, assuming it becomes an act. So I wonder if staff could just respond and answer that question. Is there anything in this proposed bill that would in fact make it extremely difficult to amend by any future parliament? Kia ora. And I may have a follow-up question.
Through the chair, and thank you for that question. No, there's nothing in this bill that would make, once it passes, that would make it any more difficult to amend than any other piece of legislation. There's no proposal that this piece of legislation in itself be entrenched. It's just the fact that it is legislation that gives it that extra layer of protection, that it is something that Parliament would need to amend as opposed to a future council seeking to amend it.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. No follow-up.
Councillor Walker for another one.
Sure, so just got some very quick questions here. So they follow on from my earlier questions. So just in the bill, it says so that the Auckland Future Fund maintains or grows its capital base, would not maintains and as compared to or be better and be more in line with our intention for the fund.
So the intention and the stated purpose of the fund and the decisions made through the LTP was to have two purposes: to provide a return to council and to grow the fund over time in real terms. So the drafting there reflects the trust deed and the resolutions
So that is
made.
correct. So in just your statement just now, you used the word and rather than or. So if that is the case and that is our intention, shouldn't the word here be and rather than or?
No, I mean, so the resolutions that you passed as part of on the 16th of May in terms of long-term plan decisions making was maintaining or increasing the real value of the fund. So it's definitely an or based off your governing body resolution.
Okay. The other question I've got is, have we run this through our audit committee or the council's auditor? Just a yes or no. That's all I'm after.
So the elements related to the long-term plan have all been part of the audit process. Elements that go to the bill and trustees are kind of, that's about implementing the plan. It's outside the scope of what the auditors would look at. So they've looked at all the bits that are relevant to the long-term plan as part of the audit of the long-term plan.
Okay, and just the last question, in this explanatory note, we mention the history of the diversified fund, its value at the outset, 260.5 million. We don't mention its value at the end. Would not that be useful for completeness, because it generates some ramification that in many respects we should have held on to the fund? Would that be useful?
In reviewing the bill, we have recommended that that paragraph be removed. It reflects a political statement as opposed to explaining about what the purpose and policy statement is of the Auckland Future Fund.
But it's in here now. So is that recommendation contained somewhere that we remove it?
So staff have continued to be working on refining and making some edits to the drafting of the bill since you've been provided with it. We have a delegation for that bill to be finalised by the Chief Executive. We can provide, we will provide you with the final version of that bill in due course.
That being the case, I just voice my concern that I actually quite like it, and I'd suggest it could be expanded on, because the loss of that diversified fund has cost us dearly. I mean, to a significant extent, and I think it is relevant and has merit.
Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora. I'll try and make mine very brief. Just want to start off first because I haven't heard anything around your consultation with mana whenua or iwi on this. Just also wanting to note around the appointment in professional independent directors and acknowledge that obviously there was an attempt to put up an amendment around having a Māori board member, which didn't go through, which is fine. I mean, you know, that went through that process. But if we were to ever review that in the future through this, you know, what would be the time frame for that to happen?
In terms of mana whenua, Marawaku engagement, that was all part of the long-term plan. So there was extensive consultation on the concept of the future fund, set up of the trust and the airport shares, as well as the port option. So all of that was canvassed as part of that. I'll let Alistair talk about the other part of the question.
Through the chair, in terms of appointment of directors and to what sort of makeup and criteria you're looking to there, whenever you make any appointment to the board of this entity, it's free to the appointments committee to set whatever criteria it likes at that time. So it's an ongoing review.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I guess, you know, my query was around if we ever wanted to actually set a seat for a specific Māori person, which I know has been raised in other forums, and I'm not likely to get that support around this council table here. But I mean, basically, it's just going to have to go through appointments committee.
That's correct.
Thank you. I do note that Te Hakura voted for the LTP to include the fund.
Yeah,
Righto,
I'm talking about besides just those ones, the trustee appointments. But that was my main question, and also just the only other thing that I wanted to get an idea on was how often we're going to be getting an update as governing body on the progress.
Quarterly.
Yeah, it's quarterly, and it'll be in a resolution coming to you very shortly.
quarterly to the GB. Okay, that's the end of the questions. Please retire. We'll open this up for debate. I think already Councillor Watson wanted to have another go.
Has it been moved?
Yes, it has.
Councillor Fletcher and then Councillor Watson, I think.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to really pause and reflect on the significance of today. Very rarely do we have the opportunity for those of us in the chamber and those of us online of really signing up to something that's significant and of enduring purpose to Aucklanders. If I think back on my own involvement with Auckland, I think of things like Britomart. I think of things like the day we signed up to the CRL, and then again today. And so at one level, I feel very positive about today, providing, the devil's in the detail, providing we get the detail right. But I think it's important that we reflect on the background to this. When you assumed the mayoralty and you wanted to get stuck into selling some airport shares, I will admit to being one who was fiercely opposed to you because, and I had to really stop and think about it. Why was I so opposed? I think it was the cynicism I felt that assets of Auckland had just been squandered in the past. And I really drill down on myself to say, well, is it just my affection, abiding affection for the Auckland International Airport and my frustration that we hadn't provided good stewardship for those shares? Or was it just the fear that the funds would be squandered? And in the consultation that I did with others, there was this common theme of just fear that funds would be squandered. I was very grateful, therefore, when you picked up the suggestion at the end of that annual plan that we actually looked at some sort of investment strategy. And to a degree, we've been very lucky to have the support of a number of people, and including the staff in your office. And I want to acknowledge Max Hardy, I want to acknowledge Jazz Singh, and those who worked tirelessly on this. As we worked our way through, there was the decision not to include the lease of the Ports of Auckland in it. And the advice that we received from people like Simon Allen and John Crawford has been invaluable for me, because it really is a measure of incredible disappointment that we've had this gap for a few years from under the Gough Council, where there was the disestablishment of the CCO, Auckland Council Investments Limited. But really, this today and what we're doing is not just going to be another CCO. This today is going to be giving the assurance to the people of Auckland that the sole purpose of this fund is to be there for them for the future. And we just can't allow it to be politicised. We just can't allow it to become top heavy. And we really have to have a very clear investment strategy and understand the purpose of this trust. There's still a little bit of concern you're hearing expressed today about exceptional distributions, and I think that they are right. And I don't have the great comfort in relying on what happened in New Plymouth that some others have. We are not New Plymouth, and New Plymouth has not had the experience as Auckland has done on selling in a very controversial way a whole range of things. But this is a positive today. This is the opportunity that we can look back on perhaps in history and say, well, we were part of it, that this fund, which is going to be there for our children and our children's children, that will actually give some resilience to Auckland, is going to be, I think, of a lasting legacy for you, sir. So I just want to thank everybody who has been involved with it. I'd particularly like to acknowledge the staff in your office and John Crawford. But the work is just beginning. I've already indicated that I think that the timeline is very challenging, that I would normally have wanted to have a lot of this already tidied up so that we knew exactly, the brief is always the most important thing, and that we don't yet have the trust deed locked down is a bit of concern to me. However, I acknowledge the support of the CEO, and I want him to be reassured that I accept his explanations around some of this in terms of the need to get the LTP better done. Anyway, I'll conclude now, but again, just on thanks and to say this is a momentous occasion and I really welcome it and thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. If it's going to be around for our children's children, it's going to have to fare a little bit better than the last fund that was of a similar ilk. And in that respect, I want to address the recommendations B in the report, which provides for the strict protections over the fund assets agreed to. The first one, the categorisation of the fund as a strategic asset. The airport shares were a strategic asset. The first round of airport shares, they went pretty quickly. The inclusion of key policies in the long-term plan 2024-34 that restrict decision-making, such as the special consultative process. And I know Councillor Lee's brought it up innumerable times. There's nothing really too special about the special consultative process. It just goes out with the annual plan or the long-term plan, and it can just be one amongst many things that are in there. And being one amongst many things, it's subject to the usual presentation of these assets as if they don't go or they don't do what they want, i.e. sell or transfer, then the result will be higher rate increases or cuts to council services. That was what was, so that's what's put up there. So that's not all that high a bar to get over either, as we've found in recent years. The third provision that's outlined here is the draft trust deed, and that's pretty generic. That's in there, as indeed is point 4, the appointment of professional independent directors and exercise of CCO accountability measures. Well, what do we have in the last CCO and investment entity at the council, the ACIL? Well, we had people like Simon Allen, Chair of Financial Markets Authority, Chair of NZX. We had Miriam Dean, who did the CCO review, King's Counsel, Chair of the Banking Ombudsman, 40 years of commercial litigation. Well, they were pretty professional and they were pretty independent, and they got the chop. They were out the door too. So, sorry if I sound a little bit cynical, but when you analyse those strict protections, they haven't proven too strict in the past. In fact, they've proven rather lax, in fact. Similarly, so if you want to take comparisons, I heard someone saying, "Oh no, this is a different fund than the last." Well, no, it's not. It's actually pretty similar sort of fund, pretty similar in all respects. So if we look at Council ACIL, which the first thing you notice, we're talking about it in the past tense, because back in 2017-18, it was disestablished. And it sounded eerily similar to the entity that we're recreating here. Had a strong commercial focus to the ownership and management of council's investments in Ports of Auckland, AIAL, an efficient structure for the ownership of these assets. Its role is to maximise the contribution to the Auckland economy and provide substantial financial returns, which are financially sustainable in the long term to the council. So it had all the same properties as this entity that's getting set up here. But if you really want to get to the heart of the matter and why people shouldn't be quite so assured as this paper would suggest, I would suggest you go back to the agenda items that inform the decision to disestablish ACIL, where it was said by expensive consultants we paid for, EY and Cameron Partners, it was noted that the rationale for holding a diversified assets portfolio is weak, and it is unusual for an organisation with the objectives of Auckland Council to hold such an asset. And that staff agree with EY and Cameron Partners. So that's what they were saying a couple of years ago. And further to that, the rationale for holding the diversified asset portfolio looks even weaker than the rationale for holding the Auckland International Airport shares. Auckland Council could divest its interest in this fund and reinvest the proceeds in paying down debt, reducing rates, or accelerating infrastructure investment. So we're now getting told the opposite. So just within the space of a couple of years, if it fits the narrative, the whole story just flips, and there's absolutely nothing to stop that happening in the years to come up. In fact, if you're a betting man, you'll be betting on the past, on track records, not kind of empty, shallow assurances. And the other component to that is the personnel who sit around this chamber, because a lot of them are the same people who have a track record of selling down valuable public assets. There's a couple of new people, some of whom have made bold statements like, I didn't come into local government to sell off public assets before going on to do just that. So I would say if I was an Aucklander out there, I wouldn't feel any more reassured about this than I would with what happened to the diversified assets portfolio. And for perhaps the one or two councillors I am addressing here, there's an old saying, my final words, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
And of course, we voted against. So.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will remember this day as a day I had some learning. I just sat here and listened to all this and realised I shouldn't have voted yes, because we're going to spend more money managing this stuff than we've got. Since the vote went through, I've sat in workshops and we've had flow charts of all the decision making. Today we talked about, but then I'm just a member of the public trying to grapple with this stuff. All I ask, Mr. Mayor and Mr. CEO, is we keep a focus on what we're trying to do. We keep it simple and sensible, and let's not try to turn it into something political. What my family told me when I was a kid was household chores. Some of my grandkids tell me is now modern slavery. So, we need to we're here to make money. You said, Mr. Mayor, you sell things to make money, and that's what the people of Auckland need us to have, is money to keep this city running. So I'm not against doing it properly and virtuously, but we have to do what the task is, and that is get this thing profitable.
That's the point of it. Well done. Thank you for that. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. We've rushed into it. I was part of the political working group. We've rushed into this. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Watson with what he's just given. We've rushed into it. There was an opportunity to wait at least that year, so then we could end up looking at whether it be the airport shares or all the others to come in. I think one councillor said that, look, it's a shame that we haven't got the papers here today. And, but look, we need to sort of just carry on and everything else. But look, strategic asset, read the report. That makes no difference. It's not going to make any difference. It's a strategic asset. So I'll be definitely voting against it. The other issue, I think, for me is that, and it got mentioned today around the lease of the ports, we know why that was taken off the table. There were 11 councillors that were going to vote against the lease of the ports. So we know why they got taken off the table. So look, I know there's a division called for it, so I'm going to keep on fighting for the strategic asset, even though this one here is going to be an issue. Kia ora.
Councillor Lee, please.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. It's fair to say that the council's track record on protecting assets is not particularly strong, is it, really? And I think we all must admit that, and the what happened to the diversified fund assets is a glaring example. The expert advice we got on that, and the advisors are similar, include similar names to the people who are now advising us on the so-called future fund. I recall not so long ago, during the annual plan process, which was in full flight by the time we were sworn in, amounted to endless briefings at great length about our financial situation and the solution. And every briefing, every workshop, and they went on for a long time, concluded with the advice, we have to sell the airport shares to solve our debt problem. And in the end, we sold half of them to solve the debt problem. It was termed as reducing the debt or reducing borrowings. And when you think about it, they're not quite the same thing. Reducing debt is one thing. Reducing borrowings means you don't have to borrow because you can spend cash already that you have from selling stuff like the airport shares. So now the whole rationale is different. No mention at all. No interminable briefings about the need to pay down debt. No, this is about the future fund. No one had heard of it a few months ago, but now it becomes an absolute imperative for this council. Given all the other problems we have, it's all about the future fund. Mr. Mayor, councillors, we have to get our story straight here. Why are we selling these assets? You can't have a diametrically different reason to sell airport shares from one year to the other. It's just not credible. So what's the real reason? The real reason seems, unfortunately, a long-term agenda to sell our public assets. And going back to Cameron Partners' report in 2015, it appears to have been an article of faith within the council that we must sell our publicly owned assets. And I have to say, I don't think we have complied with the Local Government Act processes in regard to this matter. I see there's a reference in an early report on the Electoral Act, which says in an amount of words that anyone who has a view can expect to get a hearing. We haven't had proper hearings for the public during the annual plan or during the long-term plan. We have cherry-picked spokespeople or groups to come along. We haven't heard from the general public in the old way, the conventional way of a public hearings, of councillors being accountable to the general public, to the people of Auckland. So that is a real concern. I think our decision-making process is judicially reviewable, unfortunately, and I think that this is a fundamentally bad decision. You'll be aware that myself and Councillor Watson have had cause to complain to the Auditor General in the way we have been advised, in the way that consultants have been paid, and those payments have been accounted for, and the nature of those payments. I won't go into any further detail about that, but it seems to me there is a connection between the means and the ends. And I have to say, given our track record on asset sales, the means seem to be as unethical as the ends, and that is a problem. Asset sales are deeply opposed by the people of Auckland. However we spin it, it is causing major dysfunction and a political split, a bitter political split in the Wellington City Council. There have been major problems in Christchurch, which thankfully have decided not to sell assets, but the public hate selling public assets. But the picture the staff put up, that went out in the long-term plan is very, very revealing of a way this council thinks. Here is the people of Auckland depicted as ordinary folks holding up their assets, the assets that were handed down to them and should be handed down to their children and their children's children, holding them up for international corporates to come and rip off. That's the problem, and that's why I oppose this future fund. It is not being dinkum. It is not an honest reason for it. It is a pretext to sell public assets, and I oppose that.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is about establishing an Auckland Future Fund. It's about taking $1.3 billion of money we have in one particular portfolio and getting a higher level of return for it. We are not selling 1.3 billion. We are just getting a better return for the money that is on offer at the moment via the airport shares. I'm a huge fan because I want to see the best return for that 1.3 billion. And if that means potentially selling some of those airport shares and having another portfolio that delivers a higher level of return, why wouldn't we do that? For the councillors from Auckland City Council and Manukau, there is $20 million in there that will be invested in those two former cities as a sweetener, probably, for want of a better word. And I applaud that as well. We voted on that on the 16th of May. But I just want to focus you on the fact that you sit round the table here making a decision that does the very best for the ratepayers of Auckland. And what this does is it brings in more money so we are less reliant on the ratepayer. That's what we're here to do. Do more with what we've got. So I will be very happy to support all the recommendations. Thank you.
Henderson, sorry.
Just a little one, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a vote that will grow our capital position and grow our investments. As I've said before, we have never actually reinvested. We have never grown our shareholding since the start of the Super City. We've never done it. This will be $200 million approximately over 10 years that will be held as capital. That's 2% going back. It'll also be $400 million over the 10 years, extra public revenue for Aucklanders over 10 years. Earlier today, we heard about pool uses up, park uses up, library uses up, all the civic things that we need to fund, all that use is up. And that's because when times are tough, people need those public services more than ever. And as I've said 100 times, that's what I ran on. And that's the mandate that I got from my community to protect those public services. They need things to be cheap or free, especially when they've got kids to entertain at home, right? And so for us to leave that money on the table, that would be irresponsible, in my view. Voting this down means less protection for that capital that we're going to pass on through the generations. We'll pass that on. We'll pass on more dividends to our community through the generations as well. We'll pass that on. It's a reinvestment from a position in one company to a position in many companies, which means less risk, it means more protection, it means more money back for Aucklanders. Voting this down means less protection from capital, it means less public investment. So therefore, I'm happy to support it, and thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Furley.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I just want to tautoko a lot of what's been said by some of the past councillors before me. I do want to say too that this is, for me, a very sad day. It is a date in history, as others have said, but it's a sad day in history because we are letting go of that last piece of public ownership of our biggest asset and the asset that currently earns us the most in revenue. So I'm really, picking up on some comments that others have made, because there's no guarantee that moving that investment into this future fund will actually provide a better return. There's no guarantee that it will make more money. But what we have seen in the past is that this asset has delivered for us over time, time and time again. It certainly did for Manukau City Council. The reason why Manukau City Council has a library, has a pool in every subdivision was because of the money we were able to get from the airport shares. And past mayors of Manukau have said to me that the shares were a license to print money, in their opinion. So in terms of less risk, while the airport shares is less risky than the future fund. But Your Worship, I just wanted to highlight issues around the lack of protection for this fund. I'm not convinced that this is a fund that will be there for my grandchildren. I think that this fund will probably last 3, perhaps 4 terms, and some around this governing table may not be here then, but I expect to still be here, and my grandchildren certainly will be here when I think a future council, a future parliament will probably dissolve this fund. The fact is that it can be dissolved by simply going under the Trust Act. You know, the beneficiary by consent can do that. They can just write a letter to the trustees and demand that it be dissolved, or go to the High Court and seek an order to do so. Or they can just get Parliament to amend some of the provisions, or just repeal the whole Act in its entirety. And we've heard from staff that that's absolutely possible now. So I'm not convinced that those protections are solid, and certainly the same protections that were there for the airport shares mean that it's not solid at all. I'm also disappointed, Your Worship, because during those debates previously and during all the workshops, we were told that the details around the trust deed, the details around how this fund would be set up, would be something that we'd be involved in more. But I'm disappointed that we haven't really been able to have much say in how it's being set up. We certainly haven't been able to guarantee any seats, 1 seat out of the 3 in terms of the director for Māori. And I'm not confident either that in a rush to maximise profits, that we're not going to invest in areas of concern, areas like gambling or mining or other things that might not protect our planet, or might even seek to exploit our planet for profit. So I'm not confident in this fund at all, Your Worship. And just lastly, around that $20 million, I'm thankful for that. But again, no clear process. We asked the staff about that because the local boards have been scrambling to try to get some of that very small bucket of money. But there is still no clear process. And really, it's just crumbs when you consider that the local boards in Manukau and Auckland City Council have already given up, $833 million worth of an asset that they once owned, and $20 million is just crumbs, really, in comparison. That's all I'm going to say, Your Worship. Obviously, I'm going to vote against it. Kia ora. And I'm calling it division. Kia ora.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Oh, that came quick. Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I do just want to address 2 issues quickly. One is that I want to reiterate the point I made at the last governing body about this, that we are again debating, and I'm glad no one has put up any amendments, but we are again debating without our haukura representatives on this issue when we did work through it with them at the table at Budget Committee. And so I just remind people of that anomaly, that when we talk about things like wanting Māori to have a seat at the table, a guaranteed seat on any trust, then we should be consistent, I feel. And I wish they were here, but they're not. The other thing I wanted to mention was just in regard to the legacy fund. So obviously that is something that local boards have been asking about. We had some discussion with some of the local board chairs at the drop-in session that was held, in which they were able to attend, and they asked about that. There was an undertaking at that time from the staff that once we have voted for the fund to exist, which is what we are doing now, yes, the future fund, but also the $20 million legacy fund, then they will be able to swing into action and put in place a process. So this is the normal order of events with that kind of thing. So I did just want to reassure people on those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good points raised. I wouldn't mind having Te Hukura here either. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It was just a few. Sorry. I don't know who that was.
The DCSB checking on you.
All good. It was just a few comments, and the first on ACIL. I mean, that was consulted on at the time to disestablish, to bring us closer to the ports of Auckland, to give us planning, strategic, basically control over the ports of Auckland, and give us the ability to point and remove the trustees on the ports of Auckland, and that was because we were concerned about the safety, we were concerned about decisions such as automation. When we asked those questions, we couldn't get answers. We were concerned about a lot of things, and the reason that it was consulted on through the LTP at the time to remove ACIL and give us that closer proximity to the ports was to change that. And did that change? Yes. The board changed, the CEO changed, and now look where we're at, because we did not want to lease out the port. We are now far closer. The relationship with the port is really good, and we're going to see some significant increase in dividends as well. On the future fund itself, of course, I would support this. This obviously makes the fund far safer with the 75%. At the moment, the airport shares can be sold at just a simple majority. This obviously protects this long term with a far greater protection, and of course creates that $600 million extra in funding, which I was quite shocked at when we first brought that forward, but it's clear through audit that is fairly normal figures. It could go up and down. And then of course the fund will increase on its own, but adding that 2%, that 20 or so million a year, will be a significant way to obviously keep ahead of inflation. So I'm supporting this. I'm glad that the staff worked to ensure that the responsible investing rules that we passed in 2022 will be at least the strong foundation for the investing around fossil fuels, around weapons, around gambling, and the other one, illegal activities. That's a good starter, but obviously more work to do on that as well. So yeah, I think this is a good way forward, and thank you to everyone who's worked on it.
Okay, thanks everybody for that debate. I'm going to have a couple of words because I haven't said anything all day about this. But we've heard a lot about democracy. 180,000 people voted for me to do sensible business things. It's 4.5 full Eden Parks. And this is a sensible business thing. We're not selling anything, we're just taking a dud and turning it into something that performs better. We had huge public support for this. It sounds as though a lot of you don't like public support. It sounds as though a lot of you have got no confidence in the future of the council. Councils are generally pretty sensible. They learn from mistakes. It was clearly a mistake when they did the ACIL thing. People have learned from it. And so I'm going to put the vote. It's been asked for to have someone asked for a division, always do. So we're going to vote on this now. Please carry the vote out, please, Sandra, with an R.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipino.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
So that is carried. 14 votes to 7.
Right, thank you very much. The next item is a summary of governing body information memorandum and briefings. Thank you. All those in favour, please.
Simpson Walker.
In favour? Contrary? Okay, now we've got consideration of extraordinary business. Josephine Bartley, who hasn't done herself any good in the last minute, but she's going to have a go at this now. I've just lost my My generosity, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's all right. No, I had a PowerPoint, but I know it's been a long meeting, so I'm not going to do it to you guys. I did have a talk to Phil Wilson, and he was suggesting a report to go to PEP regarding how council could assist in the food shortage crisis that we're about to face when our major food banks will take their funding cuts from the government, meaning a very, very limited amount of food parcels will be provided to people. So, yeah, that's it. I'm not sure.
Well, just to say, I think this is entirely appropriate. I mean, not without getting into the issue, there is a problem. Significant funding's been withdrawn. The city mission provides for food parcels through a number of other outlets, food banks in the city. So I totally understand why Councillor Bartley has raised it. We'll do a little bit of work and direct some advice through to Councillor Hill's committee.
Could I ask a question of Joe? So, yeah, definitely support this. This is, we'll work together on this. Joe, thank you for bringing it forward. My question, and I just want to clarify, how much is the cut to the city mission, the government's cut?
So the city mission need 1.5 million to continue providing 50,000 food parcels, and the government has said they'll fund them 75,000. So because of that major cut, they're not going to be continuing with their Food Link program, which supplies food parcels to 50 organisations throughout Auckland and some marae, and also they're cutting the provision of food parcels that they give out to about 20,000. Not only them, but there are also Village Trusts, has 8,000 families, and they're cutting it down to 200 parcels, food parcels a week. You've got Butterbean, who's been in the media about how they're going from 700 food parcels to 200 food parcels a week. And then you have the other smaller food banks that are just going to close up. So there's a crunch on those organisations that do provide food parcels that have government funding. They can't really continue the same way they continue. The ones that don't get government funding can't cope with taking on the extra from the ones that the government's cut the funding to. So there's a lot of bad outcomes that come when people are unable to access food. And I don't want to be crass and say crime will increase, but you already see the supermarkets talking about how thefts have increased significantly, and they're worried that it's going to get even worse. So,
Good. Mayor, would you and Councillor Bartley, or I'm happy to help, be able to write to the government in the meantime before this can come back? So, you know, it may be they may have overlooked this issue or something. It might be good just short term to get a letter out.
I'm happy to explore the issue further. I have had a bit of a problem with City Mission. They're taking a lot of money off the government for accommodation for people and not providing any support whatsoever. They've had huge damage which they've inflicted on K Road and without any responsibility at all. So the problem about the food thing I get, I'm not sure whether the City Mission is in fact the correct organisation to share it with. But I'm quite happy to take up the challenge of looking into this and seeing if there are solutions, in much the same way as that I've used my quite a chunk of my budget for funding street patrols and other things in terms of looking after the safety and security of the city as well. So there's pressures all over the place, and it kind of shocks me that 7 people voted against something which would have increased the rate burden to everybody in Auckland, and then turning around saying those other ratepayers have got to cough up for somehow or other to feed them. I think you should have a close look at your own morality, those 7 people. That's why I'm going to finish on that.
Mayor, I don't think there's a connected.
Okay, we've got to move to go into confidentiality now, and I think this is a reason for being into confidentiality. I hate going to confidentiality, but I will support a vote to do this. Moved by Newman and seconded by Baker. In favour? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the public who managed to stay all day long, both of you.